Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. What if Naruto lived 300 plus years with Yandere Erza and Lucy? Movie. Naruto stood at the top of a tree overlooking Konoha, the village he called home. He watched from the tree by himself as he looked onward. He saw how much the village itself had changed, the people that came and went. The years he lived there, watched everyone go by, and it brought him tears of happiness and sadness. It has been over 200 years since the Fourth Great Shinobi War. By the time Naruto was 106, he faked his death since it was about due time he died. However, Naruto was unable to die easily, meaning only old age could kill him. Though, Naruto stopped aging in actuality at the age of 21. He just used a transformation jutsu to make himself look older. It saddened Naruto, but also made him happy. The system of shinobi slowly came to an end where only skilled people knew how to use chakra. The art of the shinobi was slowly dying. Few people could truly learn to utilize their chakra. Many clans began to slowly intertwine with other civilians and clans. The Kages were still prominent leaders of their village, and everyone's names have gone down in history. However, all the villages continued to thrive, and everyone worked together. Everyone prospered and peace reigned for many years. Besides those who hid in the shadows, their names went unnoticed, but alas, that was the point for shinobi. For those like Itachi, Yamato, Yugo, and all the other Anbu. Especially Sasuke, not many knew who he was anymore, except for the fact he was a traitor to the village, and then turned ally thanks to Naruto. Eventually watching everyone he loved die hurt him greatly. Being by everyone's deathbed and watching them leave this world hurt. So, when Naruto passed, tons of people attended, but Naruto did not have a family. Since he was forced to live almost as if he was a semi-immortal, he would not die of sickness. He could only die until his time was up. The entire village held a ceremony after his passing, as Konohamaru's grandkids were there. Konohamaru passed 20 years before Naruto did. Since then, Naruto kept to himself and stayed hidden. If he ever went out, he always transformed into a civilian. But now wasn't the time for that, it was time for Naruto Uzumaki to finally die. Naruto slowly stood up, as he quickly dashed towards the top of the Hokage monument. He took a seat above his father's head. Naruto looked onward at the setting sun in the distance. Naruto smiled as he watched the sunset one last time. Naruto saw Hagoromo appear before him, and Naruto looked at his hands as he found the sun mark on his right hand. Then the moon mark on his left hand. Hagoromo nodded his head and said, "Naruto, it is time." Naruto closed his eyes. Do you guys hear him? It's time. Geez, it's about time. Who knew another 200 years would feel so long? The deep chuckle from Kurama laughed from within Naruto. Man. Being in here for so many years has begun to eat at me. Shukaku roared from within looking at Kurama. Feels like it's been ages since we last saw the old man. Son Goku nodded his head ready for him and his siblings to move on. Naruto, we appreciate you doing this for all of us. Matabi purred thankfully to Naruto for doing this for them. Without you Naruto, we couldn't have gotten a chance to move on ourselves, Saiken said with an almost happy tune to his voice. We must always remember to be thankful for our brother. He is one of us after all. Chome buzzed his wings. Of course, the one we could call our sibling. Kakuo nodded her head in agreement. It's been a real hell of a time with Ya. It's already a real shock that our time is up. Isobu closed his eye and sighed. It was sad to see everyone split up. Well, it's been a hell of a run Naruto, it's been fun. Gyuki looked down at Naruto nodding his head. Naruto smiled as he looked back at the other tailed beasts in his mindscape. Yeah, it's been fun. I'm glad I was able to help you all anyways. Besides, there is nothing more I can do now. Had no idea you guys had a time limit on this place. Hagoromo smiled as he looked at Naruto. I appreciate your patience Naruto. But alas, there is something I am withholding from you. Naruto tilted his head confused wondering what he meant. Hagoromo floated to the side to look at the sun setting with Naruto. This entire time I've spent asking other gods and goddesses a place to send you. Naruto's eyes widened looking at the old sage. I found a place, and I've been working on trying to make sure I can do my best. However, unlike Sasuke whose body did not retain my chakra, he was not immortal and could die from old age. Wait. Are you saying? Yes. Hagoromo nodded his head as he held up his right hand as the sun mark was on his hand. I ask you to wait and ask questions once I'm done. Now let me explain. For whatever reason your body acclimated to it, and it learned to store some of it in your own body. It changed your chakra, it allowed you to evolve from a normal human. With the 9 other Biju in you, your body has begun to produce its own unique 6 paths Sage Chakra. You now cannot die by normal means. Hagoromo closed his eyes, he felt bad for Naruto. I know it's hard to hear it, but I talked to someone. She and I can transport you to a new world and we can revert you into a child, sadly. We cannot remove your sun or moon mark, nor can we revert you to being normal. We can send you to a new world where you can start a new life and make new friends. Start a new family, but I won't force you. It's the only other option we got. Naruto didn't hesitate and asked, where will the Biju go? I don't want to keep them here in me. I'd rather find a place they can go so they can live. Hagoromo looked at Naruto for a second and shook his head. He chuckled and smiled, well, I shouldn't have expected any less from you, Naruto. But yes, they'll have a place we can send them to. Naruto smiled as he nodded his head. He wasn't too keen on the new idea of starting a new life. Why a new life? I'd rather move on and see the people I love. Hagoromo smiled and nodded his head. I promise you, if you can't find what you're looking for in the new world, I'll make sure to get to you as soon as possible. I'll take you back. For now, it's our only option, or you wait here. In the meantime, I'll work on trying to remove the 6th path of Sage Chakra. Naruto went to answer until Kurama intervened as his head of chakra formed next to Naruto's head. If I may be so bold, Naruto. Maybe it won't be a bad idea, it's a chance at something. It's the least you deserve. Before Naruto knew it, all the other Bijus sprouted their heads from Naruto's back, each with their coloration and individual heads. I think it's quite a good idea too. It'd be fun. Matabi purred. She wondered if Naruto could find someone to fall in love with. Not many people get the chance. I think it's a good chance. Son Goku smiled, nodding his head at Naruto. It is good to give it a shot. Kakuo nodded her head in agreement, and the rest of the others did so too. B would be mighty happy if you did it. Besides, not every day a person gets a second chance at life. Gyuki nodded his head, thinking it would be something good for Naruto to try out. Naruto chuckled as the other Biju cheered in unison. Naruto sighed and rubbed the back of his head. Alright, if that's the case, then why not? Naruto looked at Hagoromo. Sure, why not? What should I expect there? Hagoromo smiled as he looked at the setting sun. It's a place called Earthland. You'll be sent there with some others. It's a place full of magic and more. A wonderful place I think you'll love. A society built upon magic. It works vastly differently from chakra, of course. Since you got your own 6 paths chakra, you won't need to worry about relearning jutsus, but you'll have to refine your control. Naruto nodded his head, though it wouldn't hurt to learn it, at least I'd fit in that way. Naruto smiled, thinking about at least the thought of being in a new place. At least it is a change of scenery. Well, let's get going then. We'll prepare the way, and we'll send you there. You'll be about 3 or maybe 4 years old. Hagoromo looked to Naruto. You'll have to retrain to get stronger with magic. Your chakra will grow alongside you. Hagoromo chuckled as he looked to Naruto. I'll come by about when you're 17 or so and see how you're doing. Naruto nodded his head. Think you can make it where I'm born on October 10th again? Hagoromo chuckled along with the other Biju. A simple task to do. Hagoromo nodded his head. I think you'll find learning to get stronger once again fun. It'll take time and you'll get there. Techniques you've learned you'll be able to use again. Just take some practice to get back where you are. Naruto nodded his head as she stood up ready. Well, let's get going then. I guess there's no time to waste. Hagoromo closed his eyes and waved his hand as a portal appeared below towards the Hokage tower. Jump. Then I and the other goddess will do our work. Good luck and take care, Naruto. You'll do fine. Naruto smiled as he turned his head. Naruto went to take a step as the Biju retracted back into his seal. Naruto went to move until some Anbu landed on the heads. Who are you? State your business. And the group of Anbu stopped, and they recognized Naruto as the previous Hokage, alive and healthy. Naruto chuckled as he waved to them. Well, I guess this is it. See ya. Naruto moved forward as he fell forward. The wind blew in Naruto's face as he fell towards the portal. Soon, he was swallowed up and the portal closed behind him. The Anbu ran towards the edge. When they looked down, they saw nothing. The few Anbu who were there looked at one another. They all disappeared and went to go report to the current Hokage. Backquote, 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 backquote. With Naruto watched as he fell through the portal and saw vast and a bunch of different colors and lights. He looked at himself as his body shrunk and his voice changed to his original high-pitched tone. Naruto closed his eyes as he prepared for the Biju all to leave. Eventually he received their goodbyes. It's been a lot of fun, Naruto. Be safe and take care. We appreciate everything you've done for us. Gyuki nodded his head as he stood next to Kakuo, Chome, Isobu, Son Goku, Shukaku, and Seiken all said respectively. Do take care. We'll forever be grateful. We hope you understand why we decided to continue onwards. We'll always be with you. You got this. Make sure to sum shit up in Earthland. Do your best. I'm sure you'll get stronger and prove yourself. Naruto turned his head to see Kurama and Matabi still within him. Don't worry, Kit, we weren't gonna completely leave ya alone. I wanted to stay. Who knows what fun adventures you'll be on. I don't want to miss it. Matabi said with a gleeful tone in her voice. Naruto looked to the others and smiled. Please take care, all of you, and thanks for everything. Truly I appreciate these few hundred years with you all. I won't forget any of you. Soon they all dispersed as Kurama and Matabi were the only ones left with him. Kurama turned to Naruto and finally said, well Kit, you should wake up soon. You have arrived. Naruto was surprised. That was fast. But hey, dimensional travel is crazy to begin with. Naruto nodded his head and said, well I guess it's time to wake up, this should be new. Naruto soon left the mindscape to wake up in the place called Earthland. Backquote. 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 October 10th Alvarez Empire Age. Naruto's Earthland Age. 3. Originals Age. 288. Naruto slowly opened his eyes to find himself on the grass. Naruto slowly sat up as he placed his hand on the back of his head and rubbed it. Naruto slowly sat up and looked around and found trees and flowers. Naruto looked down to find himself wearing the black and orange outfit he got with Jiraiya after his training with him. The only difference was that it was small enough to fit him in its current state. Just then Naruto looked around to come face to face with something irregular. He looked to see a snout looking directly at him. The beast that the snout belonged to slowly sat up. The beast towered over Naruto and looked at him curiously. Naruto was surprised to see a beast of this size. He was gargantuan, and this was something he didn't expect. The beast had light-colored scales running all over its body. The beast has a dark-colored fiery mane running down its back and arms, which appear to be connected to its feathery wings. While having 3 pairs of extensions from its jaw, the beast has a dark-colored wing-like design over its eyes that's complemented by 2 oval designs right above it, the bigger one on the bottom and the smaller one on top. The beast also has them on its paws, 4 extending from the forearm and 3 on each finger. There's a noticeable border above its nostrils that divides its mouth from its face, extending near the back of its head. Finally, the beast has a pair of jagged horns extending from the base of its skull and feather-like scales extending from the back of its knees. The beast lowered its head to come face to face with Naruto. What is a human like you doing in these parts? Naruto was relatively surprised he could understand this beast. He wondered if they allowed him to have the ability to talk and speak their language. I don't know, I just ended up here. Naruto did his best to play coy, but then again, he had no idea where he was, to begin with. The beast raised an eyebrow and asked, alright, then get out of here, scurry on home to your family. You don't belong here. Naruto looked at the beast and could tell it was hurting. Naruto could feel it too. The dragon was in a lot of pain about it too. Naruto rubbed the back of his head and wasn't scared of said beast. If anything, he was curious about who this was. I don't have a place to go home to. My parents died a long time ago. The beast's eyes narrowed looking at Naruto. Do you not fear me, child? I am yet a beast that you couldn't comprehend my power. I could squash you just with a press of my claw. I am a dragon, a beast that is beyond what normal humans are. Naruto continued to look at her rather curiously. What she said didn't entirely correspond to how she felt. Naruto smiled as a child would and walked over to the beast. Naruto stuck his hand out. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Dragon. Naruto could tell by the dragon's voice that it was a female. The female dragon continued to look at Naruto curiously and was very unsure of what to do. The dragon lowered its head and asked, Child, do you not fear me? Why stay? The dragon's voice changed from a rough deep growl to someone who was greatly confused. Naruto thought for a moment, trying to think of what to say. Now that he also thought of it, it felt like Matabi and Kurama were silent. He'll have to figure that out later. Well, I mean, you don't seem that mean. Besides, if you were to kill me, you would have already done so. Don't you already have the power to do so? So, since I'm still breathing, I'd like to give you the benefit of the doubt. The dragon herself couldn't believe this child, but it made her think. Think a lot about some of the most recent events. Especially the current fetus that she halted from growing, that there was someone who was not scared of her. Was not scared for a moment. Maybe, just maybe this was what she was looking for. The dragon thought to herself, maybe, there is something I can also do for the future, if that celestial mage is going to do what I think she'll do. Maybe I can impart this little one. Maybe it's one more thing I could do right in this world. I must admit you're well educated to speak this well. Most children your age can't speak the way you do. Naruto's sweat dropped, unsure of how to respond. Well, honestly, it's a long story, Miss Dragon, it's not that simple. My parents are indeed dead. However, Naruto was unsure if he could trust this dragon. I mean, he hardly knows who she is too. The dragon nodded its head. All right then, how about a proposal? I'll give you a chance. Why don't we take our time getting to know one another? We can slowly open up. Maybe, just maybe, this was meant to happen. Come, child. The dragon turned and began to walk back towards a large cave. Naruto followed suit, going into the cave. Tell me, you have heard of magic before, right? Naruto technically knew what magic was, just not how to access it. Well, I've heard of it, I just don't know how to use it. Have you heard of Dragon Slayer magic before? The dragon raised an eyebrow, curious about what Naruto would say. Dragon Slayer was well known throughout the kingdom. Everyone knew of it. Naruto stared blankly at the dragon. Dragon Slayer magic? Nope, the first time. The dragon smirked. Well then, just saying, a lot of people should know of Dragon Slayer magic, so tell me, kid. Where did you come from? The tone of the dragon turned to a snarky one. Now the dragon wanted to know who Naruto was. Was he just a child who hid under a rock all the time, or what? Naruto knew he was found out, as he was unsure of what to say. Well, I mean, I. You aren't from here, are you, child? I know you didn't wash up here by the shore, nor did you walk out in the forest. So, tell me, how did you get here? The dragon's snout got closer to Naruto, wanting to know who he was, where he came from, and what he was doing here. I know I sensed a shift when it came to the world. Something happened, as if a hole was torn within the world. Did he come from it? I need to confirm it. Then again, his outfit doesn't scream he is from around here either. Naruto bit his lip, knowing he was in a bind now. This dragon was really smart, crazily smart. Naruto, is this thing on? Kurama. Finally. Damn. This thing is hard to work around. I don't know what happened, but the fact that we're in this new world. There are changes to your body, and working around this thing here was hard. Geez. The dragon's eyes widened when she noticed Naruto was communicating with someone. Someone that came from within him, because she sensed his magic container activate. Boy, who are you talking to? Or should I ask, what are you talking to? Naruto was surprised she could tell. Damn it, she could sense that. How? I think it's because I may or may not have activated your magic container. I told you to wait, you idiot. Wham! Naruto flinched when he heard Matabi whack Kurama upside the head. Naruto sighed as he rubbed the bridge between his nose. Sigh, I guess there's no use hiding it. Kurama, is my body really at this age right now? Yes. Meaning you'll have to wait until your body grows back to its normal state. Your chakra coils are fine, and so is everything else. Hell. I even sense the 6 paths chakra here too. It'll grow with you, but you'll have to train, because from what I'm understanding, your chakra control, and I quote, is completely and utterly shit. Damn it. Sigh, well, let me tell ya, Miss Dragon, it's a long story. Let me start from here. Naruto lifted his hand in the air as he moved his right hand from right to left, in a dimension far, far away. Kurama, Matabi, and the dragon all sweat dropped at Naruto's intro. Backquote. 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 A few hours later, and that's how I ended up here. I'm technically immortal and cannot die to old age. Could I be killed? Yes, but the chance of it happening is low, so I was sent here for, I guess, a second chance. Naruto lay flat on his back, exhausted from the explanation. The dragon raised an eyebrow at the bizarre and crazy story of this child. However, something was making her believe him. Show me, is there any proof you came from the said place? Naruto sighed as he crossed his fingers, shadow clone jutsu. Like that, the cave was soon full of Naruto clones, and this caused the dragon's eyes to widen in shock. Naruto then also let out a loud gasp of air. He quickly fell to his ass as he felt almost all his chakra was sapped from him. Naruto, your chakra reserves might be larger than they used to be. The last time you were a kid, but it's still small, be careful. Kurama and Matabi quickly refilled some of Naruto's chakra with theirs. The dragon lowered its head to sniff the clone. Impressive. I've never seen a technique used like this before, and you didn't even use magic. It's not a thought projection, or a bet, a similar concept. Alright, you piqued my interest, young child. Maybe there is a real reason why we met. The dragon had a toothy grin appear on its face. How about it? I train you, teach you to become a dragon slayer, then I'm going to send you to the future. Naruto's eyes widen. What? How? Why? You just met me. Also, time travel. You're an idiot. Not only did you time travel, but you also dimension traveled. How are you surprised? Well, I thought only old Gramps Six Paths could do that, and whoever the goddess he worked with. The dragon looked at Naruto and narrowed her eyes. From my understanding, you'll be a prime candidate to become a dragon slayer. Not only that. Also, I want to know more. Tell me about yourself. The only thing you told me was about your experiences as a shinobi and who and what you had to fight. I didn't learn anything about you. Naruto felt a sense of comfort hearing the dragon say that. Wait. You want to learn about me? Or what? Naruto was a little surprised by her telling him this. There are currently other dragons also teaching children to become dragon slayers. I want to do that too. You'll be like my child I can look after. After all, I've always wanted to be a mother. The dragon smiled. So, please, I would love to hear about my child, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto was a little surprised, but this also touched his heart. It felt nice that someone wanted him to be their child. Naruto knew his parents were Kushina and Minato, and he got to talk to them and experience what it was like. But he never got to grow up with a parent. It is nice to have something like this. Was it wrong? Was it a bad idea? Could it have more negative effects? Naruto, go for it, it doesn't hurt, and I don't sense any malice from her. I think you're good. Kurama added, wanting Naruto to get a chance to experience what it was like to have a mother. Naruto smiled looking up at her and asked, so, what's your name? The dragon smiled and said, my name is Rose Red. I'll be teaching you how to use Sage Dragon Slayer magic. Backquote. A few months later, Sage Dragon Roar. Naruto let out a bellow that covered a vast majority of the forest, which caused an explosion. The flames themselves were light green, and the explosion was a ball of red fire. Rose smirked, proud of Naruto. I'm impressed to see you come this far in such a short amount of time. Granted, you're from an entirely other dimension, with a new body, you've adapted to Dragon Slayer magic quite easily. It's powerful. My question is if your body can keep up with your magic. Naruto didn't like the idea of having motion sickness. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna deal with that. I'll nip it in the bud and make sure my body is in top peak condition. Naruto flexed his muscles. Granted, was not too apparent. He was currently trying to make do with his child's body. He was technically only 3 or so years old. Just then 2 animals came running up next to Naruto. It was a chibi version of Matabi and Kurama. Naruto, since you're done going over your progress with Rose, it's time for you to work on your chakra control. Rose looked down at the fox. Oi, I'm not done with him just yet. He still needs to practice some of the enhancement spells I taught him. Well, excuse me, but I'm pretty sure we agreed on his training schedule. Pardon me, young lady, but I'm pretty sure I outrank you in age. Kurama said with a threatening tone, but the problem is he was in his chibi state. Which, Kurama and Matabi will grow back to their original sizes with time. Meaning their pools of chakra, while on the level of 4 cages. Their chakra will slowly increase with time. Little runt. How dare you? Rose went to rebuttal against Kurama. Ka-san, 2-san, stop arguing please. Naruto said sarcastically, which caused both beings to glare at Naruto for the comment. Boy, I did not teach you to be snarky with me, mister. Do you want to go tonight without dinner? Rose growled back as she slowly transformed back into her human form. Naruto looked at Rose and smiled. It's still hard to believe that you used to be human, but I'll admit it's different. Rose sighed as she shook her head. I just hope the meals I make, including the antibodies needed, will prevent that. Naruto walked up next to Rose and grabbed her hand. Granted, Naruto was technically 306 years old, he was currently a child. It was nice to be able to take things slow and allow Rose to treat him like a big sister or mother. Naruto throughout this time has always looked up to Rose like a big sister. She didn't seem that old, so mother didn't fit for him. Rose had dark rose-colored hair, her front bangs parted to the right, with a braid that draped down her right side. Naruto had to admit Rose had a body and chest size similar to that of Tsunade. Rose wore a white cloth cape that draped over her back and another around her waist. She always would wear a rather revealing outfit that had cross-blue segments to her outfit that revealed some of her flat-toned belly. However, had a skirt that covered the rest of her legs. Naruto waved it off. "I'm sure you're doing great, Rose. Don't sweat it so much. You get dinner going. I'll finish up my training with Kurama and Matabi." Rose nodded her head and turned to Matabi. "Matabi, make sure the two idiots don't overdo it, please. I'd like to have a nice meal that doesn't have Naruto sitting at the table with bandages and wraps, please." "Of course, Rose. Though, I want to talk to you for a bit."
Matabi split her chakra, creating a chibi clone that went after Kurama and Naruto. Matabi and Rose went into their little house that was hidden within the cave, which then proceeded to open up, revealing an opening in the top of the cave that lets light in. Once they got inside the house, Matabi asked, "Rose, I must ask, this entire time you've looked after Naruto. I must ask, why take him in, even if you learned about his past and everything? Why? I still don't understand."
Rose raised an eyebrow. "I'm surprised you didn't ask me this sooner. Why now of all times?" Matabi shook her head as she narrowed her eyes. "It's the fact that I wanted to see what you're all about. See if you hurt Naruto, but so far you haven't treated him well. Very well, I think he looks up to you. Like a parent or older sister." Rose smiled as she let her eyebrow fall back normally on her face. "Well, if you think about it, I've recently gone through a lot, my baby. It's complicated. Let's just say I was in a bad spot. The fact that I am also a dragon because of my magic. I worried greatly for my child, but even so, life doesn't work the way you want it. Does it?" Matabi looked at Rose curiously. "I'll be honest, I don't fully trust you. But Kurama can sense if one lies or not. I must ask, if there are things you're hiding from us, I at least plead with you to think about telling Naruto or us at one point. I don't think I've seen that boy ever be a boy before. Kurama told me what Naruto went through as a child. It was similar to what all other Jinchurikis go through." Rose smiled as she nodded her head. "I guess there are things I still don't wish to tell him, but eventually, the antibodies I produce for him aren't easy. It's a struggle, but it is easier if I did it by merging myself with him. That way, I have a surefire way to make it so that he won't transform like I did. He can't know, along with the other dragon slayers, but even then, I'm sure of how to go about a lot of things." Matabi looked at Rose and closed her eyes, sighing. "I get it, I do, but it'll break his heart eventually. I think you can trust Naruto with this information. He trusts you greatly." Rose turned to Matabi and smiled. "Thanks, Matabi. If anything, I guess there is one more thing I should tell you. It's the fact I am pregnant, Matabi, but I stalled the advancement of the baby. It isn't time to give birth to it. I'm not sure how I want to do this. I was thinking of allowing myself to use a thought projection and give it half of my magic container. It would do what I asked of it to look after Naruto, but I'm afraid it would my newborn." Matabi was unsure of what to do as well, but an idea did form in her head. "Is there a way for me to make the antibodies that Naruto needs?" Rose looked at Matabi shocked. "Well, if I remember correctly, there are ways for you to learn, but it could cause you to be a Biju dragon if that is even possible." Matabi didn't give it any thought. "I'm glad that we could consider you family, Rose, if that's the case. Then that works for me if it means becoming part Biju dragon, and I can help you, your child, and Naruto. I'd be more than happy to help you out. Of course, if this is something you want to keep from Naruto, I get it." Rose smiled. "In fact, I don't want him to know I have a child. I don't want him to feel like he is responsible for it, whether it's a boy or girl." In fact, Rose rubbed her belly. "It'd be funny if it was a girl and the two did fall in love with one another. I can easily speed up her age, physically, but I think it'll be fine. I'll take care of her and give birth to her a few years before Naruto is sent through time. That way, when they grow up, they won't know one another. It'll be fate if they meet one another, or even fall for one another." "Well, now I hope it is a girl." Matabi cheered and purred at the mere thought of it. This caused Rose to chuckle with Matabi. Matabi now understands Rose's and her choices. It was something she was okay keeping secret from Naruto. Backquote. 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 Time skip 4 years. Alvarez Empire age. Naruto's Earthland age. 7. Real age. 292. Sage Dragon Roar. A blast of light green fire shot towards Rose as she tanked the attack due to her dragon scales. Naruto jumped towards her as a Rasengan formed in his hand. Rasengan. Rose held up a claw that cushioned the attack of the Rasengan. Rose flinched. She had to admit, that attack itself was devastating. It shreds, and it does a lot of damage, more than a normal attack would do. Rose opened her mouth and fired her own attack off. Sage Dragon Roar. Red-hot flames spewed toward Naruto, but he simply opened his mouth and began to eat Rose's flames. Naruto quickly jumped into the air with his hands extended outwards. The extra magic he ate from Rose's attack, wrapped around his body like a cloak. They took the appearance of light green flame wings. Naruto held both hands up and shouted, "Sage Dragon's Secret Art. Special Sage Cannon." A condensed beam of magic gathered into a narrow beam of fire from Naruto's attack. Naruto's attack also had a spiral laser of green around the beam. Rose lifted her wings and blocked the incoming attack that struck her wings. She smiled behind her wings. He has grown so much and so quickly over these past few years. I'm impressed he was able to fire off such high-level spells so easily. He'll be a powerful foe for anyone who dares goes against him. Rose quickly flared her wings out, which deflected the rest of Naruto's attack. Impressive. Now show me what you can do. Rose charged forward as she changed back into her human form with her hands ready to fight. Naruto noticed what his parent-like figure wanted him to do. He ran at her, engaging her in hand-to-hand combat. Rose threw a right-hand chop to the left of Naruto's head. He quickly brought his left hand up to not block. Instead, he redirected her attack and went to attack with his left hand. Rose went to block with her left hand, but saw Naruto reel his left hand short of its mark, a feint. Sneaky little. Naruto threw his right hand toward Rose's solar plexus. Rose smirked instead of shifting her body or her arms to block his attack. Rose allowed herself to lower herself down to Naruto's height. Before Naruto knew it, his hand punched into Rose's left boom, cushioning Naruto's attack. Aak. Rose, what the hell? Naruto screamed out as he retracted his hand. Rose quickly swept her feet under Naruto's, causing him to fall flat on his ass. She then aimed her knife fist at Naruto's throat. I win this time. Naruto looked up at Rose, annoyed. Cheater. Rose giggled as she offered her hand up to pick Naruto up. If I remember correctly, when it comes to a life or death battle, fairness does not exist. Besides, pretty sure you're a self-proclaimed perv for training under Jiraiya-sama. So educated me using pervy techniques against your opponent is cheating? Just then Matabi and Kurama, who were now about the size of a full-grown wolf, came walking up. Matabi smirked and said, "Oh yeah, totally fair when you pulled out the reverse harem jutsu on her. Even then it did almost succeed." Kurama simply rolled his eyes. "I can't believe you still even have that jutsu, grr." Kurama despised that jutsu along with the Y jutsu itself. My strongest host ever, and he uses perverted attacks, pathetic. Naruto closed his eyes, crossing his arms over his chest and looking away. Oi. It worked on Rabbit Granny. Rose chuckled as she gestured them to all follow her. Besides, Naruto, it's time. We talked about this, remember? Naruto's eyes widened. Wait? That was today? Kurama and Matabi looked at Naruto with saddened looks in their eyes. Rose looked at Naruto with a saddened expression. We worked hard together. You learning some of my enchanting magic and other spells, including my Sage Dragon Slayer and Matabi's Hellfire Dragon Slayer magic. It was a lot for you to learn, but you did it. Naruto frowned. Does this mean I'll never get to see you again? Rose. I don't want you to go, can't you come with? Naruto placed his right hand on his left bicep and gently rubbed it. We've been together for 4 years, and I don't want you to leave. I like being with you. You've given me what I've always wanted. Someone to love and care for. You're practically family to me, Rose. I don't want to lose you. Rose understood Naruto's plight and his love and admiration for her. She placed a hand on his head. Yes, I understand your argument and the things you've been through. I wish there was more I could do, but I need you to travel to the future. Like we talked about, it's nothing we can do, my dear Naruto. I love you very much, but your place isn't here. There is yet a greater evil out there. We talked about this, you made me a promise. That when the time was right, after Acnologia is finished off, I would then get to rest in the peace as well. As foolish as I was, there are some things I can't take back, but I also don't regret the things that have happened and that will transpire. Rose moved her hand and placed it on Naruto's left cheek. Rose shook her head and frowned. I'm so sorry for deceiving you, Naruto. I have to do this when you're asleep. I hope you find it in your heart to forgive me. There are things I cannot tell you, there are things that need to happen, but you cannot know. Due to the flow of time, I'm sure there are so many things that have already changed, and I wish to not cause more problems than there already are. So, please forgive me, but I will not be accompanying you. Rose began to wave her hands as they began to glow a dark purple. Naruto went to argue, but soon found himself sleepy. Wait, why am I can't move. I can't speak. Naruto found himself falling forward as Rose smiled as she gently laid Naruto on her lap. Kurama and Matabi returned to their seals. Naruto saw Rose's lips move and heard her speak. I'm sorry I lied to you. My real name isn't Rose, but I'm sure we'll meet again. Naruto, I'm so proud of you, and I love you. Naruto read what her lips said and watched as tears ran down her cheeks. Before he knew it, his entire world went dark. Backquote, 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 backquote. With Anna Heartfilia * July 7th age, late X380s. Okay, the plan is in motion, and everything is set. Anna looked at Zareth. I can't believe that this is what you want to do. Just so they can kill you in the future? Zareth nods his head. Well, as long as I want to be killed, I'm sure Natsu will be able to do it. Zareth looked down at the sleeping children who were ready to be sent into the future. Just then someone appeared behind them. Anna was on guard looking at the woman who now stood there. However, the woman was standing there with a blonde boy who was a bit younger than some of the others. However, was older than Wendy. Just who are you? Anna asked defensively. I mean no harm. Zareth, I'm sure you remember me. The name is Irene Belsirian. Irene looked at the boy in her arms and kissed his forehead. This one here is Naruto Uzumaki. My child I took in. I already have someone working on his antibodies to prevent him from becoming a dragon. I was hoping you would grant passage to send him too. Anna then relaxed and smiled. I see no harm, granted it might be surprising, but I see no problem with this. Zareth looked at Naruto. He could sense a great deal of power from him. That was still hidden and yet to be unlocked. I see no harm. Whoever he is, I can't wait to see how strong you'll become. If Natsu can't beat me, maybe he can. Irene gently laid Naruto down, but once she did, she found tears rolling down her cheeks.
It was like she was giving up her child. Even if it was only for 4 years, she looked after him. Fed him, clothed him, taught him, she passed as much knowledge to him as she could. It was the first time she had ever gotten a taste of what being a mother was like. Irene rubbed Naruto's cheeks. My sweet boy, take care, remember I will always, always and forever love you. She knelt and kissed Naruto on the cheek.
Irene slowly stepped back as Anna Heartfilia went to do her thing to open up the Eclipse Gate. Backquote, 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 backquote. July 7th Earthland Age. X777. Naruto's Earthland Age. 669. Physical Age. 7. Layla Heartfilia breathed tirelessly as she opened the gate to the Eclipse Gate. She saw a total of 6 lights come out of the gate. She saw them shoot across the sky in different directions. However, she did note one ball of light shot toward her house direction. Layla turned towards her comrades to figure out what to do next. Backquote, 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 backquote. July 8th Earthland Age. X777. Naruto's Earthland Age. 669. Physical Age. 7. After she failed attempts to get the King of Fury, Toma, to have the gate destroyed. He refused, and even then so, Layla was forced to use her own magic and life force to replace the one celestial key that was missing. Layla had a carriage take her back home to see her daughter Lucy and her husband. Layla couldn't wait to be home and spend what time she had left with her daughter. Just then the carriage stopped as the driver called out, Layla-sama, we have a problem in front of us. Layla, even though exhausted, stuck her head out the window. What she saw shocked her. There was a large gap in the middle of the road. It's as if a comet came crashing down toward the ground and carved up the ground. Layla felt as if all her exhaustion left her body. She bolted out the door. Her driver, Jarvis, knowing Layla's condition, shouted, "Layla-sama, you shouldn't be up. Your body. Screw it. If it's one child that landed here, at least I can try to do something." Layla ran along the giant scar across the ground. The tail end was rather narrow, but it was clear as the scar became bigger and bigger, something landed here. Her driver eventually arrived and walked alongside her. Soon the two came across a sleeping boy. He had spiky blonde hair and 3 whisker marks on each cheek. Not only that, but his outfit was not the normal attire someone would wear in this timeline. She gently lifted the boy by his neck. She smiled. "This must be one of them. I didn't expect 6. But maybe there was one more that was added in. Nonetheless, maybe I can give this one a head start on their journey. Then maybe Lucy can also figure out what she wants to do." Layla turned to her driver. "Jarvis, we're taking him back to the Heartfilia estate. We're taking him in." Jarvis nodded his head. "Very well, Layla-sama." He bowed and quickly ran towards the carriage and quickly brought it around for Layla to get into. Layla picked up the boy. She was relatively surprised to find the boy well toned with some muscle beginning to form on his body. Soon her driver brought the carriage around, went around the large crater, and continued their way back home. Backquote. 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 A few hours later, Heartfilia estate. Layla was soon brought into the house where she was quickly brought to a bed. Layla's husband Jude Heartfilia came in. "Honey, I must congratulate you on your success on your journey. But I must ask, why did you bring home this stray boy?" Maids and butlers came and went since they were trying to help Layla. Layla smiled and said, "He was one of the kids that were sent here. I don't know where some of the others are. However, when our driver, Jarvis, notified me, I saw the boy, and I knew he had no place to go. So, I thought, why not we give him a place to be at? Give him a home, and maybe a loving family for the boy. I'm sure he'll do great things." Jude was not amused. He loved his wife and daughter Lucy very much. I don't know, dear. This is somebody we don't even know. Someone you found in a crater. We can't just bring a random boy in. Besides, we don't know what he is like. Honey, whatever this thing you were a part of. I love you. I took my step back and you did what you were supposed to do. Let's end it here, sweetie. Plus you don't look well. I have a doctor coming over soon to check you out." Layla smiled as she looked up at him and gently took his hand. Jude looked at her with confusion and worry about her health. "Jude, if you love me and Lucy, then please just this once. Trust me on this. I think Lucy will have a great friend. He can almost be a like son to you and me. We should give us a chance, please, dear?" Jude looked at his wife with worry, and he was confused and unsure of things. However, he loved and trusted his wife very much. So, he relented and nodded his head. I understand. I'll make sure he is looked after until you get better." Soon, the doctor came walking in. "Ah, Dr. Parker. I'm so glad you're here." Dr. Parker came walking in and nodded his head. "Glad to come when you ever call for help, Jude-san. I'll come to take a look over Layla-san for you." Backquote. 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 With Naruto and Lucy, the daughter of Jude and Layla Heartfilia, slowly came walking up to a door. Well, it wasn't just any door. Lucy saw from her window her mother carrying someone in her arms. She watched as Jarvis, one of Layla's most trusted servants, take him into this room. Lucy walked up to the door and slowly opened it. She then silently snuck herself into the room, closing the door behind her. Lucy panned her eyes across the room until they stopped on a bed. She saw the boy with blonde hair and a strange outfit, laying on the bed. She slowly and silently made her way up to the bed and slowly got on. Lucy slowly and quietly got onto the bed and she stared at the boy with curiosity. Now she was closer, she noticed the 3 whisker-like marks on both of his cheeks. Lucy slowly crawled up to the boy, looking at him curiously. She placed a finger on her lip and asked herself, I wonder if those are real. Did his parents seriously let him get a tattoo? Lucy tilted her head looking at the boy. No, that sounds unlikely. I wonder what his name is. I wonder how they feel. Lucy extended her hand out towards Naruto's cheek. Slowly, but surely, Lucy found her hand up against the boy's cheek. Soft. Lucy giggled as she then moved them across one of his whiskers. Just then the boy moved slightly in his sleep. Wait, can he feel me touching these? Lucy went ahead and then only let her finger glide across his whisker marks. Much to her enjoyment, she hears a light, prrrrrr, prrrr, purring like sounds coming from the boy's mouth. Whoa, He purrs almost like a kitten. I wonder if boys like him have these. Wait, Oto-san doesn't have these, but why does he? Now I want to know his name. I want to know who he is. He needs to wake up. Lucy then smirked as she moved her fingers over to Naruto's nose. She giggled as she then gently pinched her fingers over his nostrils. Momentarily the boy stopped breathing as Lucy waited for his reaction. However, what she didn't expect was the boy to slap her hand away. He then shifted in his sleep and his arm got entangled with Lucy's. Wait. Whoa. Lucy quickly slapped her other hand over her mouth. She found herself on the bed with the boy's arm entangled in hers. She realized that her hand was stuck behind the boy's back. Lucy, now panicking at the situation, got herself it. Now began to pull to pry her hand out from the boy's back. She brought her other hand around to lift the boy ever so slightly. Thankfully, she had just enough strength to slightly lift the boy's shoulder. Then pull her hand free. Yes, I'm free. Just then boy shifted in his sleep again. He then proceeded to rotate his body towards her. He extended his arm out and pulled Lucy in for a snuggle while he slept. Lucy found herself blushing as she felt this strange boy randomly hugging her. How did this happen? I just wanted him to wake up. But he sleeps like a log. Just then the boy muttered, Matabi, you're warm. Lucy was now beginning to become irritable as she screamed in her head, well, I don't know who this Matabi is. But you need to let go. Just then Lucy began to pick the boy's arm up off of her. Just then Lucy saw someone from the corner of her eye. She looked over to find her mother staring at her with a blush on her face. Haha, you. Oto-san. Layla was now up and giggling at the scene in front of her. Meanwhile, Jude's eyes widened as he stared at what his daughter was doing. It looked like his jaw was about to fall off. Just then the boy himself began to stir, as his blue eyes flickered for a moment due to his eyelids being in the way. Naruto's sight was a bit fuzzy, but eventually, his eyes focused to find a pair of brown eyes staring back at him in surprise. Naruto then looked over to see a woman who looked exactly like the little girl. He then saw the man behind Layla. Naruto raised an eyebrow and asked, wait Naruto, you've been in situations like this before. A cute blonde girl who seems to be in my arms for whatever reason. Then an older looking one who is stunning by the way. And then that old dude, I know exactly what to do. Who is the Gigi-chan over there? Layla covered her mouth trying to stop herself from laughing. GRRKKMM. Lucy's eyes widened as she also slapped her hand over her mouth. GRKMMPPP. Let's just say that Jude did not take kindly to that insult. Backquote. 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 Few moments later after Layla did her best to get her cursing and angry husband to calm down. After the family had calmed down, Jude stood near the bed. Layla sat on the bed, and Lucy sat in her mother's lap. Layla smiled. Well, before we begin, why don't we begin with formalities first? My name is Layla Heartfilia. Layla had her hand over her chest. She then gestured to her husband. This lovely old man here is my husband, Jude Heartfilia. Honey. Jude looked toward his wife feeling betrayed. I'm only teasing dear, Layla giggled. This little one here is my little girl Lucy Heartfilia. Naruto was glad. He was able to learn everyone's names and smiled back. Seeing the room she was in, and how everyone was dressed, he was able to deduce he was in someone's house that seemed to be very wealthy. Not only that but also very proper, and thanks to over 400 years of being alive, he knew how to act. Naruto appropriately bowed his head. First and foremost, the pleasure is all mine. He then raised it to talk to them eye to eye. I would also like to apologize for my current appearance, as I did not know where I was and what happened to myself. Jude, now seeing a different side to Naruto, began to take notice. No worries. My wife decided to bring you back to our mansion. I am simply honoring her favor. Jude wanted to see what Naruto was like more. No need to be so formal either, sweetie, just be yourself. Layla also added, hoping Naruto would ease up. Naruto nodded his head. I appreciate it, Heartfilia-san, but in the situation I am in, I think being appropriate is proper etiquette in your current presence. Naruto simply nodded his head, understanding what Layla was trying to convey. With that said, I am Naruto Uzumaki. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. As it is you as well. Jude added as he continued to monitor Naruto's actions. Layla gave the same polite nod, along with Lucy, who stared at Naruto intently. Well, I must ask, but where am I? I don't remember much after. The person I was being looked after disappeared. Naruto looked around with a frown on his face. I am not in the forest of Little Garden, in the Alvarez Empire. Layla frowned and shook her head. I am afraid that you are no longer in the Alvarez Empire. I am surprised you remembered where you were. However, it seems you understand to know a lot of what's been going on. Layla turned her head to Lucy and Jude. For this, dear, I need you to take Lucy. Jude understood, but Lucy said, can I play with Naruto-kun afterwards? Lucy asked quickly and Jude looked to Layla. Layla simply nodded her head. Yes. Which Jude nodded with her. Yes, you can. But there is something I need to talk to Naruto-kun about. It's very important, think of it like business, Lucy. Lucy crossed her arms over her chest. Work again? That's boring. Naruto chuckled, as so did Layla, when Jude walked over and picked his daughter up. Come on, my little Haim. Why don't we get a snack from the kitchen? The two soon left and exited the room, leaving Naruto and Layla alone. Layla looked at Naruto and smiled and asked, Naruto dear, do you know entirely why you're here? Naruto scratched the top of his head. Yeah. I was told why I was sent here, so, I am in the future, huh? Layla was a little surprised by how much Naruto already knew about the plan. Mainly have Acnologia and Zeref eventually defeated, and prevent other future events from happening. I see. Well, if it means anything, I'm sure you'll get to see your dragon again someday. Naruto smiled and nodded his head. Yeah. I don't know where Rose could be, or well, even if that's even her name. Naruto looked down upset. He still loved and looked up to Rose greatly. Yet, there were some things she couldn't tell him. Rose isn't even her real name either. Layla smiled and placed a hand on his head. I'm surprised by how much you were told, but all we can do now is keep moving forward. For now, why don't you stay with us? I got my husband to agree, and I think it is nice if Lucy got a childhood friend to be with. Naruto, I feel it's fine to stay here for a little bit, but I do not suggest staying here long. Kurama suggested as Matabi looked at him confused. Think about it, you need to keep training. You can do that easier if you go off on your own for a bit. Matabi had to admit that was well thought out. Wow, that makes sense. For now, you can enjoy and thank the woman for taking you in, but staying here isn't a good idea. You need to get stronger. Naruto mentally nodded his head. Yeah, I hear you guys. Naruto looked up to Layla and smiled. Yeah, I'll stay for now, but I can't stay forever though. Layla frowned. How come? You're more than welcome to stay as long as you need. You can train on the property and not have to worry about anything. It's because I know your special reason for being here. Even still, I can help you here with anything you need. Just then Layla suddenly began coughing as she felt weak. Her vision blurred as she almost slumped forward. Naruto quickly moved as he gently moved Layla towards the headboard of the bed. Naruto panicked a bit, as he was unsure of what was going on with her. Hey! What's going on? Are you okay? The door soon opened with Jarvis walked in with a frown on his face. Perhaps you can do something for me, Naruto-sama. I apologize, Layla-sama, but I listened in on your conversation when it came to training and magic. Is there anything in magic you know that could help her? Naruto raised an eyebrow. What's wrong with her? Layla tried to intervene. Jarvis D, don't worry about it. T, there's nothing else Naruto could do. H, he isn't a healer. T, that's not what his magic does. Just then Jude and Lucy came walking back. I heard Layla began coughing. Are you okay, dear? Jude came over to Layla's side and he gently took her hand. Haha, you. What's wrong? Why are you coughing? Lucy quickly jumped onto the bed with tears in her eyes. She knew something was wrong. Especially when her mother came home and almost immediately went to lie in bed. Jarvis frowned as he looked down. Layla-sama is suffering from magic deficiency disease. It was due to her substituting her magic for one of the missing celestial keys to open the Eclipse Gate. Jarvis was the only other person who knew what Layla was doing. In case something did go awry. Jude frowned upset. The doctor said, that Layla won't last much longer, she will eventually pass away. Naruto's eyes widened upon hearing this, and Lucy began to cry as she hugged her mother. She began to cry, begging her mother not to leave her. Naruto looked at Layla, Lucy, and Jude. He could see the family was hurting. Yet he could see Laya, although sad that she will have to leave her family. She was smiling. She was probably glad that she was able to save him. She sacrificed her well-being to make sure he and the other Dragon Slayers made it through the Eclipse Gate, just so they could beat some guy named Zeref and Acnologia. Naruto's hair covered his face. It's not fair that another child gets to lose a parent. Naruto didn't want to play God or manipulate things. He knew things like this had repercussions. If I were to interfere, how much would it change things? Would I disrupt what Layla and the others had planned for the other dragon slayers? Naruto didn't know what to do until a voice spoke up. Naruto, you do what you feel is right. If you think you should save her, then do so, whatever you choose. No, Kurama, and I will always believe you made the right choice. Kurama stayed silent, showing he was agreeing with what Matabi said. Naruto opened his eyes and turned to Layla. Naruto then looked at his right hand. Kurama, Matabi, do I always have the six-path chakra active? You do. Kurama responded, which made Naruto wonder what he should do. He did prevent Might Guy from dying after using the 8 gate. Naruto turned to the Heartfilia family and asked, Layla, Jude, Lucy, and Jarvis, promise me whatever happens in this room you guys won't ask me questions. Nor let whatever happens in this room out of it. Jude looked at Naruto, weary of him. Boy, what do you plan on doing? Do you have some sort of healing magic? Lucy then said, Oto-san. He said not to question him. Let's just give him a chance. I don't want to lose mommy. Jude looked at his daughter. Honestly, he couldn't care less, as long as his wife got to live. It was Jude's protectiveness of his wife that made him ask the question. I'm sorry, you may proceed. Jude lowered his head. He wished he could do more for his wife. He felt powerless, and he felt that he was for the first time. He could do nothing as the man of the house and do nothing to save his wife from death. Then his daughter from the pain and suffering of losing her mother. Naruto could understand how Jude felt, but Naruto never got to have a family of his own. Naruto scooched over next to Layla, and Layla saw what looked like a white sun on the palm of his right hand. Naruto placed his hand onto Layla's hand as he channeled the 6 paths chakra into her. He found what seemed to be her magic container was damaged badly, and it was continuously leaking out magic. He then sent his chakra into her and began to mend her container. Soon Naruto then removed his hand and said, There, your magic container was damaged and was leaking magic out continuously. You should feel your magic coming back to you gradually. Jude looked to his wife for confirmation, and Layla closed her eyes and searched her magic container. Steadily she could feel it refilling. I can feel it. Layla turned to Naruto and smiled. Thank you so much, Naruto. Of course, what you said and did here will stay with us. That is a guarantee. Lucy smiled brightly as she turned to Naruto and tackled Naruto, wrapping her arms around his neck. Thank you so much for saving my Okaa-chan. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Layla giggled as she watched Lucy hugging Naruto tightly, and Jude couldn't believe what he was hearing. He smiled as he felt some tears run down his cheek. Naruto. Naruto and Lucy turned to see Jude with tears running down his cheek. Thank you. Jude got down on both knees and pressed his head to the ground. Thank you for saving my wife. I was originally hesitant to let Layla have you stay here. Forgive this foolish old man. When I learned she was going to, I didn't know what I could do. Why you? Even though I treated you as a nobody and wanted nothing to do with you. Why yet you still helped us, so thank you. Naruto chuckled as he rubbed the back of his head. Don't sweat it, Heartfilia-san, no need to. Jude shot up from his knees and shouted, No. Please. I can't have someone who just saved my wife call me by my last name like that. Please, Jude is fine. You're more than welcome to stay as long as you like, my boy. I think Lucy would quite like to have a friend, don't you think, Lucy? Lucy nodded her head. Yeah. I get a friend to play with now. Lucy cheered as she stuck both of her hands up into the air. Kurama and Matabi both silently watched as Naruto seemingly and unintentionally joined another family. The only question is how long he'll stay. Sweetie, why don't we get dinner prepared? I could eat. Layla looked to Jude, who only nodded his head in agreement. Let's make it a feast. Let's celebrate Layla's newfound health. Thanks to Naruto for healing her. How about just Layla getting better? Naruto chuckled as he raised his hand in the air. Jude then suddenly blushed in embarrassment. Oh, right, I'm sorry, my dear boy. I just got a little too excited. Layla was amazed. Even if it was for a moment. Layla saw the man she married. Granted, he didn't change too much, but there were some slight differences. Layla looked at Naruto and wondered, I wonder if this is who Naruto is, his ability to change people so easily. I've never seen this before. It'll be interesting to watch him grow. Backquote, 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 backquote. 6 months later, Naruto during this time would continue to train on his own while he had free time. He worked on his chakra control. jutsus, and learning to combine chakra natures to create different Kekai Genkai he originally wouldn't have. This piqued Layla's interest in seeing Naruto train. She never asked him along with everyone else. No one asked about his abilities. Naruto would tell Layla about his magic and what he has learned. Even Lucy got to obtain Aquarius, one of the celestial keys needed to open the Eclipse Gate. Grammy, who held onto the key, a servant to Layla, was thankful after hearing that Layla would survive. So, she came to gift the celestial key to Lucy, hoping it would bring Lucy to help in the future. Thankfully, Naruto was there and was able to save Grammy from being killed by Zoldeo. He was one of Layla's most trusted servants, but it was clear he was a threat. Naruto wanted to turn him over, but by Layla's plea, released him. Even if Naruto didn't agree with that situation, he very much enjoyed his time at the Heartfilia mansion. Being with the family gave Naruto a sense of another family, but he knew he couldn't keep relying on him. They taught him to read and write, even though he could understand and speak their language. Their written language is vastly different from the language Naruto knew from the elemental nations. Naruto continued to train and spent plenty of time with Lucy, Layla, and Jude. Which Jude, even though had a lot of work, made plenty of time to spend with Lucy, Layla, and surprisingly Naruto too. Jude took a great liking to Naruto, mainly due to him saving his wife, but Naruto found out that Jude was a nice guy. He cared for his family, looked out for them, and made sure his servants had everything they needed. Naruto even got to meet some of the big-time players that Jude works with. This included other wealthy people, who were businessmen, who held great power and wealth. Jude did ask Naruto if he even thought of taking over his business. Jude seemed to be on board if Naruto married Lucy and simply inherited the business from him and Layla. As nice as it would have been, Naruto isn't a businessman and would only drag the business down. Jude fully understood. Jude knew that Lucy wasn't interested in the business either. She was more interested in following her mother's footsteps. The two talked a lot about wanting to join a guild, and Lucy asked if Naruto would want to join FAIRYTAIL, one of the more notable guilds known in Fury. Though Layla said that Lucy was too young to join, let alone go off on her own, telling her that she would have to be older before she went out and did something like that. This now gets us to where Naruto was standing by the Heartfilia mansion doors with a backpack. Currently, Lucy was holding onto Naruto in a tight hug, not wanting to let go. "Do you have to leave, Naruto?" Lucy looked at Naruto with an upset look on her face. Naruto nodded his head. "Yeah, I'm sorry about this, Lucy, but I need to go out there and continue to get stronger. You're a holder-type mage, so your mother is the best to teach you. I need to go out there and get stronger by experience. I hope you can understand why I need to go." Lucy frowned. I know, but I'm just going to miss hanging out with you. It was fun having a friend to play with or hang out with." Naruto simply patted her head. "I'm sure we'll meet again, Lucy. Just for now I need to go my own separate way." Naruto then looked up to see Jude and Layla come walking into the front room. "Besides, you got a baby brother that you'll have to look after." Naruto could see Layla, who was 6 months pregnant with their newest addition to the family. Jude had a small smile on his face. "Do you have to go, son? You know you're allowed to stay as long as you like." Jude began to see Naruto as one of his children, but he couldn't say that. He and Layla agreed to not treat Naruto like their own child, as much as they wanted to. It was due to Lucy. They didn't want Naruto to feel like they were a family. That way, if Naruto and Lucy ever got together, it would be something easier for Naruto to get the idea for, so he didn't look at Lucy like a sister. "Yeah, I do, but I am very thankful for what you and Layla have done for me, as well as Lucy for keeping my company and having someone to play with." Naruto turned to Jarvis, "As well as all the tips about life too, Jarvis." Naruto nodded his head towards the butler, who also nodded his head. "Of course, Naruto-sama, it was my pleasure." Jarvis gave a polite bow. Lucy frowned as she looked at Naruto. I will see you again one day, right? If we do, can we meet at FAIRYTAIL?" Lucy brought her head into Naruto's chest, hugging him. Naruto smiled as he held up his hand to give her a fist bump. "Then let's do this, Lucy. Get stronger. Go through those fighting styles I taught you. Make contracts with your celestial spirits. I'll promise to continue getting stronger and meet you at FAIRYTAIL once we're ready to do so. I'll either meet you there, or wait for you. Let's make it a promise." Naruto Uzumaki never, ever goes back on his promises. Lucy went from an upset pouting look on her face to one that is smiling and holding hope. "All right, I promise you." Lucy smiled back as she hugged Naruto closely. Naruto and Lucy gently broke their hug. Be a good big sis for your little brother, okay? With that said, I'll probably head on out. Naruto waved to everyone with a giant smile on his face. I appreciate everything you've done for me, guys. I'll be sure to write and stop to visit when I'm in the area. Naruto opened the door and walked out. Once he did, he saw the other maids and butlers he knew and helped out when he could, standing in two lines split between butlers and maids. Be well, Naruto-sama. They all said in unison, which they bowed to him. Naruto shook his head, turning to the butlers. Take care, everyone. Carl, Sam, Evan, Steve, and Simon. Naruto then turned to the maids, Lily, Kathy, Naomi, Satellaizer, Ingrid, and Elise. Naruto continued to walk ahead through the garden to go off on his adventure. Jude, Layla, and Lucy came walking out to see Naruto walking away. Lucy watched as he walked away and mumbled, "Better not find another girl, other than me." Lucy began to think back to what Aquarius said about her not having a boyfriend. It kind of annoyed her thinking about someone else being with Naruto other than her. Layla watched as the boy she took in for a bit walked away. She understood why he couldn't stay. He had to go out there and get stronger. Doing so can prepare him for the future. Layla looked down to see her daughter upset to see her first friend go away. Layla smirked. So you going to miss Naruto, Lucy? Lucy nodded her head. I'm sure you'll see him again someday. Lucy said nothing. What'll happen if he makes new friends? It'll be okay. I'm sure we'll all be friends. Lucy responded. What if he finds a girlfriend? Layla giggled as she looked at her daughter once again. What, no? He better. Lucy turned to her mother angrily but froze as she saw the smirking faces of her parents. Jarvis chuckled as he said, looks like Lucy Haim has a crush. Should we expect Lucy Haim to marry Naruto? Jarvis. Lucy screamed in embarrassment as Lucy placed both hands on her face to try to hide her blushing. Backquote, 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 backquote. With Naruto looked up at the sky as he walked. I wonder, where do we first go? Well, if anything, we should head to a place where there are creatures to fight. That way, if we can get ourselves accustomed more to magic. Figure out where we need to go, and what we need to do. Kurama noted importantly that Naruto nodded his head. Should I even think about joining a guild, specifically Fairy Tail? Naruto asked, wondering what Matabi and Kurama's thoughts were. I think for now you should just train, figure out your magic, and continue your training with chakra. Besides, your control is already still at best Jonin level right now. You got a lot of catching up to do. It will be a while before you even get back to your original state. Matabi stated wisely. She didn't want Naruto to get upset or frustrated since he has to start all over again. Naruto nodded his head. Well, let's begin our adventure in this world. We won't know what it's like until we get out there. We also need to get stronger. That way, whatever is coming, it's not a repeat of the Fourth Great Shinobi War. Naruto smiles as he looks up at the sky. Yeah, I won't lose anyone, not again. Naruto looked at the ground, as all his fellow shinobi he graduated flashed through his mind. He hopes that this world never sees war. Because no matter what world, place, or time, war never changes. Backquote, 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 backquote. Time skip 10 years. July 2nd, Earthland age. X 784. Naruto's Earthland age. 679. Physical age. 17. Naruto Uzumaki became one of the biggest mysteries to the current Magic Council and one of the infamous mages who wasn't part of a guild. There were plenty of rumors, stories, and gossip about him that continued to go through the grapevine in Magnolia. So much so, other guild masters sent their own to try to find Naruto and recruit him. However, they were mainly the dark guilds that hunted for him. That are some of the well-known ones like Phantom Lord, Lamina Scale, and Blue Pegasus. Naruto made his way towards Fairy Tail, after many years of waiting. As well as a few years of being MIA from a certain Heartfilia family, he still wrote, just didn't visit since he was quite busy. When he meant busy, Naruto was currently busy with either doing side jobs or well-being a certain someone he thought would be great for this world. I wonder how much Lucy has changed. Been 5 or so years since you last saw her. NYA, I can't wait. Naruto. Think any of those girls we met on our travels ended up growing up to be possible mates for ya. Matabi continued to cheer and purr within Naruto's seal, which made even Kurama chuckle. I must agree, if ya wanted to you could have quite a few girlfriends. Kurama smirked as he lay in the seal with his front paws crossed and his head resting on them. Naruto simply shook his head. I think you two are thinking too much about it. It'll be nice to see them again. I just hope I've gotten strong. I want to know how strong some of the wizard saints are. Maybe even test my skills against an S-class from Fairy Tail. If I correctly remember some recent S-class from there is Erza Scarlet, Mira Jane Strauss, Laxus Drayar, Gildarts Clive, and finally, Mystogen. Naruto soon saw the Fairy Tail guild off in the distance. Naruto hopped to the roofs of buildings and began to run in a streamlined fashion. Naruto didn't bolt for it, but he ran at a steady pace so he could look at his surroundings. Bah! You'll be able to crush them all with ease. They're nothing compared to your and our power. Kurama said boastfully with a large grin on his face, that way you can show off to that Lucy girl. Naruto just sighed, deciding to ignore Kurama and this entire conversation of dating anyone. Especially having anyone close like a significant other. Naruto soon found himself at the entrance to Fairy Tail and opened the doors. Naruto looked in to find the entire guild in an uproar. Naruto saw a boy with pink hair in a fight with a boy with black hair who had nothing but pants on. Another person had white hair, was big and buff, was shouting things about being a real man. And a bunch of other members were in a fight. Naruto continued to pan the entire guild, seeing a bunch of people until Naruto's eyes landed on Lucy. Naruto couldn't believe how much she could grow in 5 years. Lucy was wearing her typical ponytail using an orange scrunchie. Lucy ended up growing up similar to her mother Layla. She inherited her mother's buxom figure and her curvaceous body. Naruto saw her talking to a girl with a slim young woman of below average height. She has long, white hair which curls slightly at the ends, with 2 bangs framing her face and reaching down to her chest. Her hairstyle's most distinctive trait is a short, upward ponytail obtained by gathering and tying the hair covering her forehead. She has large blue eyes and a curvy, voluptuous body, with large S. The girl adorned a sleeveless, ankle-length maroon dress with a pleated skirt. The chest is adorned by a large, pink bow, and similarly colored trimmings frame the rather ample neckline, acting as straps, and a circle around the waist. The white-haired girl was to Lucy's right with another girl with a white head to the left of Lucy's side. The girl to Lucy's left also had white hair that was about neck length. She wore a short, dark red dress with a white collar and bow. Up on her arms above her elbows, she wore gold rings with a pale pink fabric flowing down from them. She wore tall, black socks along with brown shoes. Naruto smirked as he looked left and right as some Fairy Tail members looked at him. Naruto began to walk in towards the bar over where Lucy and the 2 girls were. However, when the crowd that was fighting began to move closer to Naruto, Naruto saw the big white-haired man flung backward toward the girls at the bar. Naruto quickly dashed forward, hoping to prevent him from hitting the girls. Lucy, Mira, and Lisana, who were talking, were interrupted when Lucy shouted, "Look out!" Lucy screamed out as she lifted her hand to block the giant guy from hitting them. She lifted her right foot and shot it out, hoping to kick the guy, redirecting him away. Just then someone moved in front of her as her foot connected with the man. Lucy still pushed all her momentum into her leg and followed through. However, once her foot made contact, her foot continued as the man was sent flying to the side, with the big giant white-haired man went tumbling to the side. Naruto, not seeing Lucy going to kick, shouted, "Oh Kami," as Naruto was sent flying at a nearby table, crashing into it. Mira and Lisana both chuckled. Lisana said, "Oh boy, that was Elfman knee, he can be so clumsy at times. Ahahaha." Mira shook her head slowly to the left and right. "Gotta admit I feel bad for the boy you just kicked. Have to admit though, you got a strong right kick." Lucy, sheepish from the compliment, said, "Why yeah. Well, I learned thanks to someone who helped give me pointers on how to fight." The 3 turned to Elfman, who slowly stood back up. Man, that was not manly at all. A real man continues even if he was knocked down. Elfman took off, charging back into the fray, punching the pink-haired boy across the face. Once Elfman got back into the fight, they all continued to look at the boy who Lucy accidentally kicked. Naruto looked down and slowly stood up and dusted himself off from his legs. "Up, man. I have to admit, Lucy, you sure got strong, and a hell of a lot quicker the last time we saw one another." Naruto then looked up and he looked at Lucy with a smile on his face. Lucy's eyes widened as she looked at Naruto. Wait. Naruto." Lucy screamed out as she looked at how much Naruto had changed since the last time she saw him. Naruto chuckled as he gave her his classical smile and nodded his head. "Yep. In the flesh. Oof. Before Naruto knew it, Lucy slammed into him as she hugged him with both arms up against his body. Naruto looked down to see some tears of joy on her face. His bright smile changed to a gentle one and he wrapped his arms around her. It's good to see you again, Luce. It's been a while. Soon the two girls. Lucy was next to come walking over with a smile on their faces. So you must be the infamous Naruto Lucy was talking about. She was telling us a lot about ya. Lee-sana said with a cute smile on her face. I'll admit that you're not too bad to look at. Lee-sana giggled as she looked at Mira-Jane. Mira, on the other hand, when she came walking up to Naruto, looked at him strangely. Well, it is nice to meet you, but I swear we have seen you before. Mira placed a hand on her lip as she stared at Naruto. Naruto knew what they were talking about. Lee-sana was surprised, too curious about what her big sister Mira meant. Slowly Lucy pulled away from Naruto as she wiped away some tears. You dummy, I can't believe Sniff you didn't visit for almost 5 years. Haha, you was worried sick about you, and Oto-san. I was worried too. You only kept sending us letters, but you never stopped visiting after a while. Why? Naruto looked at Lucy, understanding her plight and her being upset at him. Naruto placed a hand on top of her head and gently patted it. I have no excuse for not visiting, simply for the fact that I was busy training. Going around Fury and seeing the country, which included fighting monsters, beasts, and other mages, or dark guilds. I was kept busy and a lot of what I did was dangerous. I made enemies, I'm sure, out there too. I couldn't risk being seen going back to your place. Not only that, but my training itself was harsh and difficult. Naruto knew he could just transform and hide his identity, but he wanted Lucy to grow up without him. He knew when they were younger, she clung to him and relied on him a lot. He wanted to make sure she could be independent and handle herself without him. Besides, her trying to keep up with him would have been almost impossible, and she would have only slowed him down. Lucy simply shook her head and smiled. I'm just glad you're here and you kept your promise. Now we can enjoy being part of Fairy Tail together. Mira smiled, taking a step forward. Ah, I see you're also interested in joining. Let me go get Master to notify him. Mira walked away to go get their Master of the guild. Naruto turned to the other girl. Name's Naruto, a pleasure to meet you. Nice to meet you too, I'm Lee-sana. The big lug over there you caught was Elfman Ni, he's my big brother. My name-san is Mira-Jane, but everyone calls her Mira. Glad you came to join the guild. Lee-sana said with a bright smile on her face. I'm glad to have joined the guild too. I can't wait to see what this is all about too. Naruto gave her a thumbs up, which Lee-sana was interested in who Naruto was. Just then Mira and an old man came walking up to Naruto. Naruto was surprised to see the man Mira was with was a very short elderly man. He has black eyes and is growing bald with only the outer rims of his head containing white hair. He was wearing a white shirt with a black fairy tale stamp in the middle under an orange hoodie. His attire was complete with matching orange shorts and an orange and blue striped jester hat. The master of the guild stuck his hand out to Naruto. Ah. Hello, there young man. A pleasure to meet you. I am Makarov Drayar, the master of this guild. Who might you be? I heard you're interested in joining the guild. Makarov took a look at Naruto's eyes, wondering what type of person he was. A pleasure to meet you, master. My name is Naruto Uzumaki and yes, I'm looking to join this guild. Naruto shook Makarov's hand, and Naruto could tell just how wise and powerful the guildmaster was. Wonderful. Just have Mira place a stamp on you, and you're ready to go. Makarov said with a very bright smile on his face. He was very happy to have a child join his guild. Mira nodded her head. Naruto, where would you like your guild mark? What color too? Naruto smirked. I want it on the back of my right hand, orange please. Mira took the stamp and placed it on his hand and added some magic. Naruto saw the guild mark appear orange on his hand. There you go, there's your stamp. Makarov went to cheer out. Now everyone listens up. The entire guild stopped after Makarov got their attention. We got 2 brand new guild members. Now let's party. Just then Mira quickly went to Naruto's side and quickly tapped his shoulder. Wait a second. I know where I've seen you before. The entire guild looked towards Mira. Makarov asked. Mira my dear, what do you mean? Mira looked closely at Naruto's eyes and reached her hand up to his face. May I? Naruto simply nodded his head. Damn, there's no way she recognizes him, does she? Kurama and Matabi both thought at the time watching this play out. Mira placed her hand on his face and closed her eyes. She felt out for Naruto's magic and then her eyes opened. I knew it. It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who saved me, Elfman, and Lysana 2 years ago. Wasn't it? Your magic. It feels so similar to what you were using that day. You used takeover magic. Lysana's and Elfman's eyes when they heard Mira say this. Even Natsu looked at Naruto with interest in his eyes, and Makarov looked at Naruto intently. Naruto was very surprised Mira saw this, but he had to give it to her, she was right. Naruto smiled as he nodded his head. I wondered if those 3 kids I saved that day were you 3. Naruto chuckled as he began to glower as his features began to change. Naruto grew to the size of about a wolf, as he had 9 swaying tails behind him, with orange fur, blood-red eyes with slits, and 3 whisker-like marks on his face. Yeah, you're exactly correct. Naruto then transformed back into his normal human form as Lysana and Elfman quickly surrounded Naruto, pulling him into a hug along with Mirajane. The 3 all cried out together, "Thank you! Thank you! Thank you!" The 3 chanted. Once they let him go, Elfman slapped Naruto on the back. "You're a real man, Naruto. Thanks for saving both of my sisters." Lysana wiped a tear from the corner of her eye. "Thank you for saving me. That saved my Ni-chan and Nei-chan from having to endure pain if they lost me." Mira gently clasped Naruto's hands within her hands as Mira had some tears run down her cheeks. "I can't tell you, show you, or even fathom how much I am thankful to you. Losing either one of my siblings would have crushed me. If there is anything you ever need, please do not hesitate to ask." Naruto chuckled embarrassedly as he rubbed the back of his head. Don't mention it, it was the right thing to do when I saw you in trouble. I'm glad you all are okay and alive." Natsu was surprised as he ran up to Naruto. "Thanks, man. Lysana means so much to me. She's like one of my best friends. So, thanks, man. I appreciate you a lot. If y'all ever need anything, let me know. Like if you ever need a place to stay. Oh, and the name is Natsu Dragneel. This is my best buddy Happy." Happy flew out from behind Natsu. Gray walked up and let a chuckle out. "Yeah, thanks a bunch. It wouldn't have been the same without the Strauss siblings here. My name is Gray Fullbuster. Nice to meet ya. Also, watch out. Flame Brain's house is a complete dump. Not suitable for people to live in unless you're a scaly salamander like him. Oi, stripper. You wanna go?" Natsu glared at Gray with his fists up and ready to fight. "Yeah. I'll take your fire for Brain's ass on. Bop wham, OW, ouch." The 2 cried out after Makarov retracted his enlarged hand. Makarov smiled and nodded his head, as any parent would say to a person for saving their child's life. "I thank you from the bottom of my heart, Naruto. Thank you." "Yeah. Glad to have been of help." Naruto gave them all a thumbs up. Just then a girl came running up to Naruto once again. Naruto noticed she was a rather young, petite teenage girl of a slender build who stands at a rather below average height for her age. Her shoulder-length blue hair, which has eyebrow-length bangs, is normally tied up with a colorful bandana around her head. She also had on an orange dress that went down just past her hips. "My name is Levi Magarden. I'm sorry to ask you this, but you are the Naruto Uzumaki, right?" Naruto raised an eyebrow and chuckled, nodding his head to confirm her question, meaning, "You're the one almost every guild has been looking for." Naruto nodded his head again. "It's well known. But there was a story about a boy who was around the age of 12 years old that was powerful enough to be considered S-class. I heard there was even a quest that was considered an SS class, or also known as a 10 years quest. It was the quest to kill the King of Sea Kings." Naruto's amused smile dropped. "What? How the heck did word spread around that it was me?" Levi was surprised. "So it is true. Tales talked about a blonde boy, with blue eyes, and whisker marks on both sides of his cheeks. That also doesn't exclude a bunch of other feats that were set by you. Maybe you're not as popular around Fury, but tons of people know of you in Magnolia. I heard a lot from the people about you for helping out. At one point even our jobs requests and everything were cancelled. That or the job requests specifically were requesting you. What this kid stopped us from getting our money. I struggled to pay rent that time. There's no way, it can't be true. Bruh, he took our jobs. He took our jobs." Naruto began to chuckle and laugh as Lucy even looked away, even though she knew about that, and she did her best to hide her laughter. Naruto nodded his head. I might have, but I didn't realize it after a bunch of angry mages from other guilds tried to teach me a lesson, but let's just say that failed." "How many were you up against?" Mira asked, surprised Naruto could take them on his own, even if he was S-class. Maybe 8 or so, 2 of them were at least A-class mages and 1 S-class, but they were no biggie. Naruto shrugged his shoulders as everyone stared at him in shock. But ya know ya do what ya have to do. So, are we gonna start this party or not? Wait. Gramps. Are you going to let him keep his rank of S-class? Natsu called out, eager to hear what Makarov wanted to do. Makarov shook his head. Well, if there are enough people to say he was S-class, I don't see the reason not to. Makarov then placed both his hands on his hips, unsure of what to say. Wait. I know. Why don't we have him duke it out with an S-class mage to see if he can do it? Jet called out, annoyed. Yeah, for all we know it could be just rumors, Droy added, with many other members nodding their heads. Wait. I did my research, I think it's true, guys. Plus, even eyewitness and their testimonies are pretty similar and accurate. Levi tried to defend Naruto, but not a lot of members agreed so easily. Yeah. Come on, let's see how he is against Erza. She should be back soon. Wakaba smiled as he took a puff from his pipe. Yeah. Let's see what the newbie can do. Macau smirked at the thought of the idea. Makarov sighed as he shook his head. Alright, Naruto, what do you think? Do you have a problem with it? Naruto rubbed the back of his head and said, I'm not complaining. If I were to start from square one, I wouldn't care that much. Lucy then argued, wait. Naruto, they don't know what you're capable of. I mean, I've seen firsthand how strong you are. Lucy was annoyed that people began to judge Naruto before they even knew who he was. I know Natsu could destroy an entire pier on his own. However, I've seen Naruto create mile-wide craters, and could cause the water in the lakes and ocean to part. Don't judge him before you've even seen him in action. Lucy said back angrily, causing some of the guild members to notice Lucy defending Naruto. Levi felt hurt and upset, hurt because so many people downplayed Naruto. She knew how strong he was, not only that. He saved her one time when she was being attacked by a group of Dark Guild mages. Jet and Droy weren't there at the time to protect her, but he did and saw him in action. Naruto is strong, yet in spite, they all judge him too quickly. No one deserves to be judged so critically until everyone has seen his actual strength. Come on. Naruto ni has to have some merit. Lisana also argued, and Naruto looked to her surprised. Hope you don't mind me calling you that. Lisana added with a smile which made her look cute. Naruto didn't mind it since, besides, he was able to protect me and Mira and saved Elfman when we went on our S-class mission. I agree, you can't judge Naruto so much, if Naruto is as strong as he is. You heard Levi, there wouldn't be this type of rumors and stories without evidence. Even our clients have said things about a boy with blonde spiky hair. Besides, if Master thinks he should have the rank of S-class, then it's his say. Not ours. Mira also added, trying to help defend Naruto. Makarov sighed as he shook his head. Alright then, I still wish to allow Naruto to keep the class of S-class. However, if people need convincing, then we will let Erza decide if he is deserving of such titles. Naruto could interject, but it is a lesson for a lot of people in the guild. People cannot be judged because of their titles, it's the actions that speak who a person truly is. Naruto rubbed the back of his head. Alright then, if that's what everyone wants, I see no problem with it. With that said, the guild members all busted out with cheers as Naruto began to see the alcohol begin going around. As the guild went back to their typical activities, Naruto went off to the side by the bar with Lucy, Mira, Lisana, Levi, and Makarov. Naruto looked to Master and asked, so, when do you think Erza will be back from her mission? Makarov shrugged his shoulders. I'd give her at least another few days at the most. In the meantime, do you have a place to stay, you two? Makarov then looked to Lucy. Oh, that's right, I forgot. Our 2 new members are childhood friends. Do we need to worry about you two shacking up in the same apartment? Or making googly eyes at one another when at the guild? Makarov giggled with excitement as he looked at Lucy. He knew even himself that she was quite the looker. Lucy was surprised, but Mira interjected and said, I'm sure the 2 have their places to stay, or at least have an idea. I don't think it's like that, Master. Mira glared at Makarov, which made him chuckle a bit more as he seemingly walked away from the conversation. Lisana sighed. Master can be a bit of a perv, but he is honest to good, Master. Lisana went to continue fighting until there was a shout. Oh, you're pushing it, Flame Brain. You want to kick this fight up a notch? Gray shouted as the ice began to come off of his body. Yeah. Let's go, ice stripper. I'll cook your scrawny ass. Lee-sana sighed as she shook her head. You guys have fun. I need to go remind Natsu and Gray that they're supposed to be friends, and friends get along. Naruto watched as an almost cold and scary aura appear around Lee-sana as she kept that smiling look on her face. Mira giggled as she turned to Naruto. Lee-sana and Natsu have been close friends since they were little kids. With that said, have you two found a place to stay at? Lucy nodded her head. Yeah. My landlord thankfully isn't too bad, but she does worry me. I mean my rent is almost 70,000 jewels a month. I'm lucky I even had some to spare after I got what I needed. Lucy looked to Naruto with a concerned look on her face. We need to go on missions soon. Naruto waved to Lucy to tell her to chill out. Ma, don't stress so much, Lucy. Naruto shook his head, chuckling. I guess some things about you never change, but I'm glad it didn't. At least that gives me an excuse to always need to be by you. Lucy blushed at the comment, but it did feel nice to hear that Naruto liked being with her. I'm jealous you two are so close. Why don't you two go out on a mission tomorrow? I'm sure you two have a couple of days before Azo comes back. Mira looked over to the board. There are some easy ones or harder quests below S rank that pay relatively well. Mira pointed to a specific quest. There's one that talks about eliminating a low-ranking monster terrorizing a city. I think it was called a displacement beast or something. But I think it's right up both of your alleys. I'm game. What about you, Lucy? Yeah, we can do that. I want to show you what I can do. Lucy added some pep and energy to her voice. Naruto turned to Levi. Out of curiosity, Levi, are you a typical combat-type mage? Levi shakes her head. No, I can fight when I need to. I'm better at the brains and stuff and strategies. That or I can do support. I use solid script magic. Cool, I can do that too. Naruto lifted his hand in the air. He took an empty cup. Solid script. Water. When Naruto wrote the words, Levi watched in amazement as she saw Naruto use different lettering. The water soon fell into the cup, filling it to the top. Naruto used the original characters he knew back from his homeland. Levi looked at Naruto in surprise. Whoa. I've seen that language before. It's an old language that another country uses. I think it's from the Alvarez Empire if I remember correctly. Are you from there? Levi looked to Naruto interested. Now Naruto didn't want to lie, but he almost had no choice but to lie. Lucy doesn't even know the full story about himself. Only Layla knows, and Jarvis knows to an extent. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Truly I don't know. All I know is my parents died the night I was born. So, I don't remember much. Mira, Lucy, and Levi all frowned. Oh, I'm so sorry, I had no idea. I got so. Levi went to apologize, but Naruto chuckled, placing a finger on her lip. You had no idea. You can't blame yourself for that. If you want, I can teach you the language if you wish to learn it. Naruto smiled, showing her he forgave her even if she didn't mean it. Well, I'm glad you at least told us. We're glad to get to know you better, Naruto. You're going to be the talk of the guild for a while. Mira added, trying to keep the mood up. I know I'd like to get to know my blonde savior if I get some free time. Yeah, sounds like fun. I'd love to. Levi cheered as she looked toward Naruto with a slight blush on her cheeks. I'd like to get to know about him more too. He has a mysterious vibe to him, not to mention the smile on his face. He also isn't too bad to look at either. Lucy smiled as she took a sip of some water that Mira placed on the table. However, her thoughts were a little different. I didn't think that Naruto would be such a hero and a big shot. Just what has he been doing? How much is he hiding? I feel like he knows a lot more than he leads. I want to ask, but I'm worried I'd pry too much, and it could ruin our relationship. I care greatly for him. I wish I could tell him how I felt about him. Lucy kept these thoughts to herself, hoping that one day she'll get some answers. Maybe I just need to take this chance to get to know my blonde-headed childhood friend. Backquote. 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 Later that night, Naruto was finishing up hanging out with everyone, getting to know Gray, Natsu, Happy, Lee-sana, Elfman, Mirajane, and even some of the other members of the guild. Though, it was funny to watch Loki try hitting on Lucy. Though, it did make Naruto feel like wanting to hit Loki for trying to hit on her. Soon enough though, Lucy told him off by delivering a swift kick in the side. Lucy went ahead and left to head back to her apartment and told Naruto to meet her here tomorrow for a mission. Naruto finished up his conversations with Mira and Levi, and was introduced to Fairy Tail's main alcoholic Kana Alberona. Naruto got up from the bar. Well, it's been fun partying, but I'm going to turn in if you guys don't mind. Naruto waved to everyone, as the three girls waved to him. However, on his way out Makarov gestured the new member over to him. Naruto came over and Makarov asked, "Naruto, my boy, can we talk in my office?" Naruto nodded his head, complying with him, and followed him into his office. When they got in, Makarov took a seat and gestured for Naruto to do the same. Naruto complied and sat down. "So, what is it, master?" Naruto looked at the older man confused. Makarov studied Naruto ever since he joined the guild. There were plenty of things that stuck out to him. "My dear boy, before I begin, may I ask you, is there anything you'd like to tell me? Of course, anything you say or do will stay strictly between you and me. I promise you that." Naruto looked at the man confused. "I'm confused, master, what do you mean?" Makarov sighed as she closed his eyes and then slowly opened them. "Well, I've been watching you interact with the others in the guild. I must say, you fit in quite well and you're mysterious, but there is a lot more to you." Makarov's eyes looked serious. "I have never seen a boy your age with their guard up. With every movement you made, there were almost no openings to catch you off guard if someone attacked you. You look battle-hardened, professionally trained. Not only that, those eyes. I've seen those types of eyes before, my dear boy. Someone who has witnessed calamities and events that no normal person should see. War, my boy. I'm asking if you have seen war?" Naruto was floored by what Makarov said to him. He couldn't believe that he could so easily deduce Naruto by his actions, including just by looking at his eyes. "I must say, he is very experienced, he is very wise and perceptive. I can't believe he could even tell that from you." Kurama was very impressed by Makarov's deducing skills. Wait. How can you even tell?" Naruto looked at Makarov, surprised by his words. Makarov closed his eyes and sighed. "I've seen and dealt with a lot of things, my dear Naruto. Things I wish I could unsee and understand as well. I can see it, not only that, but the amount of determination, and much more, comes off of you. It's like I'm staring at a raging fire that is powerful when lit. Burns who it wants to burn and can leave the things that it loves unharmed. So, my boy, do you wish to discuss this with me? Fairy Tail is home to mages who have no place to call home, people to call family, and a place where they feel they belong. Live, love, laugh, work, and most of all have fun." Naruto looked at Makarov with a very impressed look on his face. Naruto simply smiled. This is truly why Makarov Drayar was the leader of this guild. Why he oversaw everyone. He was a parent, a leader, who could deduce anything and know when someone he cares about is hurting. Naruto shook his head. If he was going to tell everyone everything, he figured it might as well be Makarov. "Well, why don't we start here then?" Naruto held his right hand up. "Tell me, master, have you ever heard of what chakra is?" Makarov raised an eyebrow, showing he had no clue what Naruto was talking about. "Get comfortable, because there is a lot that has happened to me. These past few hundred centuries have been long." Naruto held his right hand up as a Rasengan formed in his hand. Makarov's eyes widened as he felt the power come from Naruto's attack. He could not sense chakra, but he could feel the ferocity of the said attack. "I see, from that example alone, I can now see you are no normal mage, Naruto." Naruto was finishing up hanging out with everyone, getting to know Gray, Natsu, Happy, Listener, Elfman, Mirajan, and even some of the other members of the guild. Though, it was funny to watch Lokatree hitting on Lucy. Though, it did make Naruto feel like wanting to hit Lokafor trying to hit on her. Soon enough though, Lucy told him off by delivering a swift kick in the side. Lucy went ahead and left to head back to her apartment and told Naruto to meet her here tomorrow for a mission. Naruto finished up his conversations with Mira and Levi and was introduced to Fairy Tail's main alcoholic Kana Alberona. Naruto got up from the bar. "Well, it's been fun partying, but I'm going to turn in if you guys don't mind." Naruto waved to everyone, and the three girls waved to him. However, on his way out Makarov gestured the new member over to him. Naruto came over and Makarov asked, "Naruto, my dear boy, can we talk in my office?" Naruto nodded his head, complying with him, and followed him into his office. When they got in, Makarov took a seat and gestured for Naruto to do the same. Naruto complied and sat down. "So, what is it, master?" Naruto looked at the older man confused. Makarov studied Naruto ever since he joined the guild. There were plenty of things that stuck out to him. "My dear boy, before I begin, may I ask you, Is there anything you'd like to tell me? Of course, anything you say or do will stay strictly between you and me. I promise you that. Naruto looked at the man confused. I'm confused, master, what do you mean? Makarov sighed as she closed his eyes and then slowly opened them. Well, I've been watching you interact with the others in the guild. I must say, you fit in quite well and you're mysterious, but there is a lot more to you. Makarov's eyes looked serious. I have never seen a boy your age with their guard up. With every movement you made, there were almost no openings to catch you off guard if someone attacked you. You look battle-hardened, professionally trained. Not only that, those eyes. I've seen those types of eyes before, my dear boy. Someone who has witnessed calamities and events that no normal person should see. War, my boy. I'm asking if you have seen war? Naruto was floored by what Makarov said to him. He couldn't believe that he could so easily deduce Naruto by his actions, including just by looking at his eyes. I must say, he is very experienced, he is very wise and perceptive. I can't believe he could even tell that from you. Kurama was very impressed by Makarov's deducing skills. Wait. How can you even tell? Naruto looked at Makarov, surprised by his words. Makarov closed his eyes and sighed. I've seen and dealt with a lot of things, my dear Naruto. Things I wish I could unsee and ununderstand as well. I can see it, not only that, but the amount of determination, and much more, comes off of you. It's like I'm staring at a raging fire that is powerful when lit. Burns who it wants to burn and can leave the things that it loves unharmed. So, my boy, do you wish to discuss this with me? Fairy Tail is home to mages who have no place to call home, people to call family, and a place where they feel they belong. Live, love, laugh, work, and most of all have fun. Naruto looked at Makarov with a very impressed look on his face. Naruto simply smiled. This is truly why Makarov Drayar was the leader of this guild. Why he oversaw everyone. He was a parent, a leader, who could deduce anything and know when someone he cares about is hurting. Naruto shook his head. If he was going to tell everyone everything, he figured it might as well be Makarov. Well, why don't we start here then? Naruto held his right hand up. Tell me, master, have you ever heard of what chakra is? Makarov raised an eyebrow, showing he had no clue what Naruto was talking about. Get comfortable, because there is a lot that has happened to me. These past few hundred centuries has been long. Naruto held his right hand up as a Rasengan formed in his hand. Makarov's eyes widened as he felt the power come from Naruto's attack. He could not sense chakra, but he could feel the ferocity of the said attack. I see, from that example alone, I can now see you are no normal mage, Naruto. Backquote, 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 backquote. This chapter. Next day, Naruto woke up from bed as he slowly sat up and looked out the window. Naruto decided to start his day quickly. He created a shadow clone, which Matabi took control of to make breakfast. Naruto went to go take a shower, which didn't take long, and within 10 minutes Naruto came down. Naruto this time changed his outfit he had on before, which was similar to his original black and orange jumpsuit. Naruto now adorned a new jumpsuit that was a dark blue shirt and pants. Naruto had kunai and shuriken holsters on each side of his pants. The pants also had red hints on the sides of his pants, along with red shoes. To keep his pants on was a patterned red belt with a golden circle clasp that had the moon and sun marked next to it. Naruto's shirt had a specifically red zipper, while the rest of his shirt was blue. Naruto didn't zip it up all the way, revealing a black undershirt with a chainmail-like mesh shirt underneath. Naruto had a turtle-like collar that went up to about the bottom of his but left the front wide open. Naruto also had 2 golden shoulder pads on each shoulder, the left pad with the moon, and the right side having the sun mark on it. Naruto seemingly 2 individual pieces of cloth, in a rectangular shape, flow freely behind him. Naruto came downstairs to his kitchen to meet Matabi, placing breakfast on the table. Matabi was currently transformed into a female human version of herself. Incorporating the Y Jutsu allowed Matabi to create a human female of herself. Matabi had pale smooth skin, bright blue hair, her typical heterochromia eyes, and 3 whisker-like marks on her cheeks. Tattoo-like markings represent the fire pattern on her shoulders to her forearms, her right leg, and a single mark on her lower neck. She had on a purple kimono with a back-piece collar around her neck. Her sleeves were separate from her main piece of the kimono, with hints of red near the bottom of her sleeves. With a golden sash on her abdomen tied on with 2 red strings, fishnet leggings that went halfway down her thigh. with open-toed sandals that went up to her knees, and 2 red pieces of her kimono draped behind her. You will be able to find their outfits on my Pinterest I will make for this story. I will also eventually include the novel Ice of Lucy, Levi, Erza, Mira, and Wendy, my friend novel aide Mira. Well, doesn't that look lovely on you, Naruto-kun? Matabi purred with joy as his hair seemingly swayed left and right as if they were her tails. Thanks, Matabi, it seems Rose did well with the outfit, thought a little on the flashy side. Naruto examined himself with the outfit. I'm not too mad about the color, in fact the golden almost even looks orange, which I'm not complaining about. Naruto chuckled as he clasped his hands together, itadakimasu. With that, Naruto continued to chat with Matabi as the two ate breakfast. Kurama decided to stay fast asleep since he wasn't needed for anything. Once Naruto was done, he helped Matabi clean up and then made his way out heading towards FAIRYTAIL to do a job with Lucy. FAIRYTAIL Naruto soon walked into the doors of FAIRYTAIL and opened the doors to find people already there. When he did, it was as if people either never left, or slept there the entire night. Naruto scratched his head and then found Mira already at the bar. Naruto walked over and before he said anything Mira saw him and waved him down. Morning Naruto. Hope your first day was a day to remember. Naruto waved to her as he walked over to Mira. Yeah, it certainly was, getting into my first brawl was rather different. Naruto chuckled remembering when Natsu punched him in the face. When Natsu did that, Naruto didn't even move. When he hit back, he sent Natsu flying into 3 other guys knocking them all out. Naruto didn't even use his full strength, he held back and used only 2% of his true strength. That was without magic or chakra, so, any interesting missions you know of on the board? For Lucy's sake, maybe something that pays well? Mira giggled, she then turned and yelled to Lisana who was in the back, Hey Lisana, are there any good paying missions that Naruto and Lucy could go on today? Lisana came out from the back, oh, sure thing Ne-chan. Morning to you Naruto ni. Lisana waved to Naruto as he gave her a small wave back. Lisana ran up to the board and glossed over some missions, which she then proceeded to grab and run over to Mira. Here you two go. I think this mission should be fun for you guys to go on. Just then Natsu called out, Hey Lisana, Elfman, come on, we don't get all day. We gotta take care of those pesky bandits. Natsu proceeded to punch his fist into the open palm of his other hand. Coming. Lisana then turned to Naruto and Mira, well I'll see you two later, Elfman ni. Come on let's get going. Lisana ran towards Natsu as Happy flew over Lisana's head. Elfman smirked as he flexed his muscles, yeah let's do this mission like a real man. Lisana's sweat dropped, but I'm not even a man, Naruto chuckled as he then was handed the mission by Mira, he glossed over it, a class mission, it's a request to get rid of some dark mages over at Mangrove Village, seems simple enough. The pay is nice too, offering 350,000 jewels, a bonus if we can catch the head honcho of this group too. Naruto glanced through some of the details, this should be a breeze. Just then Levi came walking over, morning Mira. Morning Naruto. Jed and Droy have not shown up to the guild yet, so she decided to go over and say hi. Morning Levi. Both Naruto and Mira replied at the same time. Naruto then asked, you going on a mission anytime soon Levi? Naruto asked curiously to Levi. Levi nodded her head, I need to start going on some jobs so I can make some money for this month's rent. Not that I'm tight on money, I just like staying on top of it. Naruto gestured to himself with his thumb, if you want you can join me and Lucy if y'all want to. What about you Mira? Levi thought for a moment, and Mira gave Naruto a light smile, well, I could come and show you around where you need to go. I don't do missions anymore. I mostly do Sorcerer's Weekly as a model. I make most of my money there. I see. Well you're more than welcome to come if y'all want. I'm sure we'll all do fine. Naruto said using a hand gesture to show that it would be a cinch for them. Well with that said, maybe we should let one another know our magics. That way we can figure out how we fit in this group. Mira suggested and the two both nodded their heads. Just then another voice called out, Mira, Levi, Naruto, morning. The 3 turned their heads to find Lucy walking over to them with a smile on her face. Hey guys. What are you all doing? Going over the mission debrief, since we're all going. We're talking about our magic along with our strengths and weaknesses. Naruto gestured for her to come over. which Lucy trotted over quicker. Not that Lucy minded that Levi or Mira joined, but it did irk her not being able to spend alone time with Naruto. So, what's the mission entailing? We have to take out a bunch of Dark Guild members from Dark Unicorn. They're causing problems for a place called Mangrove Village. It's not too far away from Clover Town. Mira is gonna guide us, and Levi is along for the ride since Jet and Roy aren't here. I see. Well, I guess I'll start. I'm a celestial wizard. I got keys for Aquarius, Cancer, and Taurus. Those are from the 12 celestial zodiac keys. Then some silver keys, but they usually aren't much for combat. Lucy chuckled as she looked at Naruto and gave him a thumbs up. I've also managed to be able to summon 2 of them at once and keep them in the human world for an hour. I practiced hard and trained hard like my mother taught me, and trained physically like you wanted me to. That's great. Since I realized the weakness of a celestial mage is the hand-to-hand combat. I'm glad you were able to pick up some techniques. Naruto was glad that Lucy took his advice and incorporated his teachings into her style. Mira and Levi took note of Naruto and Lucy being quite close. Wow. Did you two know one another before coming here? Mira asked curiously. Lucy nodded her head, quickly answering Mira's question. Yeah. He stayed with us for a few months before he left on his own. Lucy smiled, thinking back on memories. It was fun hanging out with Naruto and training with him. Even though he left, for the first few years he would stop by. However, of course then for 5 years, he didn't show up. All he did was write. Lucy looked over to Naruto, annoyed as she crossed her arms over her chest. Naruto seemingly missed the part where Lucy emphasized the word, and this didn't go unnoticed by Levi and Mira. Naruto, realizing Lucy was still upset by that, sweat dropped. I'm sorry, Lucy. I told you I had to go on my own to get stronger. Besides, I need large open areas for my magic, otherwise, I can't get stronger. Naruto looked to Mira and Levi and held up both of his hands, with all 5 fingers up. I am a sage dragon slayer mainly. I have takeover, solid script, enchantment, and I can use wind, water, earth, fire, lighting, and finally light magic. Lucy's eyes widen. WH. Naruto slapped a hand over Lucy's mouth. I'd like to keep that on the down low if possible. Fewer people know, the better. Naruto chuckled as he looked at the girls. Mira had a hand over her mouth. Wow, that's impressive for even a S-rank mage yourself to know. How is that possible you learned all those magics? Levi was very interested in hearing Naruto's answer. Wow. You're like a prodigy. Most mages can only learn up to a few types of magic. Even then only being proficient with 1 or 2. How did you do it? To top it all off, you're a dragon slayer like Natsu. Naruto explained it the best way possible he knew how it worked. From my understanding, this is all based on how a person is taught magic. It's like learning a language. If you teach the child young enough different magics, they can eventually train and learn to get stronger later on, being able to learn other magics and become stronger with those too. Wow, so who taught you? Did a dragon teach you? Mira asked curiously to Naruto, and he nodded his head. Yeah, she did, but she disappeared on July 7th x 777. I have no idea where she went. Her name was Rose. Naruto smiled, thinking back to her, but he wondered who she was. She was family to him, she raised him like he was her own. He loved her greatly, but he wanted to know what happened to her. Just like Natsu too. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, but I'm sure you'll find her one day. Levi smiled, giving Naruto a reassured look on her face. Well, you know my magic. I'm just a solid script mage. But what element can you eat? I know Natsu can eat fire. But what's yours? Naruto smirks and says, you'll just have to figure that out. Naruto giggled as he looked at Levi. Mira smiled. You know my main. I use takeover magic, but I can use transformation and some water spells. Well, what do you guys say? Let's get going. Naruto stood up from his seat to leave, and the girls followed, but he stopped. Wait. The 3 girls looked at him confused. What should our team name be? Levi placed a finger on her lower lip. When I'm with Jet and Roy, we're Team Shadow Gear. Naruto looked at her with a sad face. Dang. That is so much cooler than Team 7. Naruto crossed his arms over his chest. I thought Team Fire Shadow could be cool. But that is just awesome. The rest of the guild looked to Naruto and his team, and Naruto realized all eyes were on him. Naruto nervously chuckled. When you're going out on a mission with a bunch of pretty girls, I guess it's not hard for the guild to miss that. Just then Lucy smiled and said, I kinda like that name. That or we just go with Team Uzumaki. Mira looked at Naruto and nodded her head. I like that name. Team Fire Shadow has a nice ring to it. Naruto looked to Levi. What do you think? Levi nodded her head. I like it. Wait. Won't Droy and Jet get upset if you joined up with another team? Naruto didn't want to make it look like he was taking Levi away from Jet and Droy. Levi chuckled as she waved her hand from side to side. Well, I'll admit that Jet and Droy are nice guys. They are really sweet too, but they can be a bit much sometimes and be too overprotective. I do understand it though, we've been childhood friends. They seem like swell guys, hopefully, they don't mind us stealing you from time to time. Naruto gave her a slight pat on the head as he gestured for them all to move. I can go get a carriage to take us there. The head part caused Levi to pout a bit but hid it well so the others didn't notice. Mira chuckled and said, a carriage? There's something better than that. Let's get a magic four-wheeler. It can drive us there. Naruto seemingly tilted his head confused. He didn't know what that was. Backquote. 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 Moments later Naruto looked curious as he sat in the front with Mira as she connected the SE plug to her arm. She began to pump magic into the vehicle and the group began to drive. Naruto looked around as they went at a steady pace through town. Huh. This is rather different, faster than a horse-drawn carriage. That reminds me Naruto, you're a dragon slayer, right? So why don't you have motion sickness like Natsu does? Levi asked curiously. Now that you mention it, I remember Natsu having problems like that all the time. Mira looked at Naruto confused. Motion sickness. That doesn't seem like fun. Lucy looked at Naruto thinking about what it must be like for Natsu. It's simple, becoming a dragon slayer grants the user immense magical powers. As well as the senses of a dragon too. Naruto held up his finger in the air. A magic power grows stronger with time and training. However, for dragon slayers it also heightens their senses, which affects the body. So, if a dragon slayer's body is not up to physical capability with their magic, it means their bodies were not prepared to handle the extra senses the magic gives to the user. Naruto smiled as he thought back to Rose. I made sure to nip that in the bud as early as possible. That way I won't have issues like that. Interesting. That's certainly news to hear. So, you're saying Natsu isn't physically strong enough to handle the magic it grants him? Levi smiled as she took down some notes. Oh. Don't mind me, I'm just writing a book on magics and their effects. Naruto smiled and nodded his head. That's wonderful if you want any input or anything. I'm more than happy to help out. All I ask is if I can maybe read it. Same. Sign me up for a copy. Levi felt a bit embarrassed by it, but smiled. Why yay. I will. I wasn't going to publish it, but if you guys think it is good, I'll think about it. You should do it. Why not Levi? I think it'll be a real hit. Naruto smiled as he turned his head back to face the front. How much farther Mira? Mira looked ahead and said, maybe another 40 or so minutes, but I can speed it up to get there quicker if need be. As long as it doesn't completely deplete your magic, go at a pace good for yourself. Naruto made sure to iterate that Mira didn't overdo it, so let's go over the plan. When we get there we'll find out where they're hiding and take them out. Levi, from my understanding you more support. Let us know where the enemy is, and if they try to get around us. Lucy will help us with numbers with her celestial keys. Mira and I will be the ones who knock some skulls together. Questions? Naruto looked to see if they had any ideas they wanted to try out. Backquote. 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 Mangrove Village. The group soon arrived, meeting the mayor of the village. Fairy Tail mages, thank you so much for coming. The mayor wore a brown suit and notably had a thick white mustache. Not a prob. Where are these mages holding up? Naruto crossed his arms over his chest. They've practically set themselves up at the village's orphanage. Thankfully the kids have left, but the caretaker was taken hostage. The mayor frowned. The kids adore her. They said if we don't comply within the next day, they'll execute her, and since we're a small town, we're not as wealthy as some of the other villages are. The Rune Knights have hardly done anything to help out. We sent word a day ago and no one has responded. How awful. Don't worry, we'll do our best. Mira looked in the direction of the orphanage with a look of determination on her face. We'll teach them a lesson they won't forget. Levi scowled. Yeah, we'll teach them not to mess with people who have done nothing wrong. Lucy growled out, annoyed to think these people would do such a thing. Naruto stayed quiet and thought to himself, alright then, simple, I'll sneak in. This is where my area of expertise falls in. Naruto looked to the girls with him, infiltrator, assassination, and espionage, of course, I don't kill unless necessary. Naruto gestured for the girls to follow him, come on, we'll talk more about the plan as we go. Mira and Levi found Naruto's expertise to be rather interesting and new. However, Lucy does remember Naruto training like that a bit, but she doesn't ever recall him learning. Unless this was something he picked up over the 5 years he disappeared. Again, it makes Lucy wonder just who Naruto is sometimes. He had to be something more than just the fun blonde goofball when he was with them. Her mother even called Naruto reckless sometimes when it came to his magic. Willing to practice with high-level spells and creating his spells as well. The mayor watched with the other civilians there holding their hands in a prayer hold. Just then a bunch of the kids broke to the front of the crowd, please, save Miss Setsuna, she's like our Ka-chan. Naruto and the girls turned around to look at the kids and plea for help. We don't want to lose her. We love her very much. She is practically our Ka-chan. Naruto smiled gently and walked to them as he knelt to their height. I promise you guys, that I will save Miss Setsuna for you. That's a promise I can guarantee you, and Naruto Uzumaki never breaks a promise. Naruto placed a hand on a boy's head with one hand and then ruffled a girl's hair with the other. Naruto stood up and turned to the girls walking past them, come on ladies, we have work to do. Well, he certainly has that leader role. Lucy took note, wondering if along Naruto's travels, someone taught him. Backquote, 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 backquote. 20 minutes later with the plan all solved out, and everyone in motion. Naruto made his descent onto the orphanage from a tree. He landed on the top of the orphanage. He placed a hand on the roof and created a hole manipulating the concrete and wood to make a hole for him to slip into. Once inside, Naruto closed his eyes and reached out for the enemies. Alright, there seems to be about 30 of these guys in here. All low-class dark mages, but one seems to stand out a bit. There she is, on the other side, last room to the right. Naruto was still in between the roof and the ceiling of the room he was above. Sensing no one in the room, he created another hole and slipped in. Once he dropped down, she scanned the room for any important information. Sadly, nothing, so he snuck to the door and opened it slightly. He looked down the hall to see it relatively clear except for the 2 guards in front of a door. He could also sense the girl in there, along with the stronger presence of the mage. He had to be at least B rank level. Naruto held up 3 smoke bombs. They were to simulate as if there was a fire in the building. It was to smell and almost look like there was a fire. The smoke was indeed real, but wouldn't cause significant damage to anyone. Naruto went ahead and snuck into the hallway and went to the ceiling, applying chakra to his feet and hands sticking to the ceiling. The hallway was dark. Sadly for them, they couldn't see too well. Good for Naruto since it is his element. Once Naruto got close enough, he found a ventilation shaft. He lit a small flame on the balls and threw them in. Soon the smoke blew open, letting out a quick smoke screen covering the enemy mage's vision. Without any delay, cough cough F fire. F fire. We need to get out. D damn it. T they're crazy. Cough they're trying to burn the O orphanage down. Just then the door slammed open, and the boss came out. Damn it. Cough cough one of you. Get the woman and get out. As any typical boss would do, ran out to save his scrawny ass. Naruto looked at the other 2 as one ran off with the boss, and the other one ran into the room to grab the girl. Naruto quickly followed in, keeping himself to the ceiling. She seemed tired and had bruises on her face. There were even some parts of her clothing torn off, and one of her S hanging out. Her hands were tied to a chair along with her feet. Her pants were torn from the legs up, mainly where a portion of the crotch pants were torn. Naruto frowned. He quickly landed on the mage and chopped him in the back of the neck, rendering him unconscious. Savages, the lot of them. Naruto used wind magic and created a barrier keeping the smoke out of the room. Naruto began to untie Setsuna's hands. Miss Setsuna. Naruto gently placed a hand on her cheek to see the woman slowly open her eyes. Who are you? The woman looked at her newfound savior. Are you here to save you? I am. Now let's get you out of her. Naruto flicked his wrists as blades of wind cut the ropes binding the woman's legs. Put this on. That way so the kids don't have to see you like that. Naruto took off his jacket and placed it over Setsuna's shoulders. Now come. Let's get you out of here. Naruto gently picked the woman up carrying her bridal style and took her back out the way he came, while also making sure he fixed the hole he created earlier. Naruto soon got to the top of the roof of the orphanage and smiled at the sight. Water cannon. Solid script. Fire. Lucy kick. Move out of my way. Naruto watched as the girls attacked the mages, while Taurus swung a giant battle axe around hitting the enemy mages. Naruto jumped with the lady toward the mayor and the other civilians looking at the fairy tail mages fight. Naruto set the woman down. I'll be right back. Gonna make sure we round these guys up for the Magic Council to come take them away. Naruto gestured to the civilians as he ran toward Lucy, Mira, Levi, and Taurus. Once Naruto made it to the scene, he smiled placing his hands on his hips. Impressive so far ladies, you too Taurus. Thanks. Kicking some faces in making this all the while worth it. Lucy smirked as she did a quick roundhouse kicking a mage in the face. They're like helpless little fishes in a barrel. Mira had a hand on her cheek as she fired a bullet of water from her finger, oddly resembling the water gun jutsu from Naruto's world. These guys are pretty easy to take down. I one-shot these guys. Levi smiled happily. She was glad she was able to help out the right way. Unlike how Jet and Droy like to run into things without a plan, which results in them messing something up. Then Levi is the one who cleans up their messes. Why you tricked us all. How did you even get her out? Naruto and the girls looked over to see the boss pointing at them angrily. You'll all pay. Now die. The boss of the group held his hands up, dark bullet. Naruto took a step forward and smirked. Naruto caught the dark bullet with his teeth. He then slurped it up as if it was a noodle. Mira, Lucy, Levi, and the dark unicorn boss looked at Naruto agape. Not bad, though it could use a lot of work. I mean there just isn't enough darkness in it, like when firing it next time, condense the attack more. That way it can pack way more of a punch. Naruto said with a suggestive tone while smiling at the end hoping he helped him improve his attack. Levi asked, wait. I'm confused. You're a sage dragon slayer. But you never said you were a dark dragon slayer? Naruto chuckled as he shook his head. That's the thing. I'm not a dark dragon slayer. I am still and only will be a sage dragon slayer. However, I don't have a main element. Naruto smiled as black flames began to come from his mouth. That's the thing. I can make my element whatever I want with this magic. Dark Sage Dragon Roar. Naruto roared off a large cone of dark flames toward the mage hitting him directly. There was an explosion as black dust was kicked up, and everyone shielded their eyes. Naruto waved some of the dust from his face. Ops might have put too much in that one. Naruto swiped his hand to the side using wind magic to push away the dust. The Dark Guild mage lay there unconscious with several burn marks on his body. Charred clothes, and slight burn marks on his face. Well, that's an interesting form of Dragon Slayer magic.
I was curious about exactly what it did. Mira smiled looking at their handiwork. There were some still stragglers who either have woken up or had yet to be knocked out. Mira smirked looking at the other mages with an almost devilish smile on her face. Now, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. The choice is yours, but of course, if you decide the hard way. I do not personally mind whatsoever. Mira held up another ball of water in her hand. It's just more practice for me.
Levi and Lucy both shuddered a bit taking a step away from the demonic model. Man, she is kinda scary, now that I have seen it. Lucy didn't believe Elfman or Lisanna, but now she sees it. Levi's eyebrow twitched nervously. That's our fairy tale mascot for Ya. Mira Jane Strauss, also known as the She-Devil. Wow. That's a badass name. Naruto placed his hands on his hips. He looked over to see what the Dark Guild members were doing. They prostrated themselves on the ground allowing themselves to get tied up. Naruto went over, and began to tie everyone up, and then tied everyone up in one large group. Of course, this was done easily with the help of Levi, Lucy, and Mira agreeing to help out. Of course, some of Mira's mages she tied up, commented on how tightly she tied them up. Which was something Naruto seemingly shuddered at as he swore. She saw Mira look at him, while she tied one of them up. Naruto hoped that was just his imagination. The village people came running up to Naruto and his team with cheers. Thank you Fairy Tail mages so much. We appreciate everything you've done for us. The mayor of the village stuck his hand out to Naruto. I apologize for not introducing my name earlier. My name is Mango, Mayor Mango of Mangrove Village. We're greatly known for our mangoes. So, please, we have your reward and extra mangoes as well. The woman who Naruto and his team saved came walking up to them. I must thank you very much for saving me. The name is Miyuki Setsuna. She gave a polite bow. She still had on Naruto's jacket that he gave her, so she looked modest in front of the kids. The kids who were part of the orphanage came running up. Thank you all so much for saving our Ka-chan. Yes. Thank you very much. Hari for Fairy Tail. Can you guys stay for a while? Yeah, you should play with us. No. Teach us magic. Ooh, magic, magic. Naruto chuckled as he waved their praises off. No sweat really. I made a promise and kept it. Maybe next time I stop by I can teach you guys some magic. My teammates and I have to get back to the guild and report in. Mira nodded her head. Yes, besides, the Rune Knights should be here soon. They'll take care of those crooks. I understand. Please, here is the mission reward. The mayor walked up to Naruto and handed him the bag of jewels. Then another person walked up and handed Mira and Lucy some bags of mangoes. Naruto smiled and nodded his head. Well, Setsuna-san here, let me do something about your clothing. Naruto walked up to her and placed a hand over a part of her outfit. He poured some of his magic onto her outfit. Mira, Levi, and Lucy looked at Naruto interested as they saw her clothes sew themselves back together. There you go. You should be all good. Miyuki smiled brightly seeing her clothes repaired. Thank you, I appreciate it greatly. Miyuki gently took off Naruto's jacket. She looked up to Naruto. Do you often go into enemy territory to always save the damsel in distress? Naruto chuckled as he rubbed the back of his head. Ahahaha. No, I do not, but I'm sure my master would have done so. Naruto then reeled back his thoughts of Jiraiya. Though there are times when I know it's important and the stakes are high. Of course, he taught me after all. Besides, he'd be upset if I didn't save a lady as pretty as such as yourself. Now that Naruto got a better look at Miyuki. Miyuki is a very beautiful woman. Even Naruto had to admit that her looks could captivate many men. Especially her eyes, her arms, and legs are slim along with her slender body. She may not be big in the chest like a lot of Fairy Tail members, but she has curves in the right places. Even though she isn't a mage or anything, she seemingly leads a healthy lifestyle. She has gentle gray eyes and silky smooth black hair that goes about halfway down her back. My, modest and cute. I guess there is only one way to thank my savior. Miyuki took a few steps forward to Naruto and went up on her tippy toes. She held up his jacket hiding her face and Naruto's face behind it. Surprised by her actions, before Naruto could move or even react, he felt a pair of soft lips touch his cheek. She then whispered in his ear, "You're always welcome to stop by if you want. I think the kids would love it if you visited from time to time." Mira was surprised, unsure how to feel about the scene in front of her. Levi blushed slightly watching the orphanage mother give Naruto his gift. Meanwhile, Lucy stood there as she seemingly grits her teeth annoyed. How dare she make a move on him? She just met my Naruto. Matabi and Kurama who were watching this smirked. Kurama just kept his head on his paws smiling. Meanwhile Matabi, in her human form, seemingly sat on a Kurama's paws as she kicked her feet happily. While having her elbows on her thighs, and both hands cupping her cheeks. Nya. How cute. She is so beautiful too. She might not have a killer body like some of the girls in Fairy Tail, but she got that alluring look about her. Once Miyuki then placed the jacket back on Naruto's shoulder. She then turned and began to walk back next to the citizens of the village. The kids who saw this, the boys said, "Ew, gross. Naruto ni has cooties now, blah." However, the girls all looked at Naruto and their surrogated mother, Miyuki, with hearts in their eyes. They would be ecstatic if Miyuki and Naruto got together and started dating. They'd make a cute couple. We'd get to have Ka-chan and a 2-chan. Yeah. Ka-chan should marry Naruto-san. Naruto chuckled as could feel the jealousy coming off of Lucy. Mayor Mango, we were happy to help, but we all must get going. Yeah, of course. Please, you guys visit anytime you want. Mayor Mango chuckled as he waved to them along with the other citizens who began to wave to Naruto and his team. Will do. Thanks for the mangoes. Lucy chirped out as she made her way to the four-wheeler. Yeah. If anything happens let us know. Mira called out. We'll see you guys around. Levi waved. Naruto gave them all a salute as he could see Miyuki giving him a bright smile. Naruto also saw in the distance a clone of his. He ordered his clone to place some seals around the village. It would alert him if anything happened. He applied a security barrier, along with his Hiraishin marker in case enemies tried to attack them. With that, they began to make their journey back to Fairy Tail. A.N. If you're all wondering that Miss Setsuna Miyuki is Shiba Miyuki, just search for her, and you'll know who I am referring to. No, not a harem option. The crew soon got on the four-wheeler, with Naruto offering to drive this time. Once Naruto said, "Since we're in, why don't we split up the reward, and maybe the mangoes could get to our guild?" Mira nodded her head. "I'm sure Master would love the extra mangoes for the bar." "Yeah, I think it'll be nice." Now, the reward was 350,000 jewels. Levi began to count it so everyone could get their equal share. Lucy only looked at the back of Naruto's head with her cheeks puffed out. Naruto could feel Lucy's eyes drilling holes into the back of his skull. "That was a great job, everyone. We should go out on missions again sometime." "Yeah, it was fun." Mira nodded her head, liking of working together with Naruto. "I don't mind doing it again. Of course, when Jet, Droy, and I aren't out on a mission," Levi said as she moved her finger counting past the 150,000 jewel mark. However, Naruto chuckled as Lucy was still silent. Lucy, is everything okay?" Luffy crossed her arms over her chest and looked out at the moving scenery. "Yes." Mira and Levi chuckled lightly. They both could tell Lucy was jealous. Naruto sighed as he rubbed the back of his head. "Look, we did well, right, Luce? If you're worried about her, I don't know her. She's pretty, but you three are just as pretty, so try not to worry about it so much." Lucy began to blush when Naruto called her pretty. Meanwhile, Mira and even Levi faces heated up. It was different when the other guys in the guild constantly hit on Mira or even Levi for Jet and Droy. It's nothing all too different for the two, but it was nice hearing from someone like Naruto. Levi cheered out. "Whoa. Awesome. They gave us an extra 50,000 jewels. We have a total of 400,000 jewels here. We can split it evenly amongst ourselves. 100,000 each." Lucy smiled, thinking about money, and forgot about the woman who kissed Naruto. "Great. This means I can pay this month, while having some spending money too." Lucy liked knowing she'll be able to pay this month. Thankfully, she saved up the money she got doing small jobs here and there. Then some help from her parents when she left, giving her some extra jewels to fall back on. "I say we work pretty well as a team." Mira clasped her hands together, which Levi and Lucy nodded their heads together at. "Indeed, we do. Now we head home." "Oh. I meant to ask Lucy, how is the little rascal of a brother of yours holding up?" Naruto smirked as he asked, wondering how Lucy's little brother was doing. Lucy childishly giggled as she thought back to her little brother. "Oh, Eric. Ha, he non-stop asks about you all the time. But he's doing well. He is picking up the business from 2chan well." "That's great. I wasn't any good to take over your father's job. It's not my shtick. This is more my style." Naruto grinned from ear to ear. "Well, one of these days we should stop by." Ka-san is going to give you an earful. Maybe even 2san as well." Lucy giggled. It would be nice if Naruto got to see her parents and Eric again. Even if Eric was young, he always constantly asked her and their parents about Naruto. Backquote. Back at Fairy Tail, Naruto and his team arrive back into the guild with everyone partying and drinking like usual. Makarov, seeing everyone come walking in, waved to them. "Well, welcome back, everyone. How did the mission go?" Naruto could hear the worried tone in Makarov's voice. He was hoping that if there was any property damage, it was minimal. "Went well, Master. We even got a bonus and some mangoes for the guild." Mira cheered as she waved to Makarov. Meanwhile, some of the other male members of the guild looked at Naruto jealous. Naruto smirked. "Yeah, it went great. Saved a woman that was held hostage. The orphans there look up to her as a mother." "Yeah, her name was Miyuki. Then the kids were so sweet too." Levi giggled, thinking back to how Naruto was with the kids. Along with promising them, he'd return to teach them and play when he had free time. "It was great. I had fun. Kicking some dark guilds around felt good." Lucy placed a hand on her hip. "Wonderful to hear." Makarov cheered happily, but he then looked to Naruto and the girls. "But please tell me that the property, if any, was kept to a minimal?" Naruto chuckled as he shook his head. "Nope, no property damage." Jet and Droy continued to glare at Naruto as he ignored them. Wakaba, who was drinking next to Mikao and Makarov, asked, "So, was the lady who ran the orphanage hot at least?" Wakaba smirked. earning a glare from Lucy. Now why would that matter? Mira turned to Wakaba, giving him a dangerous smile. Well, I mean, you guys saved her, right? Wakaba took a drag of his pipe. Yes, we saved her because the Dark Guild members took her hostage. I went in and infiltrated the orphanage and smoked them all out. Naruto sighed, placing both hands on his hips. She was grateful for me saving her, and so were the kids. It was the right thing to do. You got a problem with that? So, what if she's young? Levi placed her hands on her hips. Mira is like half your age. Old men like you shouldn't be hitting on her and saying you'd leave your wife for her. Naruto could feel the venom in Levi's words as Wakaba flinched at Levi's harsh words. Wakaba then tried to deflect it off of Naruto. Well, come on Naruto. I mean, you saved her, right? Wakaba began to sweat. Did she give ya a personal reward or something? Wakaba was trying to talk out of his ass. Which, practically everyone knew. I mean, it even sounds like she wanted you to return. Why, y'all like her or something? Or is it the other way around? Wakaba hung his head in defeat. Makarov himself had to admit the deflect wasn't shabby but could be done differently if everyone knew he was there with them. Sadly, what he is saying, everyone knew he was pulling this out of his ass. Naruto looked to Wakaba annoyed. What if she did? Don't know why it matters to you anyways. Besides, not like you're 2 times her age either. Why so interested in my love life? What it contains means nothing to you. That was another peg that Wakaba was knocked down as he flinched at Naruto's comeback. Mikao placed a hand on Wakaba's back. Dude, cut it out, you keep digging yourself a deeper grave. Mira smirked. Well, at least someone finally gets it. You should try acting like that more often, Mikao. Maybe you'll find a girl that won't leave you. Kana chuckled nervously at the tension but laughed it off, trying to lighten it up. Well, Mira, that's out of line, but she right, Mikao. Mikao sighed silently while Wakaba laid his head on the counter crying silently. Makarov shrugged his shoulders. Regardless, a job well done, you guys. Maybe Natsu, Erza, and Gray could learn a thing or two from you guys. Makarov sighed. Wow, for how popular Erza is, you guys make her seem like a destructive and strict woman. Naruto rubbed the back of his head, looking at the other guildmates, nervous, chuckling. Just then everyone put in their own 2 cents about Erza. She can be rather crass sometimes. She can be hard on us once in a while. She's blunt. Can be mean and scary when things don't go her way. She can be impatient. She also isn't the best at explaining things. When you don't, she headbutts you. Naruto chuckled as he thought back to his mother and how they first met. When she got impatient with him, she whacked him upside the head. I see. Well, what ya know? We'll just have to see what she is like. Lucis' eyes even. Geez, you guys make Erza sound like some sort of monster. Lucy and Naruto turned towards Natsu to see him talking like happy. Gray was shoulder to shoulder with Natsu, putting up on a facade. Yep, we're best of friends. Lisana, standing there behind the two, had a devilish smile on her, eerily resembling Myra's infamous demon side. Yep, you two continue to behave, right boys? Natsu shouted. Yes ma'am, Gray shouted as the two could feel Lisana's stare down. Okay, I thought the guild was normal. But everyone is crazy. Erza. Mira as the she-devil. Lisana even gets some of this guild's strongest to quiver in fear. Now I'm scared. Lucy wasn't sure what to think. The only thing she could think is what type of mess did she get herself into. Just then the guild doors busted open as one of the members, Loki, shouted, "Bad's news." The light from outside shined around him while his face stayed dark. It's Erza. She's on her way here. Everyone in the guild froze up and got scared thinking about Erza coming back. Soon Loki moved out of the way as a dark shadow entered the guild. Erza, who was being illuminated by the light from outside, was holding a giant item in her hand. Once she walked in, she placed the giant horn down next to her. Erza is a young woman with long, scarlet hair and brown eyes. Her attire consists of custom-made armor by Heart Cruz Smiths, a blue skirt, black boots, and diamond-shaped silver earrings. Iza looked around and asked, "Where is Master Makarov?" Naruto went to say something until Lisana said, "Oh, Master left to go out on a guild master meeting." Naruto deadpanned as he felt Makarov's signature leaving out the back door of the guild. I see. Erza placed her hands on her hips. Just then one of the other guild members asked, "So, Erza, what is that humongous thing you got there?" "It's a horn of a monster I slayed. The people were so thankful they decorated it and gave it to me as a souvenir. Then Erza adorned an annoyed look on her face. You got a problem with it? The boys she looked annoyed at held their hands in defense and both said, no, not at all. Erza then turned to the rest of the guild angrily and shouted, listen up. While I was out on the road, I heard a few things. I heard FAIRYTAIL is causing nothing but trouble as of late. Master Makarov may not care, but I most certainly do. Erza turned to Kana. Kana flinched, showing a sign she was scared. You need to control your drinking. Erza closed her eyes. Vegeta, please take the dancing outside. Wakaba, get rid of that filthy habit. Nab, I suspected I would find you dawdling at the request board. Just pick a job. Erza opens her eyes and looks at Macau, and Macau flinched, but Erza decided to let it go as she let a sigh out. She pinched the bridge of her nose. She didn't know what with some of the FAIRYTAIL members anymore. You all cause so much trouble, I've almost given up. Lucy looked to Mira. Yeah, no, I think I am beginning to see it. However, I don't see the scary part yet. Naruto could only stare at Erza. Her red hair reminded him of Rose and his mother. Two of the most important women in his life, besides Shizune and Tsunade, were redheads. Erza turned to Mira. Mira, I heard you recently went out on a mission with a couple of newbies and Levi. That true? Mira nodded her head and gestured to the two. Yep, let me introduce Lucy and Naruto. Lucy, feeling put on the spot, immediately said, oh, yes, nice to meet you. Name's Lucy. Naruto gave Erza a wave and a soft smile. Name is Naruto, a pleasure to meet you as well. I see, I even heard that you guys took down some dark mages over at Mangrove Village. Word spreads fast, anyways, congratulations. However, I have other matters to attend to. Erza looked at Lucy and Naruto. Seems Lucy is quite strong, physically trained as well. Erza looked to Naruto and couldn't get a read on him, let alone get a gauge on his strength. She then asked, where are Natsu and Gray? Over here. Happy called out as Erza looked in Happy's direction to see Gray and Natsu giving one another a bro hug. Oh. Hey Erza. Just two bros hanging out like we're supposed to do, Gray said nervously. Natsu says, causing even Lucy's eyes to stare blankly at Natsu. That's great, it pleases me to see you two getting along so well. Erza nods her head with approval with her arms crossed over her chest. However, it is okay for friends to argue once in a while. If you need some information, Natsu challenged Erza to a fight a couple of weeks ago. She beat him up pretty bad. Mira chuckled at Erza's interaction with Natsu and Gray. Macau smirked. Afterwards she found Gray walking around naked, so she decided to beat him up too. Don't forget when Loke tried to hit on her. Kana smirked, holding her head up with her hand and elbow on the table. Natsu. Gray, while I was traveling has me worried. Normally I'd consult with Master if he was here, but this is a matter of utmost urgency. You two are some of the strongest wizards here, I could use your help. We'll meet up tomorrow at the train station. Wow. The three of you could be the strongest team in FAIRYTAIL. Mira said, placing a hand on her chin. This made Naruto curious about just how strong these mages were. Mira smirked and said, I know, Erza, you should take Lucy and Naruto. Naruto and Lucy could be great extra muscle for the group. Maybe Naruto and Lucy could help keep the two in check. Hold on, I don't need a babysitter, Natsu growled out. I don't need one either. Unlike Flame Brain over here. Gray argued back as the two glared at one another as lighting shot between them. Erza raised an eyebrow and said, well, I don't see why not for this mission. Of course, I'd rather not steal your teammates Mira if you plan on working with them in the future. Mira waved it off. No worries, this is best for Naruto and Lucy to get some experience. Erza's facial expression relaxed with a small smile. I don't see why not. You two can meet us at Magnolia Station tomorrow at 8 a.m. sharp. Don't be late. Wow. The three of you could be the strongest team in FAIRYTAIL. Mira said, placing a hand on her chin. This made Naruto curious about just how strong these mages were. Mira smirked and said, I know, Erza, you should take Lucy and Naruto. Naruto and Lucy could be great extra muscle for the group. Maybe Naruto and Lucy could help keep the two in check. Hold on, I don't need a babysitter, Natsu growled out. I don't need one either. Unlike Flame Brain over here. Gray argued back as the two glared at one another as lighting shot between them. Erza raised an eyebrow and said, well, I don't see why not for this mission. Of course, I'd rather not steal your teammates Mira if you plan on working with them in the future. Mira waved it off. No worries, this is best for Naruto and Lucy to get some experience. Erza's facial expression relaxed with a small smile. I don't see why not. You two can meet us at Magnolia Station tomorrow at 8 a.m. sharp. Don't be late. Backquote. 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 Next day, Magnolia Station. Naruto and Lucy both were currently sitting on a bench in Magnolia Station. Lucy had a sweat drop on her forehead as she watched Natsu and Gray bicker at one another. Why'd I have to be stuck with you? Natsu growled at Gray. Gray, with an annoyed look on his face, said, That's my line. If Erza wants help, I can handle that by myself. The two then got closer to one another as fire came off of Natsu. Frost began to come off of Gray. Then go by yourself. I don't even want to go. Natsu growled once again. Naruto rolled his eyes. I can't believe that these two were one of Fairy Tail's strongest. Naruto had to admit the two reminded himself and Sasuke. However, they were not this horrible with one another. They were even causing a scene as other civilians looked at the two idiots bickering. Then stay home and get beaten up by Erza afterwards, Gray argued back. Happy continued to watch with Lucy and Naruto while eating a piece of fish. Just pretend we don't know them. That's what I do. Happy said nonchalantly as he ate his fish. Wow, some friends you are. Naruto sighed. He stood up and decided to handle the two by himself. Naruto walked over with his hands on his hips. Oi. Naruto sent a chilling glare toward Natsu and Gray as they both turned their heads toward him. Naruto held his hand up. Knock us off. Naruto's lip quivered down as he stuck his hand out. As some purple lighting began to crackle off his hand. Otherwise I'll deal with you two myself, just as if Erza was here. Natsu nothing shouted. Stay out of this, Blinky. This is between Ice Stripper and me. Whou calling Ice Stripper mouth breather. Gray shot back as he slammed his head against Natsu's forehead. Naruto grits his teeth, agitated by the two. Okay. That's it. Wait, Naruto, you shouldn't. Matabi tried to stop Naruto, but it was too late. Naruto shot forward to Natsu and Gray as he slammed his left fist into Natsu's stomach. Then his right knee into Gray's stomach, with purple lighting coming off both of his limbs. Of course, it was magic purple lighting. Natsu and Gray both fell to the ground with ghostly white looks on their faces. Natsu and Gray felt the force from Naruto's kick and punch along with the electrical shock from Naruto's magic. Enough arguing, you two. You're causing a scene and passerby to become uncomfortable. I thought Fairy Tail was full of adults, not children. Just then Naruto turned his head to see Erza come walking up. Oh. Erza-san. Wah. Lucy's mouth dropped when she saw the amount of luggage behind Erza. Sorry for being late. Is everything okay with those two? Erza raised an eyebrow as he looked at Natsu and Gray. Naruto let a raspberry out. They got a little out of hand and were causing a scene. So, I put them down. Lucy looked at Naruto and said, That's a rather dark way to put it. Happy giggled as he flew over to Naruto and Erza. But who cares? Sometimes the two bumbling idiots deserve it. How could you say that? He's your best friend. Lucy quipped back quickly, astonished by Happy's brashness and uncaring nature for Natsu. Erza nods her head. Well, getting along is the best, even if some people have to intervene. Now, if I remember, you two were the ones on the mission with Mira and Levi, correct? Naruto and Lucy both nodded their heads. Yes, Naruto and I are new recruits. Mira suggested we come to keep those two in check on this mission. Also, so we can get some more experience in. Naruto placed a hand on his hip. Make sure those two are getting along. Naruto now felt how Kakashi felt when he was teaching him and Sasuke to get along. Naruto saw Natsu and Gray back up, arms locked, as the two danced, acting as if they were getting along. Thanks for having me along. Lucy smiled happily as she gave a polite bow. Well, it's great to have you two aboard. Erza placed her left hand on her hip, nodding her head approvingly. Also, I heard you two both took out some dark mages already. So, it's good you already got some combat experience. Hi. Naruto nodded his head and he glared at Natsu and Gray, who began growling at one another. The two then suddenly begin dancing together once again. Usually, I'm good for the infiltration type missions, but Lucy and I are good in a hand-to-hand fight. Just then Natsu spoke up. Erza, I have one condition for coming along. Hey. Gray looked at Natsu as if he was insane. Erza looked back to Natsu. What is it? Natsu held his left hand up in a fist motion. When we get back, fight me. What? Lucy looked at Natsu as if he was insane. Oi. Do you want to die this time? Gray placed a hand on Natsu's right shoulder. Natsu smirked. It won't be the same as last time. Also. Natsu pointed to Naruto. I also want to fight you as well. When we brawled in the guild the other day, you beat me. But I want to go all out at you with magic. Erza looked to Naruto intrigued. I see, we'll have to see how well you improved. I have my doubts, but sure, we can. Erza smirked, ready for a challenge from Natsu. Erza then glared at Naruto. Also, what do you mean you started a brawl in the guild? With a new member no less, Natsu. Erza's eyes became cold as Naruto and Lucy took a step by along with Gray. Natsu looked at Erza with fear. How many times do I have to tell you? Don't challenge new recruits on their first day. Erza took her right fist and slammed it down on top of Natsu's head, knocking him clean out. Backquote. 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 Asterisk on the train. Naruto chuckled as he watched Natsu seemingly dead in the chair in their separate car. Since there was a total of 5 of them, they couldn't sit in the smaller cars. Naruto saw in between Lucy and Erza while Gray sat next to Happy and Natsu. Man. Can't believe this is affecting him this much. His magic must be pretty strong. Gray, who had his chin on his knuckle on the windowsill, said, "Peef as if, what a loser. Look at him, he's like this after picking a fight with someone. Even still, it must not feel well if he is feeling that bad." Lucy looked at Natsu, worried about what was going to happen. Naruto shook his head and extended his hand out, placing his hand on top of Natsu's head. Troya. Naruto stated as a bluish magic flow came from his hands flow into Naruto's head. Erza, Gray, and Lucy watched in surprise as Natsu slowly opened his eye. Huh. Natsu whipped his head around as he looked left and right. I feel fine. I feel fine. Natsu began to jump around in his seat. Gray looked at Naruto in shock. What was that, Naruto? I didn't know you could do that. Lucy didn't realize Naruto had magic like that. Erza even raised an eyebrow. Curious, it seems much more effective than my method. Naruto looked at Erza with his own raised eyebrow. What's your method? This. Wham, oof. Natsu shouted as Erza shoved her fist into Natsu's stomach, knocking him out cold. That's not a very nice way, but I guess it works. Naruto couldn't believe what he was seeing. Erza was crazy strong like Sakura, his mother, and Tsunade. Anyways, what was that? Gray asked once again, hoping to get the answer out of Naruto. Naruto stuck his tongue out. Just say I got some support and healing magic too. Erza smiled, nodding her head. Next time if we're ever together I'll allow you to deal with Natsu's troubles. Good to have a healer too, we don't have a single one in Fairy Tail. Naruto deadpanned. No healer. Naruto seeming looks at his readers and shouts, healer down. Nita res. Out of mana. A-N. Comment if y'all get the reference. Lucy raised an eyebrow. What was with the healer down? Nita res? Gray quirked another eyebrow. Out of mana? Erza looked bamboozled, hearing the people in the other car playing what seemed like a tabletop game, along with some dice and papers that read D&D on it. Cough. Back to Gray's question. It's just a spell I picked up from a friend. Naruto looked up out the window. Now that I think of it, she should be about 15 now, right? Yeah, think so. Yes, Naruto-kun. I can't believe you forgot about Wendy's age. Matabi facepalmed as she thought back to the little girl. It's a support-type spell. It grants the user a sense of balance. However, despite its long-lasting properties, the spell's effect is only temporary, and, if cast continuously, it will become useless. Naruto stuck the tip of his tongue out as Gray chuckled at that. Poor Flames for Brains will be upset to hear that. Gray turned to Erza. Which reminds me, Erza, don't you think you told us about why we are here? Erza closed her eyes and crossed her arms over her chest. Our opponent is a dark guild, Eisenwald. They intend to do mischief with some magic called lullaby. Lullaby. Lucy placed a finger on her lips, intrigued by the idea of what this was. Naruto thought about it, and the only thing that came to mind was Rose. Rose taught him various things and even the demons from the Book of Zareth. Naruto then said, lullaby. Naruto's face turned serious with a frown on it. This got everyone's attention. Lullaby is a flute that when played, produces a song that will cause everyone within hearing range, dies. It's a type of curse magic. Lucy's eyes widen. Oh, that's worrying. I've read it in a book once. Lucy began to feel worried about dealing with such a dangerous weapon. Erza nods her head and confirms it. When I was on the way back from my previous quest, I stopped at a bat. It's where wizards gather at Oniba's, where they talked about the lullaby and bringing the flute back to Aragorn. I see, so they must be with Eisenwald, and this Aragorn guy. Sounds like a real pain. Naruto had no idea who these people were, nor did he know what their chakra signatures felt like. So, he couldn't pick them out if he wanted to. Remember that Aragorn is Eichenwald's ace. Erza warned with a serious expression on her face. He is to not be taken lightly. He is also nicknamed Shinigami, since he only takes assassination requests. Erza took her fist and slammed it on her thigh. If I had noticed the name Aragorn back then I would have forced them to suffer and made them tell me their plans. Wrong. Naruto closed his eyes, crossing them over his chest. Gray even panicked a bit. No one ever told Erza she was wrong. Coming back and asking for help and extra muscle was the right call. Going in half-cocked into a fight is a surefire way to get yourself killed. Naruto opened his eyes looking to Erza. Don't patronize yourself thinking the move you made was wrong. You heard the situation, assessed it, and then executed it by deciding to fall back to get help. Even if people do die, at least you went the right way to prevent even more from dying. A.N. Keep in mind this Naruto is very different from canon as well as his backstory as well. Gray was a little surprised to hear the rather morbid way of putting it. That was the worst case scenario. Lucy and Erza even picked up on the last part Naruto said but decided not to push it further. I'd rather not cause any unnecessary lives to be lost, but yes, what they do isn't on our hands. We're acting and planning accordingly. We're well within our rights to act how we should. But let's try to stop them from killing anyone. Erza nodded her head, thanking Naruto for the support he gave. They are trying to do some harm to someone or something. Gray placed his hand under his chin. The only question is where they could go. How long ago was their guild disbanded or at least considered a dark guild by the Magic Council? Naruto raised an eyebrow. 6 years ago. Why? Erza raised an eyebrow. Naruto smirked. Well, if I were them, I'd be pissed off. Anyway, to get back at the Magic Council, I'd want to go to a densely populated area. Naruto looked out the window, somewhere they could vocalize that song and enhance it. That's awful. Lucy noted as she thought of it, but where? Well, think about it. All around Fury. The fastest way to get from point A to B is by train. Their best bet is to go by train. Then, a train station where it's highly populated. Not only that, their bluff to use it on the people here would be a bluff. They have a higher goal. Naruto placed his left arm out in front of him. While placing his right elbow on the back of his left hand, it's aroused to stir up a bunch of problems to distract people who want to be heroes. A bigger target, you don't think? Erza placed her hand on her lower lip. You don't think they might be after the guild masters meeting, do you? It's a coincidence if it does, Erza, but it makes the most logical sense. Oshibana Station is big enough for a large crowd with loudspeakers. It's not hard to rule out what they do. Sometimes you just have to think like a villain to understand what they do. Gray had to ask, Naruto, how could you possibly know they are going there, as well as targeting the guild masters? 6 years to cook up a plan, 6 years to lay low and build up finances. Plenty of time to get new members and get stronger. Then 6 years, and patiently wait to get their revenge on those who cast them out. Naruto shook his head. It's not about what I think and feel, it's what makes the most sense. The chances of them being there are higher. It's not illogical to rule out. Erza still had her hand over her mouth, rubbing her lips. The more you think about it, the more you make sense, Naruto. The timing is impeccable, which so happens to be during the Masters meeting. Well, Oshibana Station is within the next 2 stops. We'll stop there and see how it goes. Meanwhile, why don't we figure out one another's magics and strengths and weaknesses? Erza suggested as she raised her hand into the air. My magic is Requip, which allows me to store weapons and armor in another place and summon them when I want. Yep. Erza's magic is pretty. She causes blood to go everywhere. Happy cheered. How is that pretty? Lucy looked at Happy as if he was insane. Honestly, I think Gray's magic is much prettier than mine. Erza looked over to Gray. Really? Gray placed his right fist into the open palm of his left hand. Frost came from his hands, and he removed his fist. He left a symbol of their fairy tale guild made of his ice. I have ice make magic. That's so pretty. I'm a celestial mage, and I'm a well-rounded close-quarter fighter. Lucy smirked, holding one fist up in the air while placing the other on her bicep. What about you, Naruto? Erza looked to Naruto as did Gray, and Lucy only giggled. Naruto chuckled nervously. Well, I have a few magics, to name a few off the top of my head. However, I mainly use Sage Dragon Slayer magic. Erza quirked an eyebrow. Sage Dragon Slayer magic. Gray finished looking at Naruto intrigued. Naruto smirked. Yeah. I was trained and raised by a dragon just like Natsu. Erza and Gray both knew of Natsu always spouting about his father Igneel. Now that even Naruto stated he was also raised and trained by one. It was making Natsu's story of him being raised by a dragon might not be all that far-fetched. Though speaking of said Slayer was currently still unconscious. Lucy then adds in, oh, since you're an ice mage, it makes sense why you and Natsu don't get along. Team Erza and their temporary 2 members continued to talk, however, Natsu was still unconscious, and proceeded to keep talking while on the train. Everyone was riding until the train suddenly stopped, coming to a halt. Naruto, who was already looking out the window, could feel a bunch of mages who were hiding around the train tracks. Naruto could feel like what seemed to be the strongest of the group, which he assumed must be Aragorn. They stopped at the station before the one they were supposed to stop at. They were at Kunugi Station. The group quickly jumped out of the train car through the window with Natsu in tow. Once Natsu landed outside, he screamed, "Thank Kami, we're out of there." He stretched his arms up into the air. Naruto, ignoring Natsu, looked down at the tracks to see civilians running out of the train cars, as well as to see who seemed to be Eisenwald, as well as a man carrying a large scythe. There they are, let's go. Naruto signals to everyone as he jumped up on top of the train. You guys approach them, I'll come in when I see an opening. Natsu smirked as a fire erupted in his hand. All right then. Don't complain when you miss all the action. Natsu took off running toward the Eisenwald guild members. Gaw. Wait for us, you flame brain. Gray shouted, running after Natsu. Come on Lucy, let's go. Erza commanded, and Lucy nodded her head, running to keep up with the others. Naruto kept to the shadows as he hit the other side of the train car and ran inside. Naruto made sure he completely masked his presence in the presence of being completely gone. Naruto ran across the cars as he took some of the members out who were inside. Naruto made it to a train car that was about even with Aragorn and the other Eisenwald members. Once the group approached them, Erza shouted, "Halt in the name of Fairy Tail." Erza glared at all the members. What are you all after? You guys after the populace to use the lullaby or to attack the guild master's meeting? Naruto facepalmed at this. Erza was certainly something. First, she asks what they're doing, and then presumably answers her questions. Naruto did know about this problem. He's been keeping tabs on all the dark guilds and knew a lot of information. It's not hard to transform into members of dark guilds and sneak in. Naruto has been around for over 300 years. He's met all types of people. He knows what makes each and every one of them tick. Aragorn's smile turned into a frown. I'm surprised by how much you already know of our plan. Aragorn glanced at his guild members, wondering who it was, but it doesn't matter. Aragorn began floating in the air. I'm going to purge these fools with their guards down. All they ever care about are their own rules and rights to safety. Aragorn's fist tightened around the handle of his scythe, especially those without even knowing there are those whose same rights have been stolen away. He then had a devilish smirk appear on his face. Their sin is living without knowing that this world isn't just. And so, the Shinigami has come to punish them. Lucy frowned, placing her hands on her hips. Well, by doing this, you won't get your rights back as a guild. Aragorn held his left hand. We've come this far. We don't want rights anymore. It's power. Those with power can wipe the past clean, and can rule the future. Aragorn clenched his left hand into a fist. Just then a guy who looked like a crazy version of Shikamaru said, "You mere flies. You won't get to see the new dark age, you're heading to the afterlife." Just then purple magic came from his hand as shadows shot from the ground, turning into fists and hands. They went straight for Lucy, but Natsu stepped in and batted the attack away with flames. I'll have to thank Natsu for that later, Naruto said to himself as he watched the group. He was waiting for an opening to attack Aragorn. Natsu smirked. There's a bunch of enemies, every last one of them. Natsu punched his right hand into his left palm. This is gonna be fun. Aragorn smirked as he began to fly upwards. Even if everything didn't go as planned, you still fell into my trap. There are some bastards that I must make sure hear this flute. Lucy pointed at Aragorn. This is one of Fairy Tail's strongest teams. You can't win. Hey, jackass. Everyone turned their heads to see Naruto standing on top of the train car. However, Naruto was twirling a wooden rod in his hand, that had a skull on it with 3 eyes. Is this the flute you were talking about using? Aragorn and the others' eyes widened with their jaws dropping. Naruto chuckled as he tucked it away in his top. How did you get that? Aragorn shouted as he felt himself all over as he couldn't find the flute anywhere. Not hard when you're all a bunch of boneheads. Not only that, you talk too much, you made it way too easy. Naruto got into a fight stance similar to Lee and Might Guy's fighting stance. If you want it, come get it. Aragorn roared. You'll pay. I'll make you pay with your life. Aragorn floated up higher into the air as he held his scythe out and aimed it at his allies and Team Erza. He spun his scythe in a circle which created a tornado, wind wall. A giant tornado of wind kicked up, trapping Team Erza in with the other members of Eisenwald. Naruto even jumped to the ground behind the Eisenwald guild members to make sure he was in the wind wall. Now you can't escape. I'll make sure I killed you, and then fly out of here. Aragorn landed across from Naruto. Now prepare to die. Naruto smirked. Everyone else, takes care of them and keep them off my back. I got this one. Raahhh. No fair, Naruto. You're stealing the glory. Natsu screamed out as fire erupted around him. Now I'm fired up. I'm coming for you, Aragorn. Naruto simply rolled his eyes. Natsu kinda reminded Naruto of himself when he was young. Naruto turned to Aragorn. So, show me how well you can dance. Aragorn snarled as he flew toward Naruto with his scythe in the air. I'll kill you. Naruto simply backhanded Aragorn's attack, causing the scythe to miss him. Naruto moved in close as he raised his fingers to Aragorn's forehead. Gonna have to try harder than that. He then flicked Aragorn in the head without using the aid of chakra or magic. Ah! Crash! Aragorn was sent flying into the nearby side of the mountain. He was slammed into the wall at least 20 feet deep. The other members of Eisenwald were too busy to see Aragorn, but some did look to see him gone from his previous spot. Soon Aragorn came out of the hole and shouted, "You'll pay for that, you fairy fly." Aragorn raised his scythe onto his shoulder. He held up his left hand, Stormbringer. A tornado suddenly formed around Naruto, catching him in sharp blades of wind. However, Naruto opened his mouth and grabbed the tornado with his hand. Thanks for the meal. Naruto chuckled as he began to the tornado within his mouth. Aragorn's eyes widened as other members looked onward, staring at Naruto. Natsu was even shocked to see Naruto eating the wind element. What? How is this possible? Naruto wiped his mouth with a smirk on his face. Simple, I'm a dragon slayer, but not just an ordinary one. I'm a sage dragon slayer. Naruto stuck his left hand out. Try this one on your size. Wind Sage Dragon Hurricane Crash. A circular tornado formed from the palm of Naruto's hand shot out toward Aragorn. Aragorn quickly stuck both arms up, crossing them over his body. Storm Mail. Naruto watched as a tornado surrounded him like armor to protect him. Naruto's attack, however, slammed into Aragorn, which pushed him back slightly. Aragorn grunted, keeping his spell up as he felt the force of Naruto's attack. For a moment it seemed like nothing was happening. However, Aragorn noticed something. He soon felt a cut on his arm. He looked down to see the attack had completely engulfed him. What? He saw that the wind blades that Naruto produced were doing something that even he had never seen before. Ah! Before Aragorn knew it, his storm mail was completely cut through. He was sent flying into a wall where an explosion erupted. This didn't stop the other mages from fighting. However, some stopped to see what it was. A few moments after the dust settled, many of the Eisenwald guild members saw Aragorn on his knee. He was breathing hard, he was bleeding and had a large gash on his chest. Naruto smirked. He looked completely fine. Aragorn has not even touched him. Your winds are strong, but my wind magic cuts wind. Just sit there and think who you're up against. I am someone not to be underestimated. Naruto held up a ball of wind that began to take the shape of a sphere. It's time to finish this and be over with it. Aragorn growled as he slowly stood up. And no, it can't end here. I won't let it. Aragorn used his scythe to help himself up. A pool of blood spilled from his chest onto the ground. Naruto looked impassively at Aragorn. Let me leave you with a piece of advice. Sometimes some things just aren't worth fighting for. It's best to just cut your losses while you can. Naruto narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, at least that way you'd be less hurt by the things you lose. Things die, like dreams. Matabi and Kurama both frowned from within Naruto. They understand where he is coming from. However, not all things die, but the one thing that Naruto has had within him. That died many years ago. The only question is if someone could ever revive that within himself. Aragorn charged forward, encasing his side with his wind magic. Naruto simply didn't move as he drew closer and closer to Naruto. By this time Erza, Natsu, Gray, Lucy, and Taurus finished taking out the other Eisenwald guild members. Lucy, seeing Naruto in danger, shouted, "Naruto, get out of the way." "Fool, what are you doing?" Erza cried out. "Hey, get out of there, man," Gray yelled. "Save some for me." Natsu cried out, upset, thinking that Naruto was gonna beast the main guy. Naruto stood there as Aragorn was right on top of him with his scythe brought down on him. Naruto stuck his left hand up and smacked the attack away, hitting Aragorn's handle. Naruto slowly brought the condensed ball of Wind Sage Dragon magic up to Aragorn's stomach. "I told you to cut your losses when you could. Wind Sage Dragon. Rasengan Impact," Naruto said with a monotone voice as Aragorn shot from his position back into the wall that Naruto sent him into before. Naruto changed his expression to a smile. "Ops." Naruto rubbed the back of his head. "Sorry Natsu, but he was gonna hit me there. Had to end it." It seemed everyone didn't hear his little speech about cutting their losses while he could. "Shucks, man." Natsu stomped on the ground like a child. Naruto shook his head. "Well, with this now, why don't we go ahead and destroy this thing?" Naruto fished out the flute from his pocket. However, when Naruto did that, the flute began to glow from its eyes. "No, not this time. I won't allow it." Naruto quickly realized what was going to happen, and he then threw the flute off into the distance. Once it hit the ground, it began to glow a dark purple. It grew to a gigantic size. Like the flute, the beast has 3 eyes, 2 legs, 2 arms, and 1 head. There are many cutouts in its body. I'll kill each and every one of you. I will get my fill of souls. The lullaby seemingly took in a deep breath as Naruto quickly shot his hand into the air. Silence. A blue glow came from his hand, causing the giant demon to glow a light blue hue before disappearing. Naruto knew that this way the demon couldn't play its tune. As long as that happened, no one lost their soul. Naruto nodded to his teammates and they all understood the assignment. Naruto gathered up wind magic within his hand, condensing it much more similar to the Rasengan. Gray placed his right hand into his left palm as frost began to come from his hands. Erza raised her right arm into the air as she changed into her Heaven's Wheel armor. In her 2 hands were swords, along with another 98 swords that circled her. Lucy was already by a pond of water with Aquarius's key in the water glowing. Natsu already had his cheeks full, ready for a fire breath attack. Everyone shouted at the same time, "Dance, my swords! Circle sword!" The swords begin to spin rapidly around Erza, and she sends them flying toward Lullaby in a disc formation. Before they made contact, her swords separated and flew in different directions, cutting deep gashes into the demon's body. Ice Make. Ice Cannon. A cannon from Gray's side was created which fired a massive ball of ice. Fire Dragon's Roar. Natsu spewed out a torrent of flames which were concentrated into a cone. Aquarius, even though was farther away, growled out, "Disappear so I can return to my boyfriend." Torrent. The water in Aquarius's urn began to churn as it fired out a large wave that crashed into the demon. Naruto, holding a big ball of Rasengan made of wind magic, shouted, "Sage Dragon, Rasengan Bomb." Naruto's attack was fired last as everyone else's attack hit their mark, causing an explosion. Lullaby thought it was over until a large ball of wind magic slammed into him. It let a groan out, and no. I can't be defeated. Its voice tried to scream out, but yet no one heard it. Lullaby was pushed away and up into the air as the wind ball blew up in a perfect sphere as began to shred its body to pieces. Everyone relaxed as they saw Naruto's attack finish, as they saw nothing in the middle. Naruto smiled, sensing that the monster was gone. "I think that was a mission success, don't you all think?" Naruto turned to them with a smile on his face. Natsu smirked as he came walking over. "Man, we kicked some serious ass today." "Hell yeah. But don't you forget, Naruto. Next time I won't let you steal all the glory." Lucy trotted over with her smile. We did it. Lucy had to give her mother credit for helping her become stronger so she could help out her friends with her magic. Hey, we all make a good team when we team up. Gray averted his gaze from Natsu as he looked towards the others instead. Erza nodded her head with approval. I must say that was mighty impressive by everyone. Erza placed her hands on her hips. The Magic Council will come and take them away. Erza then turned to Naruto. Naruto, I must admit that the attack was impressive. I could feel the power. I think you might give me the biggest challenge yet. Yosh, I'm so fired up right now. I can't wait to fight you, Erza. Natsu then pointed at Naruto. You better fight me too, Naruto. I'll make sure you lose. We'll see if Gramps will let you keep your S-class status. Erza raised an eyebrow. Wow. Impressive, so you had an S-class-like status before coming to Fairy Tail? Naruto chuckled as he rubbed the back of his head. Not exactly. Before I joined a guild. I did a lot of freelance work not affiliated with a guild. Word spread about me quickly as a prominent mage, but I didn't belong to a guild. Even though I picked up various S-class type jobs, not many other mages were too happy about it. Lucy giggled. Don't forget about the success of your 10 years quest you even took on. Lucy then placed a finger on her lip, which reminds me, how long did it take you to complete that mission? Naruto began to sweat as he said, oh, well that one, yes, I did complete it. It took me a couple of weeks to track down the sea beast. Then a few days of preparation and then I beat it. Not a bad lie, Naruto. Couldn't have thought of a better explanation myself. Kurama praised with a satisfied smile on his face. Smack, ow. Kurama looked to Matabi, who smacked him in his snout, still in her human form. Oh, don't you dare growl or even snarl at me. You know very well that it isn't a good habit for Naruto. He should be truthful about his achievements. Erza nodded her head approvingly. I see. The fact you even succeeded in the mission is impressive. If the master wants to grant you the title of S-class, I don't see why not. Before Naruto could explain anything, Lucy interjected and said, well, a lot of everyone in the guild got uppity about it. So, Naruto agreed to a mock battle against you to prove everyone in the guild his abilities. Lucy looked at Natsu and in turn, Natsu began to whistle and look away. Erza, displeased to hear this, turns to Naruto and says, if Master says you should keep your title as S-class, it is not mine nor everyone else's judgment to determine if you are one or not. We do not know who you are completely, or fully, we all have our stories to tell. Just who you tell it to are the ones most deserving. If the Master has heard it and deemed you worthy, I see no reason to argue. I am pleased though you were willing to go to such lengths. I again apologize for some of my guildmates' behaviors. Naruto chuckled as he waved it off. Don't think too much of it. They're titles until you make something of it. Even if people don't know my own merits, I do, and I stand by what I know and believe. Naruto shakes his head left and right. My way of life, my principles, policies, and more are unique and different. I would never push mine on others, I simply inform them, and if they wish to ignore me, they can. I think it's great you think like that. In the end, you'll like them all. They're all crazy and weird in their ways, but they're family. Erza patted Naruto on the back, doing her best to reassure him that the guild meant well. Well, why don't we get home, eh? This will be a story to tell Master. Natsu smirked as he began to make his way back to the guild. Where are you going, Flame Brain? The train is this way. Gray had a smirk appear on his face as Natsu gulped down hard. Oh. Natsu turned to the group with a nervous smile on his face. Oh, Naruto chuckled. Erza, don't knock him out this time. I'll cast that spell on you again, Natsu. It should last long enough for the ride. That also reminded Natsu as he quickly ran to Naruto's side. Oh yeah, that's right. Ooh. Naruto. I smelled you using Dragon Slayer magic. Who was your dragon? Did your dragon know Igneel? Naruto chuckled as he said, well, no, my dragon didn't. She disappeared July 7th x 777. Heard your dragon did the same. Natsu looked down at the ground as he let a raspberry out. Darn it. Alrighty. Well, at least it's cool to have another dragon slayer in the guild. Natsu's frown was replaced with a big grin on his face. He could make a 180 on a flip of a dime. Backquote. Fairy Tail Guild. After about a 3-hour ride back to Fairy Tail, Naruto, Lucy, and Team Erza returned to the guild. They found the place just as loud and brash as it usually is. When they arrived back, everyone turned their heads in silence. Erza saw them all partying and drinking as per usual and found everyone she chided the other day doing the same thing. Erza only shook her head. Come on. Let's go wait for Master if he is here. I want to inform him of what happened. Ah. Erza my dear, I am over here. Just got back. Makarov chuckled as everyone turned around. If you need to tell me of a mission report, come into my office. Makarov walked towards his private office with Erza in tow. The two soon entered the office and Erza began her explanation of today's events. After mulling over the information, Makarov nodded his head with approval. I'm glad to see you all came home unscathed, a mission well done. I'll fill the proper paperwork when the time comes. Makarov let a low sigh out. But a matter this serious, don't be surprised if they come knocking on our front door steps. I can see it happening, but don't fret, I think it'll be fine. So, Master, please inform me on the guild. I heard they didn't go along with your decision to let Naruto keep his rank. Erza placed her arms over her chest. Makarov could tell she was upset. Ah yes, the newcomer and Lucy too. Not too long ago they went on an A-class mission with Levi and Mira. They did miraculously as you heard, but everyone still didn't believe in Naruto's capabilities. Makarov sighed as he jumped on top of his desk to take a peek outside through the blinds. He could see the rest of the guild all chatting with Naruto and Lucy, with Mira and Levi right next to the two. They complained about letting me allow Naruto to keep his rank as S-class. This is unacceptable, but I can tell Naruto wants to try to earn the trust of the guild. Erza closed her eyes and nodded her head. Well, I accepted his duel, as well as another with Natsu, which I'll do after Naruto. I see. Well, regardless if he could complete a 10-year quest alone without help, I think it makes him suited for S-class just fine. Makarov released the blinds, turning back to Erza. Well, what do you say? Want to get this battle started? Erza nodded her head. Sure, why not? I hardly used too much magic today. I recovered all of it on the ride back. I don't see why not. Let's go ask Naruto. Erza began to walk out with Makarov following her out of the office. Everyone in the guild grew quiet as Naruto watched as Erza and Makarov walked up to him. Erza looked to Natsu. Natsu, I promise to fight you after I have fought Naruto. We can fight tomorrow after I have rested from my battle with Naruto. Natsu for one time in his life nodded his head. You got it, Erza. Just don't forget. You too, Naruto. Natsu then looked at Naruto with a raging fire in Naruto's eyes. Alright then. The contenders have been settled. Everyone outside. Makarov shouted as everyone ran outside to where the battle was going to take place. After moving about 4 miles from the guild to a flat open land, Makarov stopped as the other members got behind him. Naruto and Erza stood across from one another in front of Makarov, staring one another down. Makarov looked at the both of them. I'll set the rules. There is no maiming, cheap shots, or anything that could seriously harm or even kill. When I call the match, I will call it either a draw or one victor. Besides that, everything else is permitted. Naruto and Erza both nodded their heads, understanding the rules. However, a voice spoke up as Kana shouted, "Come on folks. Step this way to the lady with money, pencil, and paper. Place your bets on Erza, our very own Tatiana, or Naruto, our brand new member. Put me down for 15,000. Erza, 10,000. Erza, 30,000. Erza, 10,000. Erza, 5,000. Erza. Levi, Mira, Lisanna, Elfman, and Lucy all stayed independent, deciding not to bet on Naruto's and Erza's fight. Wow, it's completely one-sided. Lisanna looked at her other guildmates ashamed. Lucy then says, I'll put 10,000 for Naruto. Same here. Lisanna waves her hand in the air with her money. I'll bet too. Like a real man. 10,000 for Naruto. Elfman smirked from ear to ear. I guess it couldn't hurt. Mira giggled as she placed in 100,000 for Naruto. I know Naruto can do it. I believe in him. Levi placed in 10,000 jewels. Erza then said, don't think about them too much, and just enjoy our battle together. Erza placed a hand on her hip. Some betting amongst family is okay. Erza equipped a sword into her hand, holding up. Naruto closed his eyes as he extended his hand out to the side. A circle formed in front of Naruto as he reached into a magic dimension and pulled a sword out. The sword didn't have a hilt and simply had a blue handle, along with the scabbard that Naruto placed on his belt behind him. Naruto held the sword up in a reverse grip fashion, ready for Erza. Makarov looked left and right and then raised his hand. He then brought it down and shouted, Hajime. Erza shot off towards her spot towards Naruto as their swords clanged against one another. Naruto and Erza swung their swords trying to catch one another off guard. The two threw feints, counters, parries, and attacks. Soon the two yelled with a battle cry as their swords clashed against one another, causing sparks to fly. Wakaba was in disbelief. Is he standing against Erza right now in swordsmanship? Macau had his left arm over his chest and his right arm on top of it, with his hand on his chin. The kid is not bad. The two haven't even begun to use magic yet. Naruto and Erza real men. Elfman shouted as he flexed his biceps. Lisana's sweat dropped. Erza isn't a man Elfman knee, but even still the two were quite strong. Lisana began to focus more on their footwork and their techniques, if anything. Everything so far might prove that Erza is still slightly better at swordsmanship than Naruto. Good observation. Levi interjected as she had on a pair of magic reading glasses. From what I am seeing too, Erza's movement seems to be a lot more concentrated, and knows how to move. While Naruto's is still very good, no doubt he'd give most swordsmen a run for their money. However, now Erza still has the edge in swords. Naruto has this. He's stronger than just with swords. Lucy puffed her cheeks out. It was true that Erza might be better than Naruto with swords. However, that didn't mean that Naruto wasn't still strong. Erza jumped back from their clash and summoned another sword and charged at Naruto. Naruto brought his sword up to block one of Erza's strikes. He was then forced to dodge as another came at a downward diagonal slash. However, she brought the sword back since it was double-bladed. Everyone's sword. The sword comes back as Naruto's eyes wide. She's got him. Wakaba shouted, knowing he just won his bet. Clang. Wakaba's voice dropped as Naruto with the sword he already blocked from Erza. He brought his sword up where the hilt stopped Erza's other sword from reaching him. Hey, almost got me there. Erza was very impressed. She quickly backed off, gaining some distance. Your swordsmanship is nothing to scoff at. Now, why don't we get serious here and let loose? I'll begin using magic when you do. For now, let's see how long you can last. Naruto smirked as he took the sword and sheathed it. He tucked it away in a dimension. Just then 7 smaller portals appeared around Naruto. Out dropped 7 swords, and Naruto twisted his body where the swords fell into the nooks and crannies of Naruto's limbs. Erza was shocked to see such a crazy number of swords on one body, and the stance was strange. Ha! Killer Bee's stance. Now I haven't seen that in a long time. Matabi purred, thinking back to Gyuki's old Jinchuriki host. What the hell? Gray looked at Naruto confused. He looks ridiculous. Natsu pointed at Naruto as he was on the verge of laughing. Don't laugh at it, you don't know what he could do with those. Mira quickly interjected, stopping the rest of the guild from making too much of a commotion. Naruto just then threw some of the swords at Erza, who deflected the 2 swords that stuck to the ground. Just then Erza looked up to see Naruto spinning at her like a buzzsaw, which forced her to sidestep. Once she did, as Naruto spun, he picked up the swords he threw and spun towards Erza. Not everyone could see Naruto's speed, but every time Naruto spun, he moved his joints in his body, which caused the swords to spin and change their direction in position, allowing Naruto to be able to aim a sword at some part of his opponent's body. Before Erza knew it, Naruto was on top of her, raining down all 7 swords on top of her, which she did her best to block, parry, and dodge. Erza continued to block, dodge, and parry, but soon she felt a nick on her forearm. Then her cheek, the top of her hand, her thigh. Holy crap, he is making Erza bleed. Gray shouted as everyone gasped in shock to see Erza, one of their strongest, being pushed. Enough. Erza shouted as she took another few nicks on her face but managed to push Naruto away to gain some distance. Erza took a few moments to collect her breath. I'll admit that style is something I haven't ever seen before. But if it's a number you want to play, then let's do so. Erza began to glow as his hair began to float up into the air. Once the glowing stopped, Erza was in her Heaves wheel armor. Dance, my swords. Circle swords. The armor that Erza adorned not too long ago was now on her. 2 swords in her hand and 98 others floating around her. You far exceeded my expectations, Naruto. Now let us go all out. I want to see your strength. Naruto smirked as he relaxed and allowed the swords to fall into a portal going back into his storage. Naruto held his fists up ready. Well, if we're using magic now, I guess I better start trying now too. A light hue of green surrounded Naruto. I hope you're ready. Naruto put his finger up and shouted, solid script. Fire. Solid script water. Solid script. Wind. Naruto wrote the words almost consecutively and the spells finished at the same time. Wait, did he just cast those spells at the same time? Natsu screamed out as the attacks flew toward Erza, but before coming in contact with her, the attacks blew up. This caused a smokescreen creating a steam area blocking Erza's view, as using the wind to push the steam around. Makarov shook his head. No, Natsu, he wrote those words so fast in the air, it almost looked like he wrote them at the same time. Erza quickly began to spin her swords in a circle which created a vacuum that ate away the smokescreen. However, it left nothing to be seen. Where did he go? Erza looked left and right as her sword circled her until she then spotted something off. Wait, since when did I have 99 swir? Shit. One of her swords burst in a cloud of smoke, revealing Naruto coming from it. Naruto extended his fist out as he made contact with Erza's cheek. Naruto hit her cheek, spun around in a circle, and then threw her to the ground. Erza was sent careening into the ground, creating a human-sized crater. She quickly got up as Naruto landed on the ground. He smirked. Gotcha, like I said, spying, espionage, and assassinations are what I specialize in. Erza, allowing one of her swords, from her hand to float, allowed her to rub it, feeling the pain. That hurt. Erza could feel her body aching from that punch. That was a serious hit. You didn't even use magic. That was pure strength. Hey. Good eye, I must admit you're one of the strongest I've fought so far. Naruto looked to Erza. Now, what do you think? No more holding back. With pleasure. Erza quickly changed into her flight armor. This armor features very few armored parts. It is cheetah printed, and the outfit has a large collar around Erza's neck and a tail hanging from the back of her shorts, both made of bushy fur, plus a pair of large cheetah ears adorning both sides of Erza's head. When wearing this armor, Erza is equipped with a pair of short swords with elaborate handguards similar to rapiers, shaped like a rose thorns. Naruto, just seeing Erza's speed dramatically increase, narrowly dodges an attack from her swords. Naruto held his hands up as he parried another sword attack and ducked under another. Naruto jumped back, making some distance, and smirked. Impressive speed. The armor suits you quite nicely, I must also add. Erza smiled, adoring her armor. Thanks, I think the cheetah-like look to it was adorable. Now, enough chatting. Let's fight. Erza dashed off. Sonic Claw. Naruto tried to dodge, but he felt a sword slash into his side. Before he knew it, another across his chest, as Erza bounced around using her strength to quickly change her direction without losing any sort of speed. Erza finished her assault with a kick to Naruto's chest that sent him careening into the ground, creating a cone-like trail. Erza readied herself in a stance as she looked at Naruto on the ground. Yeah. Erza won. Woo. Wakaba shouted. My money I'll get back will be doubled. Wait. Naruto ni isn't out of this. Lisana looked intently as she watched the dust clear from the path Naruto made. The dust cleared to show Naruto on one knee with Naruto's clothes seemingly torn, with cuts all over his body. Even some blood running down his forehead. I must admit, those attacks were pretty good. I haven't had someone make me bleed like this in a long time. Naruto held his hand out and gripped it as he saw blood come from his hand. It's been a long time since someone has made me bleed. Someone who isn't Madara or even Rose. I think I've held back quite long enough. Erza, I suggest you equip your strongest armor. Naruto looked to Erza as he stuck his hand out, and magic began to gather around Naruto at an alarming rate. Makarov shouted, everyone stand back. Makarov grew 7 sizes, so he was about 7'2". He pushed all the guild members back. Erza, noticing the Aethernano gathering around Naruto, begins forming an attack aimed at her. Erza quickly changed into her adamantine armor and set it in front of her. Naruto raised his hand into the air as a giant sphere of magic formed in his hand. Naruto's sphere began to take on elements of light, water, fire, purple lightning, earth, light, and darkness magic. The main basic elements of magic were then all condensed into a giant sphere, causing the sphere's color to change to a ghostly white. The sphere was grabbed by Naruto and he condensed it into a tiny sphere about the size of a marble. The wind around Naruto began to pick up as a strong breeze blew around him like a tornado. Dark clouds formed, causing lightning to strike all around, and even caused rain to begin to fall. The earth around Naruto began to break apart and pieces of earth levitated around him. The air seemingly grew hot in certain areas. I call upon the power of Mother Nature. This is the power of a sage. Up until Naruto finished his chant, Everyone could only hear a quiet, almost metallic humming. No other sounds could be heard until Naruto shouted his spell's name. Sage Dragon Secret Art. Supernova. Naruto gripped the marble-sized attack between his index finger and thumb. He then flicked his thumb, firing the attack off his thumb. Erza watched as a small ball of magic slammed into her shield. She could feel the pressure from Naruto's attack drawing closer to her shield. Erza knew she could not dodge the attack. It didn't matter where she went. This was an attack she had to tank. The small ball touched Erza's shield and everyone heard a ding noise as the attack blew up, creating a very large cone of magic that completely engulfed Erza. Everyone watched as the roar from Naruto's attack blew everything away, causing lightning from above to strike. The wind and rain began to pick up, and the earth that was sent flying. Naruto quickly used a wind spell to negate the effects of his attack to reduce the damage. As everyone watched Naruto clear the dust and debris away, everyone was shocked to see Erza laying on her back in a 20-foot-long cone crater. She was not majorly injured, just knocked out from the force of the attack. Makarov couldn't believe the level of power that Naruto's spell possessed. Shouza. Naruto. He did it, he won. Lucy and Levi both cheered as they both looked at one another happily. Mira clapped happily as Lisanna cheered, yeah. I knew he could do it. Elfman flexed his muscles, I knew Naruto could do it. He's a real man. And no way. The newbie has a spell like that in his back pocket. Kana looked onward at Naruto with complete shock. The kids is crazy. Mikao rubbed the back of his head. Whoa. I pissed off the wrong kid. Wakaba knew he had to apologize to Naruto for what he said to him. The rest of the guild was in an uproar as the people who betted on Erza ended up paying all their jewels to Lucy, Levi, Mira, Lisanna, and Elfman. They would be set for a while when it came to having to pay for rent. Naruto went over to Erza while this was happening and knelt to her. Naruto placed his hand on Erza. Thankfully he didn't blow away her armor. He did his best to hold back in that spell. He wanted to just knock her out. Naruto began to heal her, and Erza slowly opened her eyes. Hey, easy there, you feeling okay? Erza slowly sat up from laying down. I am assuming if I'm on the ground I lost. Erza looked to Naruto. That was one hell of an attack. You utterly and completely beat me. Naruto stood up and offered her his hand. Thanks. Erza was pulled by Naruto, but Erza wasn't quite ready to walk just yet on her own. Erza's legs felt weak as she fell forward, but Naruto caught her in his arms. Thanks. Erza fought her blush down quickly. She also used her remaining magic to shift back into her normal Heart's Cruise armor. Yeah. Take it easy. I put ya through the ringer on that attack. Naruto smiled as he looked towards her. The fight was amazing. I haven't been pushed his much in a long time. Erza looked to Naruto and asked. I know I did my best. In the end, you fought well. I must admit you are far stronger than I am. Erza however had a question, but I must ask, you've already healed, how come? Naruto quickly said. Thanks to my Sage Dragon Slayer magic, I have a passive healing factor. My magic revolves around nature and all that. Naruto lied and Kurama praised Naruto for coming up with a great reason why he healed so quickly. That was very well done you two. In the end, Naruto won. Makarov walked up to the two back to his normal size. I went all out and did my best, and yet he still beat me. I have no doubts he should have the rank of S-class. Erza nodded approving of Makarov's decision but glared when she looked at the rest of the guild. I hope this is a lesson to you all. Master's words are final, and if he decides that a certain mage is allowed to keep their class, then so be it, it is not our decision. But how were we supposed to know Naruto was that strong? Natsu looked at Erza confused. He thought this was the best way to gauge his power. Makarov explained with his hand held out to the side. Indeed, it was good to rest him, but Naruto told me about his achievements. Everything he told me aligned with all the rumors and how well he did on the mission with Mira, Levi, and Lucy. Makarov's face then turned to a frown. Next time you have a problem with my decisions, keep them to yourselves. It's not up to your guys' decision. Makarov shouted as the other guild members all flinched at his words. Then they all looked down at the ground in shame. Master, I think they get it. So, no need to be harsher on them than you already are. Naruto interjected as Makarov looked at Naruto and let a low sigh out. Very well. Erza nods her head and sticks her hand out to Naruto. Officially, Naruto, I'd like to welcome you to the guild as our newest S-class wizard.
Thanks. Means a lot to me, Erza. Naruto shook her hand.
Now that we got a new S-class mage, Naruto, fight me. Natsu charged at Naruto with his fist on fire. However, Erza stepped forward and slammed his head into the ground. Natsu, you know better than to attack someone after they had a long and hard-fought battle. I'm sure Naruto is tired. Natsu mumbled through the ground. Why yes ma'am, sorry ma'am. Naruto chuckled. Actually if Natsu wanted that fight I could still very well do it. Naruto looked to Natsu as Makarov and the others looked at Naruto like he was crazy. My dear boy, you cast a very powerful spell. Are you telling me you could still keep fighting? Makarov looked at Naruto in shock. He knew of Naruto's feats and powers, but he didn't realize that Naruto's stamina was this large. Erza shook her head, placing a hand on her hip. No matter what, there will always be someone stronger than you out there. Erza looked at Naruto with a determined smirk on her face. Oh yeah. Erza could easily see Naruto being a rival for her. Next time we fight Naruto, I will be stronger. We should push one another to get as strong as possible. Naruto smirked back at her. Okay. I'm game if you are. Let's just see how powerful we get and see who stays above one another. I wouldn't want it any other way. Erza looked to Naruto as seemingly lighting sparked between the two, causing the guild to realize something. That Naruto and Erza might have just become rivals with one another. Similar to how Erza and Mira are still rivals even today. Erza nods her head and sticks her hand out to Naruto. Officially, Naruto, I'd like to welcome you to the guild as our newest S-class wizard.
Thanks, means a lot to me, Erza. Naruto shook her hand.
Now that we got a new S-class mage, Naruto, fight me. Natsu charged at Naruto with his fist on fire. However, Erza stepped forward and slammed his head into the ground. Natsu, you know better than to attack someone after they had a long and hard-fought battle. I'm sure Naruto is tired. Natsu mumbled through the ground. Why yes ma'am, sorry ma'am. Naruto chuckled. Actually if Natsu wanted that fight I could still very well do it. Naruto looked to Natsu as Makarov and the others looked at Naruto like he was crazy. My dear boy, you cast a very powerful spell. Are you telling me you could still keep fighting? Makarov looked at Naruto in shock. He knew of Naruto's feats and powers, but he didn't realize that Naruto's stamina was this large. Erza shook her head, placing a hand on her hip. No matter what, there will always be someone stronger than you out there. Erza looked at Naruto with a determined smirk on her face. Oh yeah. Erza could easily see Naruto being a rival for her. Next time we fight Naruto, I will be stronger. We should push one another to get as strong as possible. Naruto smirked back at her. Okay. I'm game if you are. Let's just see how powerful we get and see who stays above one another. I wouldn't want it any other way. Erza looked to Naruto as seemingly lighting sparked between the two, causing the guild to realize something. That Naruto and Erza might have just become rivals with one another. Similar to how Erza and Mira are still rivals even today. Backquote. 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 This chapter. Next day. It was the day after Naruto defeated Erza in combat. After everyone watched their battle, it was undeniably shown that Naruto was indeed an S-class mage. Much to many of the ones who lost the bet, they in the end respected or feared Naruto for his power. Which taught everyone a valuable lesson to never judge a book by its cover. That there is always someone stronger than you out there. Which is an understatement of the century. Naruto woke up from his morning like usual and made his way over to the guild. Matabi was able to convince Kurama to get out of the seal for a bit. The two took on transformations to go around and explore Magnolia. Hell, Naruto even gave them some spending money so they could enjoy themselves. Naruto walked into the guild to find the typical people he'd talked to in the guild. Naruto made his way over to the bar. Morning Mira, how you doing? Naruto sat on the stool and leaned his arms on the counter. Mira, who was taking inventory of the drinks at the bar, looked up from her job. Oh. Morning Naruto, I'm doing even better now that you're here. How can I help you today? Naruto smiled. He was glad that Mira enjoyed his company. Even more so than most people. Well, I'm good on drinking and food if that's what you mean. Naruto let a chuckle out as Mira joined him. Besides that, probably gonna take a look at the mission board. Just then a voice called out, Naruto, my boy, I have something for you. Mira and Naruto turned their heads to see Makarov come walking up to the two. Makarov got up on a stool next to Naruto and slid him 2 pieces of paper. Makarov shook his head. You've only been here for a few days, and there are already missions being requested by you. Naruto took a look at the first piece of paper and nervously chuckled. Wow, that was quick. Naruto held the mission up to Mira, who read it. Come play with us, from the children of Setsuna Orphanage. Mira smiled as she looked over at the mission. Ah, how adorable. Those kids just want to get to know you. Mira looked over to Naruto as she felt her heartbeat a couple of skips. Seeing Naruto getting requested by these precious kids from before was adorable. Just then Levi and Lucy came walking over and heard the commotion. Already the kids want you back? Levi chuckled as she stood next to Naruto and Makarov. Naruto turned to her and nodded her head. Yeah. The reward for the mission is a few hundred jewels, but I can't take those kids' money. Lucy then said, I wouldn't deny that if I were you. They want to first hire you so you can come. Plus, they're kids. They want to seem grown up, so they're gonna want to pay you. Lucy giggled as she looked at Naruto with amazement. I can't believe after just one mission he captured the kid's heart. Well, I must certainly agree he has that type of ability, as well as a way to crowd people around him. Wow, that seems like fun. Levi liked the idea of a different pace in jobs, granted not like it was high paying, but it was just a simple mission. The way the kids went about it was just precious. Naruto smiled and nodded his head. Well, if you girls want, you could come join me. I mean, the more the merrier, am I right? You can count me in. Lucy smiled, raising her hand. Yes. First one to answer. Oh my. Well, it seems I'll have to ask someone to look over the bar. Mira placed a hand on her cheek as she looked over to Naruto. Mira walked around the counter and over to Lucy and whispered, I see. So that's how you want to play it, is it? You're on Blondie. Mira stopped next to Lucy as Lucy stared back at her. Without Levi and Naruto seeing it, Makarov could see a tiger form behind Mira and a lion from Lucy as the animals roared at one another. Ah, what it is to be young and in love. Makarov sighed to himself with a smile on his face. Levi, it'd be great if you came. Some of the kids want to learn magic. Lucy and Mira, you too. You three are pretty smart, right? Naruto smiled looking at them as Levi and Lucy blushed from the compliment. However, Mira continued to walk away with an upset look on her face. Even though she kept up the smile, she knew she wasn't much of a teacher and was honestly smart to a point, but she can't teach. God, she has tried to do that for others before, and that didn't work out. However, that wasn't going to stop Mira from Lucy and Levi getting a leg up on her. Lucy and Mira know that this was Lucy 1 and Mira 0. For now, at least. As the group prepared to leave for their mission, Natsu, Happy, Lisana, Erza, and Gray walked into the guild chatting amongst themselves. Naruto was with Lucy, Levi, and Mira by the door as Mira wanted to talk to Lisana before she headed out. Elfman was currently sleeping at one of the booths at the guild. Just then Naruto noticed off as he felt a presence. Not until it arrived made itself known did he feel a sense of drowsiness. Naruto quickly shook his head and stood up before he could slump. However, he saw Mira, Lisana, Levi, Lucy, and Erza begin to wobble around and began to fall. Naruto quickly shadow clones to catch Lisana and Erza from falling and hitting their heads on the ground. Naruto was able to pull Mira, Levi, and Lucy close to him and gently lay them against one another on the ground. Naruto saw Makarov send him a nod of gratefulness for Naruto's help. Naruto watched as the doors creaked open. He saw a figure walking into the guild. Makarov, who was now on the counter, sighed, must you always put everyone to sleep? The man who Makarov was referring to only nodded his head. Naruto looked at him strangely since he resembled a shinobi in some ways. He was wearing a dark blue cloak and his arms and legs were mostly covered in bandages. He also adorned a dark blue bandana with a silver forehead protector and a green mask that obscured the bottom half of his face to hide his identity from his guildmates. The man walked up to the job board and grabbed a mission. Naruto also noticed a tuft of yellow hair and looked up from over the balcony. Just then the mysterious man who came walking in got Naruto's attention by making a clicking sound with his mouth. Naruto looked at the man as the man then looked at him. Naruto, right? Naruto nodded his head. Interesting, I've heard a lot about you. Mistogen, I'll see you around. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mistogen finished as he walked out the doors, closing them behind him as everyone began to awake from their slumber. Naruto looked at Makarov and Makarov looked to Naruto with an impressed look on his face. Not even Erza, who is one of Fairy Tail's strongest, could resist Mistogen's sleeping spell. What happened? Lucy held her head as she looked up to see Naruto. It must have been Mistogen. Mira slowly looked around to find herself next to Levi and Lucy. She realized that Naruto must have laid them all down so they wouldn't have gotten hurt. He always puts people asleep so we can't see his face. Damn it, Natsu growled out annoyed, he always does this. Levi, who also realized what Naruto did for them, slowly stood up and smiled. Thanks Naruto. Appreciate not hitting my head. Levi looked at him thankfully. Of course, don't want to see people get hurt, especially if they are you guys. Naruto said with a smile on his own, causing Levi, Mira, and Lucy to fight their flushes down.
Erza didn't realize that Naruto laid her down, but Lysina did as she saw she and Erza were in a similar position as Levi, Lucy, and Mira were in. Lysina smiled and waved to Naruto, thanks for helping us to out to Naruto ni. Naruto simply nodded his head to her.
Just then a voice spoke out, ha ha ha, so many of you haven't seen his face. Of course, I've seen what he looks like. I'm pretty sure he couldn't even beat me if he wanted to. You're all weaklings, even Mirajane and Erza couldn't even stay awake. Pathetic. Makarov only looked up to Laxus disappointed, asking himself where he went wrong. How, Laxus, a boy he raised himself, ended up the way he did. Natsu growled out, come on Laxus. I'll show you just how strong I am. Then come up here. Laxus taunted as Natsu prepared to go up to the second floor. Natsu was about to go until Makarov shouted, Natsu, you can't go up there yet. Not until you've become an S-class. Lucy, watching this unfold, could understand why Natsu couldn't go up there. He wasn't mentally mature enough to be considered S-class. Naruto then spoke up and said, when mocking others, you're just trying to get rid of something embarrassing from within you. Naruto stated as he turned towards the doors of the guild and walked out. Laxus looked to the back of Naruto, sneering at him until he walked out. Laxus simply huffed away as he laid back down, deciding to ignore everyone. Levi, Mira, and Lucy quickly followed Naruto out, leaving the rest of the guild in a bunch of chatter. Meanwhile, Jet and Droy were currently biting the collars of their shirts while crying. Backquote, 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 backquote. With Naruto, once Naruto heard the others follow him out, Naruto said, wow, that guy was something else. Naruto turned to Levi and Mira, wondering who that guy was. Levi frowned and shook her head left and right. That's Laxus for you, Laxus Drayar. I'd be worried if Laxus ever became guild master. Mira turned to glance back at the doors of the guild. After all, he is likely to become the next guild master. Wait, are you saying? Lucy looked at Naruto with a worried look on her face. Must be Master's grandson. Naruto knew if they were related. They were grandfather and grandson. Isn't he just a ray of sunshine? He's been like that since Master expulsed his father from the guild. Mira placed her finger to her lower lip. He's always obsessed about succeeding Master, and the Thunder God tribe is super loyal to him. Well, hopefully he turns over a new stone soon, otherwise he's going to regret it. Naruto narrowed his eyes, thinking back to Sasuke. Anyways, come on. Let's go get a four-wheeler and get to Mangrove Village. Backquote, 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 backquote. Few hours later, Mangrove Village. Naruto and the others soon returned to the village they were just not long ago. Naruto led the group into town as Mayor Mango greeted them. Ah, welcome back. I heard about the job that the kids sent out not too long ago. They were very eager to see you all again. Mayor Mango chuckled as he gestured the group towards the orphanage. He then took out a bag of money, which was more than the given amount said for the mission. I know this amount wasn't said on the mission board. However, the money the kids scrounged up was from their savings. We went ahead and put their money back into the saving and decided to take it out of the village's funding. So, please do not mind it if we give you more. Naruto, Lucy, and Mira wanted to refuse, however, they all knew better. Levi smiled and stepped forward. Of course, I think it's sweet that the village looks out for everyone. We'll make sure those kids know they do not need to pay for us to come. Well, one of them said. If they are mages, then time for them is important. They are busy going to jobs to make money so they can continue living and go on more jobs. So, to get them to come here, we need to buy their time. Mango smiled as he looked down at the grown with a smile on his face. Miyuki has done a wonderful job looking after those kids as if they were her own. These kids are quite smart too. We're fortunate for Miyuki, after all, she is a schoolteacher. That's wonderful, the kids get that from her. Levi beamed happily. I think we're all going to get along well. Yeah, we can give lessons on magic, Mira added. Help them get stronger if they want to be mages. Lucy grinned happily. We have various types of magic users. I'm mainly a holder. Everyone else here, besides Mira, is a caster. I got take over. Mira smiled, thinking of the idea of teaching children. It would be great practice for her in the future. Well, those kids aren't gonna teach themselves, come on gang. Naruto chuckled happily, seeing everyone's enthusiastic looks on his friends' faces. Everyone came walking up to the orphanage as everyone was outside. They were sitting on some chairs that they brought to the outside. Miyuki was up at a chalkboard on wheels. It looks like she was going over beginning algebra for the kids. Now that Naruto had a good look at them all, most of the kids seemed to be about 10 to 12 years old. Everyone watched silently as all the kids focused solely on Miyuki, listening to her words. Of course, the kids were writing in their spiral notebooks. Miyuki saw the others arrive but continued to teach as they kept a relatively far distance, so the kids didn't notice them. Though some of the kids seemed upset, they wanted the fairy tale members who saved Miyuki to be here. Not that they didn't like Miyuki's lessons, but they were anxious for them to arrive. With that said, class, before I let you all go, I am curious, are there any specific types of magics your kids would like to learn? Miyuki flipped the board the other way, revealing the student's name and a column for the magic they want to try to learn. Naruto, looking at the group of kids, counted a total of 8. Miyuki decided to start with the first student. Alright Miguel, would you like to go first? Alright. Miguel fist pumped the air and jumped from his seat. I want to learn how to use lighting magic. That way I could fire off cool beams of lighting. Maybe even cloak me in it to make me super fast. Miguel ran his hand through the air, resembling how fast he wanted to be able to move. Miyuki wrote Miguel's choice next to his name. Miyuki then moved her hand down to the next person's name. Tomo, you're up. Hey, that's me. Tomo cheered out loud. She had red hair and blue eyes. Tomo did a skip and a twirl on one foot. I want to learn how to fly using wind magic. Miyuki nodded her head. Alright, Michelle, you're up. Understood, Setsuna-sensei. Michelle, who was standing, thought for a moment and then nodded her head. I'd like to learn how to use water magic. Michelle had black hair and bright blue eyes. Ace, you're up. Ace stood up. He had black raggedy hair and freckles on his face. Alright. I want to learn how to use fire magic. Oh yeah. Just then Ace slumped over, falling asleep with a snot bubble coming from his nose. The kids, who all knew what Ace was like, laughed as Ace slept. Miyuki giggled. Anyways, Patricia, you're up, sweetie. Patricia stood up. She had brown hair and green eyes. Alright. I want to learn how to use celestial magic so I can summon those celestial spirits. Lucy beamed, hearing the girl wanted to learn celestial spirit magic. However, it also hurt, knowing that the special 12 zodiac keys were extremely hard to get. Wonderful, now Mark. Miyuki said, finishing Patricia's wish to learn celestial spirit magic. Mark, who had black hair and green eyes, stood up. I want to learn how to use water magic. That way I could control when it rains and summons huge tidal waves. Miyuki finished writing Mark's response and then turned to another girl. Alright Melissa, you're up. Melissa stood up. She had blonde hair and blue eyes. Great. I want to learn how to use magic that is super versatile. 2 more to go. Mitch, you're up. Miyuki turned to the boy after writing Melissa's element. I want to learn how to transform into beasts and stuff. It'd be cool as hell. Mitch shouted out. The boy had black hair and brown eyes. Mitch, language, we're still in school. Miyuki glared at the boy as he chuckled back, deciding to quiet down. Naruto whispered to Mira, try not to traumatize the boy too much. Mira felt his world shatter as she continued to look ahead at the children. For whatever reason, when others tell her she is scary or call her the devil, when Naruto states it to her, it hurts her ego more than usual. Lucy internally chuckled as Levi gave a light chuckle at the jab Naruto took at Mira. Last but not least, Becky, you're up. Miyuki turned to a girl, which everyone took an interest in. She had brown hair and brown eyes. Understood, Setsuna-sensei. I want to learn wind magic. That way I can learn how to fly. Becky smiled, looking up into the sky. Not every paid too much mind to the girl, but Naruto took note that the girl did not stand up when Miyuki called on her. Miyuki nodded her head. Well, with that said, class is dismissed, and your free time for the rest of the day can begin. Of course, I think you should all turn around. Miyuki gestured her hand as all the kids turned around, except for Ace, who was still asleep. all cheered and gasped in joy. Naruto waved to the kids, "Yo, can't wait to get started on those lessons." "Yeah. Let's go. Naruto Ni is here. Those girls were with him before. Let's learn some magic. Magic time." Levi smiled and said, "Well, I know how to use solid script if you're interested in being more versatile. If I remember, that was Melissa." "Cool." Melissa called out as she ran to Levi's side. Mira, who had a very adult and calm aura about herself, said, "I know how to use takeover magic and water magic. It'd be Mitch and Mark. Michelle, why don't you go to Naruto?" "Got it." Michelle nodded her head in acceptance. "Awesome, my teacher is super hot." Mitch cheered gleefully as he ran over to Mira, "She's on Sorcerer's Weekly." Mark hit Mitch upside the head, "Stop leering at our teacher, you pervert." Mark sighed, knowing he has to do his best to keep Mitch in check. Lucy held two fingers up. "Well, it seems like you got me, Patricia. I so happen to be a celestial mage myself." "Amazing. I can't wait to learn." Patricia came running up to Lucy, standing next to her. Naruto chuckled as he placed his hands on his hips. "Well, it seems I'll be teaching Tomo, Ace, Michelle, Miguel, and last but not least, Becky." Naruto watched as the kids ran over to him, but Ace was still asleep. Miyuki walked over and shook Ace awake. His snot bubble popped. Huh. Where am I?" Miyuki looked over at him crossed. "Oh. Sorry, sensei. Who's the fire magic teacher?" Naruto chuckled, waving his hand over to him as Ace shot up from his seat and ran over to Naruto. Miyuki shook her head, placing her hands on her hips. "What am I going to do with that boy, seriously?" "Sensei, come on, I need a hand." Becky called out as Miyuki quickly turned to her. "Sorry about that, Becky, you know how Ace is sometimes." Miyuki chuckled. Naruto and the others watched as Miyuki helped Becky out. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Miyuki helped Becky with her chair. Miyuki picked the young girl up and carried her behind the chalkboard and placed her into a wheelchair. The two soon came out with Miyuki rolling the young girl out. Naruto then noticed that not only can Becky not walk, she was also blind herself. She had a light haze of film over her eyes. "I could easily heal her, cure her blindness and help her walk again." Naruto did feel bad for her, but he doubted that girl wanted his empathy, let alone his sympathy. It was clear that the other children treated her well. Tomo cheered out, "Can't you wait, Becky? You'll be able to fly with magic soon." "Yeah, it'll be a lot of fun. I'm sure we will all do well," Ace cheered on. "Yeah, we've all dreamed of this. Now it is coming true." Melissa cheered as the other girls cheered together. "Aw yes, I can't wait for it either. I know this will be an eventful and wonderful learning experience," Becky said again with excitement in her voice, though something seemed off. Becky held herself very differently from the other kids. She couldn't be the oldest of all of them, she seemed to be the youngest. Miyuki smiled happily. "You may not have met Becky yet. She wasn't at the orphanage when those members attacked. She was in town getting a new dress from the seamstress on that day." Naruto nodded his head and turned to his team. "Well, why don't we go to separate areas so we can teach and get to know one another?" Naruto walked up behind Becky. "I'll push you over there, don't worry, Miyuki. I'll take great care of her." Naruto assured Miyuki, who let him push Becky to a training area Naruto wanted to take them to. Backquote. With Naruto pushed Becky as Tomo, Michelle, Miguel, and Ace followed Naruto as he took them to an opening in the forest. Naruto gestured for them to sit in front of him and they all did so. Naruto looked to Becky and asked, "May I?" Becky wondered where Naruto was and hoped she could also sit where the others were. "I shall only do so under one condition." Tomo giggled and said, "Becky only wants certain people to carry her. So far, the only person allowed to do so is Miyuki Ka-chan. Becky is a real for fairy tales." Tomo. Becky, using the sound of Tomo's voice, looked towards her direction. "You're embarrassing me." But even still. Becky regained her composure and cleared her throat. "I shall only let you pick me up under one condition. I want a vote from my panel too." "You got it, sis," Tomo shouted with a cheer. "Let's do this." Ace stood up from the ground. "We'll see how Naruto-sensei does now." Michelle giggled as she looked at Naruto, wondering what Becky will have him do. "All right then, Ace, hope you're ready." Miguel looked to Ace and he in turn nodded his head. Naruto, nervous, looked between all the kids and said, "All right then, I accept." Becky nods her head. Alright, everyone sits down, and I'll instruct Naruto-sensei on this. Becky looks intently at Naruto. Naruto-sensei, if you want to be able to pick me up, I have to knight you. Becky stated as she reached into a pocket of her wheelchair. She pulled out a walking stick and pointed it at Naruto. I want you to tell me a fairy tale. A wonderful story, and it can be anything. Then and only then will I knight you, and then you can pick me up. Naruto was surprised, but not unwilling to give it a shot. He smiled and nodded his head. Alright then, let's do an alternative, and let me show you something amazing. Naruto, using chakra, stomped his foot on the ground. Tree branches from the ground came up and formed a large couch for all the kids to sit on. Naruto pushed Becky next to everyone and he created another chair across from the kids to sit down on. Whoa! So cool! Tomo cheered with stars in her eyes. He can grow trees. Awesome! He made furniture with them too, Miguel said in excitement.
Becky, Naruto-sensei is already so cool. That has to give him bonus points for the story. Michelle looked at Becky as Becky nodded her head.
Understood. I shall make sure the furniture he creates is also added to his score. Becky nodded her head and gestured to Naruto. Now please, you may begin, Naruto-sensei. Naruto nodded his head, smiled, and thought back to Jiraiya's story. Okay. How about I tell you guys about a guy? He was a shinobi, and ironically this is how I was named Naruto. Naruto looked to the kids as a wave of nostalgia hit him. The name of the story is The Tale of the Utterly Gutsy Shinobi. This story takes place within several ninja villages that exist around Mount Hyakki. During the First Ninja World War, the northern village, Kotsu, tried to conquer the village of Kanton. Kanton sought aid from the southern village, and together they began the Soten project to create a destructive kinjutsu called Gukkoisen. When the chance for peace with Kotsu emerged, Gukkoisen was no longer needed. Shuku's second village chief, Kan Mahiru, ordered everyone involved in Gukkoisen's creation to be killed so that knowledge of its existence wouldn't get out. Naruto and Renge's fathers died during the war, possibly because they were part of the Soten project. Kan also broke the village of Kanton in two to further keep Gukkoisen a secret, with Kan to the east and Tun to the west. That was just the plot setting of the story, so you all had some insight. Now, the main character, Naruto. Sometime after the Second Ninja World War, Naruto Musasabi fights a ninja that tries to attack Shuku. Naruto and Tsuyu's teacher, Shu, summons them to a meeting with Shuku's third village chief, Kokage Mahiru. He informs them of the recent destruction of Tun due to the shifting of Mount Hyakki. Kokage worries that its destruction may be a sign that Kan has rediscovered how to use Gukkoisen, possibly with the help of Renge Momoashi, who recently abandoned Shuku to discover the larger world. Kokage instructs Naruto and Tsuyu to find and eliminate Renge. Naruto investigates Renge's house to try and learn his whereabouts, and while there he is attacked by a giant centipede. He defeats it, but not before it bites his neck, leaving a mark resembling a cross between a spider web and a compass. He finds this same mark drawn on a wall in a hidden room. Naruto investigates Renge's house to try and learn his whereabouts, and while there he is attacked by a giant centipede. He defeats it, but not before it bites his neck, leaving a mark resembling a cross between a spider web and a compass. He finds this same mark drawn on a wall in a hidden room. Kokage summons Naruto and Tsuyu to meet with him again the following day. He modifies his previous order to instead have them capture Renge alive and bring him back to Shuku. To help them with this, he assigns Nikaku Onokoma, a censor, to help them track Renge down. Nikaku was thought to have died during the First Ninja World War, executed for killing his allies. To prevent the public from learning he's still alive, he disguises himself as a donkey. Naruto and Nikaku have several donkey-related arguments before setting out to search for Renge. Backquote, 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 backquote. Few hours later, that's the end. Naruto finished as he placed his hands back onto his lap. He took a sip of water that Miyuki brought to the group a bit ago. That was amazing. Wow. Loved it. Tomo clapped, loving the end of the story. I think it was awesome. The fighting and the suspense. Who knew the bad guy planned this the entire time? Crazy. Miguel shouted as he kicked his feet into the air. I have to say that's one amazing story. Michelle nodded, liking Naruto a lot. That was so cool. That should be a real story. There were so many great and funny parts too. Ace slapped his thigh, agreeing with the rest of his siblings. Becky, after a few moments, nodded her head and smiled. What a wonderful story, lovely, nonetheless. I think the character interactions were well done. The details and descriptions of everyone were marvelous. Becky wished she knew what things looked like. She could only hope to imagine what they were. Naruto smiled. Thanks pervy sage, once again you come to save the day. So, does that mean I pass? Do I get knighted Beckyheim? Naruto gave a polite bow of respect. Becky, liking the sound of that, fought her blush down and nodded her head. Why yeah. Well, with that said, come here, Naruto-sensei, and kneel. Naruto stepped forward and went down on one knee and bowed his head. Becky, with the guidance of Tomo, placed her walking stick on Naruto's left shoulder. As princess of Miyuki's orphanage, I now knight you Naruto-sensei. You shall be known as. Tomo guided Becky's stick to Naruto's right shoulder. Sir Naruto. You have been knighted and may move me from my wheelchair to the comfort of the ground. Naruto slowly stood up and said, of course Beckyheim, as you command, so it shall be. Naruto walked over and gently picked Becky up bridal style and tapped his foot on the ground. A small shrub grew with a comfy leaf for Becky to sit on. Thank you. I hope you cherish this title, Sir Naruto. One of the many rare few who will only get to pick me up. Becky smiled happily thinking about Naruto. She was glad he was such a gentleman and so kind. With that said and done, is everyone ready to begin learning some magic? I'll teach you all the basics of what you need to know. Of course, if you have questions, feel free to raise your hands and ask questions. Naruto slowly stood up. Now, let's begin. As Naruto began to teach the children, Mira, Lucy, Levi, and Miyuki were off to the side listening to Naruto. The kids they were teaching were asleep under a tree. They were all tuckered out from trying to use magic. Becky is so adorable. Lucy giggled watching Naruto's and Becky's interaction with one another. I didn't know Naruto was quite the storyteller. I must admit that was new, but it was beautiful to see Naruto do that for her. Mira looked at Naruto with an awe-inspired look on her face. That's my Naruto. It's truly amazing to see this side of Naruto. He'd make a great father. Lucy looked at Naruto from a distance with a happy feeling from the scene. However, Lucy saw Miyuki lean in closer to her as she saw Lucy's face heat up. Lucy took a step back. Hey, why are you so close? Mira and Levi continued to talk, not hearing Lucy's and Miyuki's conversations. Oh, nothing, just interesting to see how close you three are with him. Miyuki giggled as she turned back to Naruto. Don't worry, I get it. You like him, don't you? Lucy held her head in embarrassment. Am I that obvious? Miyuki giggled into her hand and nodded her head. Don't worry about it, he's a cute guy and has dashingly good looks. However, I'm not one to get in the way of girls who already like a guy. Besides, I can tell how close he is to you too. Backquote, 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 backquote. With Naruto sighed as he stood in front of his students. He gave instructions on how to feel out for their magic. It didn't take long after the instruction Naruto gave for the kids to begin activating their magic. Naruto explained to each of them what to feel when it came to their desired element. Tomo stood with both her hands out in front of her. Slowly a light green hue appeared in her hands as the wind picked up. Her hair began to flail in the wind as her eyes sparkled. Naruto-sensei. I've done it. I've done it. Naruto smiled looking over her shoulder. Wonderful, Tomo. You and Becky could work on wind magic together. Working with another is always helpful. Naruto-sensei, look. Naruto turned his head to hear the voice of Ace as he smirked, holding a small flame in his hand. Ha! I did it. Just like you explained it to me. I thought of a flame in my mind and it came. Naruto gave Ace a thumbs up. Niece. Now you can keep your friends and family warm too. Then when need to you can cast great big fireballs. Heck yeah. I've always wanted to be able to go by a special moniker. Ace smirked as he held his fist up covered in flames. Let me guess, Fire Fist AA? Becky smirked off to the side as Ace looked over at her. Hey. You were listening in on me. Ace's face began to blush in embarrassment. Michelle placed a hand on Ace's shoulder. Ace, you kind of talk to yourself a lot in your room. It's kind of hard not to hear you. Ace hung his head depressed as Tomo patted his back trying to comfort the young fire apprentice. Michelle held her hand in the air as a bubble of water formed in her hands. Naruto nodded his head. Niece Michelle, water is very versatile. Michelle nodded her head with pride. Of course, after all, Naruto-sensei is the one teaching us. Naruto patted Michelle's head. No need to be like that, the rest of the work was you. Just then there was a crackle of lighting, which everyone turned their heads towards. Becky turned her ear towards the sound. Miguel smirked as lighting jumped between his fingers. All right. That idea was perfect, Naruto-sensei. Had to think of electrical charge and think of it crackling when leaving my hands. Mira nodded her head at Naruto's reasoning for understanding said magic. Lucy and Levi, however, chuckled wondering if that was really how Naruto explained magic to the kids. Becky sighed as she thought about Naruto's explanation of wind magic. Wind magic. It's like trying to mess with the air around you. Breathing helps. Concentrating on your breathing in the air surrounding. Becky focused on the air around herself and made sure to control her breathing. Naruto and the others watched as Becky's hair began to move in the air. The hem of her dress began to flap in the breeze she created. Just then Becky felt something connect within her, as the wind picked up quicker. Everyone watched as a mini tornado spun around her. Nice, Becky. Your magic is pretty strong after just finding it. Naruto made his way towards her and placed a hand on her head. Not bad at all, Heim. Not bad at all. Naruto looked around as the other kids began to practice their magic. Conjuring up weak spells to help practice, Naruto continued to give them pointers on how to control their magic. Within the next 10 minutes, everyone exhausted their magic reserves. Naruto gently laid them up against some trees to rest under. Naruto looked over to see Levi, Mira, Lucy, and Miyuki watching him from a distance. Naruto made his way over. Well, I think the kids will sleep well tonight, Miyuki. They got a good understanding of their magic once they got the hang of it. Yes, I saw. Thank you so much for coming out. Miyuki smiled looking towards the kids sleeping under the tree. They couldn't stop talking about wanting to learn magic, as well as waiting to see Naruto over here again. The kids are close, after all, they were either dropped off here at a young age, that or their parents died. Miyuki frowned but then smiled looking to Naruto. I've taught them that family doesn't have to be related by blood. Naruto smiled and said, it's the people who think and care about you. Naruto smiled thinking back to his family. This didn't go unnoticed by Lucy, Mira, and Levi, now that they thought of it. None of them knew about Naruto's past. Naruto, I want to know, just who are you? Lucy looks to Naruto wanting answers, but she is worried. Because she still remembers how he saved her mother. She still wants to know what he did. Lucy did learn that magic deficiency disease is deadly. It wasn't easy to find someone who can cure such a thing. Well, when we'll stop by when the kids want. We can continue teaching them. Maybe they'll even join FAIRYTAIL once they're old enough. Mira smiled brightly as she looked to her left to see Mitch asleep by a tree. Yeah, maybe. Lucy placed her hand on her hips. It was fun. This was something I was pretty good at. Levi looked to Naruto. Thanks for inviting me along the way for this mission. I'm glad you could tag along. I'm not much of a teacher, so I figured having some help would be good. Naruto chuckled as he gave Levi a bright smile. This caused her to smile back with a slight blush on her face. Well, it's been lovely to have you guys here. We just need to get the kids back in their beds, and you guys can go about your day. Miyuki looked at Naruto and his team. Well, I can give you a hand bringing them back to their rooms. Naruto, without thinking, created 7 shadow clones. This surprised everyone as they looked at him. Naruto, you idiot. Kurama facepalmed. Naruto looked to everyone and said, well, now you all know I got a buttload of magic. Mira was rather surprised as well. Wow. I mean, to be able to make that many thought projections is amazing. That requires a lot of magic. Lucy was surprised herself as the clones went and took the kids into the orphanage to lay them to bed. Ups. Naruto to himself as Matabi and Kurama stayed silent when Naruto took the kids back into the orphanage. Levi looked to Naruto rather confused. Mira didn't catch on to it, but those thought projections. They had magic, but they weren't made of magic. Naruto had his clones take the kids back to their rooms in the orphanage. However, when Naruto himself picked Becky up and found Miyuki next to him, Naruto wondered and looked at her and asked, Miyuki, do you know the stories behind everyone? Miyuki gave him a gentle smile. Why don't you keep her here, if you don't mind letting her rest in your lap, of course. Naruto shook his head showing he didn't mind. He gently sat down holding Becky in his arms. Miyuki gestured for Levi, Lucy, and Mira to come sit with them. Miyuki smiled as she closed her eyes for a moment as a cool breeze blew into her hair. Honestly, everyone here was abandoned and left in front of the village. We're unsure of who dropped them off and where they came from. We've caught parents dropping their kids off here before. The kids were so young when dropped off that they don't even remember anything of their parents. How sad. Lucy frowned. She thought of not knowing who her mother, father, or even her little brother was. It's sad. Levi looked down thinking for the kids. Even still, it seems you've given them a lovely home. Miyuki nodded her head in appreciation. Thank you. I made sure they knew the situation they were in. However, you made sure they all loved one another like family. Mira smiled as Miyuki nodded her head, confirming Mira's guess. As you can tell, they've learned to not care about where they came from. They only care about one another, me, you guys, and everyone in the village. Miyuki shook her head and smiled. The boys want to be able to become strong mages and join prominent guilds. That way they could make money and help support the village. Responsible young kids. Wow, already thinking about the future. Lucy giggled, thinking back to some of the boys. That Ace kid has a real fire in his eyes. Naruto looked towards the orphanage, the others as well. I think you raised these kids well. You should be proud. You've done a damn fine job. Thank you. All of your praises flatter me greatly, thank you. Miyuki smiled with a gentle blush on her face. They're the most important things in my life. I'd give up everything for them. Spoken like a true mother. Lucy smiled gleefully as Miyuki nodded her head in agreement. Miyuki then looked towards Becky. I will say this though, I am rather surprised Becky warmed up to you so quickly. Naruto looked at her worriedly and asked. Let me guess, her background isn't so cut and dry like everyone else's, is it? Mira frowned, and Lucy and Levi quickly followed suit as Miyuki nodded her head. Becky, well. A few seconds passed as Miyuki tried to bring herself to begin. She didn't even know where to start. Just then a voice spoke up. It's not hard, Miyuki-ka-san. Everyone turned their heads to see Becky slowly sitting up in Naruto's lap. I may not look like it, but I am younger than some of the others here. I'm only 8. Naruto was surprised. Wow, you physically seem older than most of the other kids. It's because you act so mature. Mira answered quickly and Becky nodded, confirming Mira's answer. Forced to learn the hard way the world works. Forced to grow up. Becky nodded her head as she looked down at her lap. I can still remember it. Becky began to shake as Miyuki placed a hand on Becky's hand. My parents weren't the best around. My mother and father were divorced. They fought a lot and argued. Usually it was always over me and my little brother. No one said anything, waiting for Becky to continue. I looked after him, fed him, bathed him, and worked to make money. Becky lifted her hands to her face. Even if she couldn't see her hands, she could still see the cuts, bruises, and gashes on her hands. I had to work manual labor, moving cargo, and working in factories wherever I could. Something to make money for me and my little brother. Becky's voice began to crack with sadness and pain. I did everything I could for him. He was so young. His name was Jack. He was my little Jack. I miss him greatly. You don't have to continue if you don't want to, Becky. Naruto placed a gentle hand on her right shoulder. Becky took her left hand and placed it over Naruto's hand. Stories mean a lot to me, no matter how silly, real, or fake they are. Every time I came home from work I would be always happy. Because I knew Jack, as I usually request is for him, to read books, and come up with a story for me. It kept him busy and happy. Well, at least what happiness I could provide for him. You did your best, Becky. I'm sure Jack understood and loved you very much. Lucy said gently, to which Becky smiled and nodded her thanks to Lucy. I too have a little brother, but I couldn't even imagine losing one. Yeah, he passed away because no one would look at him. Becky gripped her fists in anger. He got sick, because of me. Becky slammed her fist into the ground and caused the wind to pick up around her. It wasn't your fault. Miyuki retorted, quickly grabbing Becky's fist and trying to calm her down. I have no one else to blame. I had to work, but yet, people got sick, very sick. I got lucky and didn't have it as bad as everyone else. Becky looked away in shame. Even though I didn't get sick as the other workers, I thought it wouldn't be worse than a simple cold.
Naruto's anger inside was boiling as he listened to Becky. Of course, everyone else's inner rage was there. Somehow, through getting a cold, his cold grew worse. He ended up getting pneumonia. I tried to go to a hospital, but they turned us away. Because I couldn't pay for the jewels required for the treatment. Hell, I even tried to steal them. That didn't work in the end. All that got me was a beating from my father. How awful. What kind of parent would do that?
I can't believe they were even parents. Naruto frowned. Neither of them did anything? Neither of them cared? You're their children for Kami's sake. Naruto grew visibly angry. He could remember when he had the slightest of fevers. His mother was all over him taking care of him, she did the same for his sister too. Becky smiled. She could feel everyone's emotions and how upset everyone was. It's okay if you get mad. I appreciate you getting mad on my behalf. You are all great people. Becky rested her head on Naruto's chest. Kurama lay there in the seal saying nothing, he even knew everything the girl said was true. We called us monsters, Matabi said within the seal as Kurama nodded his head agreeing with Matabi. Your mother didn't care at all? Levi looked at Becky with a lot of empathy for the little girl. Not only that you had to work just to make money. Didn't your parents even help a little? Lucy looked at her wondering if her parents even gave a damn. No, nothing, my mother just up and left, no word or anything. Becky frowned. My Jack was only 4. Becky turned her head into Naruto's chest as she began to cry. Miyuki looked down saddened by everything. Becky's past was just so bad. Yet, here she is still strong and living through life. Your brother must have been so important to you, that you kept going huh? Naruto smiled as Becky nodded her head. If you don't mind, then how did you lose your sight? Why are you in a wheelchair? Naruto knew the answer, but he had to know. I explained, my father, well you know beat me. He got even worse when Jack passed. So bad, he broke my spine, which paralyzed me forever. Then took a knife over my eyes. Becky was stopped as Naruto placed a hand on her head. It's okay, no need to continue. I'm so sorry you had to go through that. Naruto closed his eyes as tears ran down his cheeks. You're wonderful. I hope you know that you're so strong. You should be proud of how far you've come. Not just for yourself, but for Jack too. You've made Miyuki, your mother, so proud. Becky smiled as she thought about Naruto's words, and tears began to flow from her eyes again. Thank you. Thank you. Naruto. Naruto ni. Becky cried as she shoved her face into his chest. It was a lot to take in for Becky, even if Miyuki has said it to her before. You never truly realize how much one appreciates just hearing words like that from people. Naruto was amazed by this little girl. After everything, after all, she went through. She kept going, and living after losing her ability to walk, see, and her little brother. Here Naruto realized how much he wanted to move on. To think he wanted for himself to just be done so he could see his parents, and his little sister, made him feel quite pathetic. Was it wrong for him to want to finally rest knowing he lived over 300 years? He saved the world but at the cost of all his friends and family. The only other survivor is Tsunade. Don't you dare think like that, nor relate yourself to her. Matabi scolded Naruto as he flinched. You both have had completely different circumstances, you can't compare them. Thanks, Matabi. Naruto relaxed internally and Matabi nodded happily. I understand how you feel, Becky. Naruto looked down at the little girl as she looked back up at him. I know what it's like to lose family. Maybe not knowing your own family not caring about you. But losing them, that I can relate to you with. Mira frowned along with Levi. Lucy was sad to hear that as well. However, Lucy was now even more worried and curious about Naruto. Just who was he? They met when they were about 7. Just how much trauma has Naruto experienced as a child? Becky smiled. You learn to treasure the time you have with those around you. Mira's, Levi's and Lucy's eyes widened hearing Becky's words. Because we have so little time in this world. 100 years may seem so long. But we could lose everything in just a blink of an eye. Mother Nature is neither friend nor foe. Too wise for someone so young, but we all do what we can to make the most of it. Naruto smiled as he pulled Becky close. I have some healing magic. I can try to help you. I can help you walk again. I can help you see again. Mira was surprised as she looked at Naruto. Is there even healing magic capable of that? Mira even looked at Lucy and Levi. Naruto smiled and said, for this I need you to be asleep so I can focus on healing parts of your body. I can't promise it will work, but I want to try. Becky smiled and nodded her head. If you can't, it's okay. I'm just glad you're willing to try. Miyuki looked worried. Naruto tapped Becky's forehead and placed a sleeping spell on Becky. Naruto, are you sure about this? I mean to say you could potentially do it, but it's not a guarantee. Couldn't there be side effects? Miyuki seemed rather on edge now that Naruto brought this up to her. Naruto understood her plight. I get it. It's a lot I just dumped on you and Becky. After she told us about her life, she was a wonderful girl. She is trying to enjoy life to the fullest. I feel like I just want to try to help her do so. Lucy wanted to speak up and say something. In the end, Lucy decided not to say anything and stayed silent. Lucy had a really upset look on her face. She hated not being told everything that was going on. She understands this is Naruto's personal life and the things he went through. But they are close, she knows she likes him a lot. To see and know Naruto is suffering alone and he won't let anyone in. It bothers her, and it angers her because she wants to help. Yet, he won't allow anyone to help him. Naruto could tell Lucy was very hurt by this, and she wanted an explanation. However, Naruto knows he can't tell them. He can perform these different acts and different miracles, but he understands letting too many people know can come with consequences. Big ones at that. The girls would have a lot of questions. Naruto knew that if he continued to come here with the girls, they would end up seeing Becky walking and being able to see. Again, there are limits that magic can do. Hell, even Tsunade would find it extremely hard to help someone walk again. Bringing back eyesight, forget about it. But when it comes to Naruto, all rules and laws set by Mother Nature or whatever kamis exist, you can throw that into a garbage can and incinerate it. Naruto's hands began to glow green, acting as if he was using his Dragon Slayer magic. Naruto knew Sky Dragon Slayer magic, so it wasn't hard to trick everyone. At least everyone but Lucy. Naruto had the sun mark appear on his right hand which went over Becky's mid-back. Naruto could feel the damage, her sciatic nerve was damaged. Tsunade could fix this with surgery, but thankfully Naruto didn't have to do that. Once Naruto finished, Naruto took the same hand and placed it over her eyes. He could feel the eyes were severely damaged with the cornea having a scar. It was clear a blade was ran over her eyes and it wasn't a shallow cut either. The green-like glow from his magic continued and slowly faded. As the sun mark on his hand disappeared, Naruto said, "Okay, open your eyes." Becky moved her head, so she faced everyone. She began to slowly open her eyes as she saw everyone sitting in front of her. Becky looked around to see the grass, the trees, the sky, and the clouds, and finally, she looked at Miyuki. Becky placed her hands over her mouth as she looked at Miyuki. Miyuki looked so young, yet so many in the orphanage, including her, called her mother. "Are you?" Miyuki nodded her head with a smile. I am Becky, I am." Becky went to go toward Miyuki, but her legs couldn't move. Though the initial movement caused her to move off of Naruto. She used her arms to brace herself. It didn't hurt, but she felt the grass prickle her shins and toes. Naruto gently lifted her. "Your legs are weak due to atrophy and you not using them. It'll take time, but you'll be able to walk and run like everyone else very soon." Once Naruto set Becky down, Becky turned her gaze from Miyuki to Naruto. She looked at him with a slight blush on her face. "So that's why you look like. I can also feel the grass. I can feel the breeze up against my legs." Becky smiled brightly as Lucy looked at Naruto with a smile on her face. Levi and Mira had some tears rolling down their cheeks. Becky looked to the other girls. "You all must be his friends. It's so nice to put voices on people's faces, but I'd like to put faces to names too." Lucy smiled, waving to Becky. "I'm Lucy. Mira here." Mira wiped a tear from her cheek. "I'm Levi. Glad you can see again. You really are amazing, Naruto." Levi tilted her head to the side a bit with a bright smile on her face. Naruto chuckled as he rubbed the back of his head. "Come on, it was nothing really, I'm just glad I was able to help." Becky couldn't stop smiling as she rested up against Miyuki. I can't thank you enough. All of you, Naruto for healing me, and you guys willing to teach everyone magic. I feel as if I can do so much more for Jack." Becky had some more tears run down her cheeks in excitement. After a few moments of cheering for Becky's recovery, Becky soon fell asleep in Miyuki's arms. Naruto figured it was time to head out. "Well, I'm glad we were able to help teach the kids magic and help out Becky." Naruto smiled as he nodded his head looking towards the sky. "Nonetheless, we probably should get heading back." Miyuki looked at Naruto with a great amount of admiration from Naruto. "I can't express how much you've done for us in our village. Especially for the kids, you've given them hope to better their lives. I appreciate it, I do." Mira waved it off. "I only taught a couple, it was mainly Naruto wanting to come here." "Yeah, no need to thank us so much, it was mainly Naruto. We just joined since he asked us." Levi chuckled nervously, embarrassed by the praise. Lucy nodded her head. "Most of it should be Naruto, he is the one who wanted to do this." Naruto shook his head. Don't forget I still asked you all if you wanted to join. You guys still played a part in the kids' journey to learning magic. I appreciate you all coming to help out. Backquote. 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 Later that night Naruto and his team went back to the Fairy Tail Guild. It was a rather quiet ride where small chat was made, but nothing else was said. Naruto walked out of the guild and looked up at the stars. Hey Naruto. Naruto turned his head to see Lucy come walking off from the side. Lucy was upset and mad at Naruto. She had her arms crossed over her chest. Oh. Lucy. I thought you went home. Something up? Lucy shook her head. Naruto. Lucy looked Naruto dead in the eyes. I've enjoyed seeing you and going out on missions with you. I'm overjoyed that we got to reunite, but Naruto, don't you trust me? Lucy walked up to Naruto and got closer to him. Is there something I did wrong that you don't trust me? Or is it something I've said or done to make you not want to trust me? I mean, we've been friends since we were kids. My parents took you in and looked after you. I am not trying to guilt trip you or anything. Lucy looks down at the ground. I just feel as if I don't even know who you are anymore. I can see you are troubled, and you're struggling with something. Is it that bad that you can't tell me what happened? Naruto looked at Lucy with a serious look on his face. He would like to keep this talk for later. It was taken early, but even still he went and decided to heal Becky. Naruto, this is the repercussions for healing Becky. Not that it's a bad one, just one that would force you to explain yourself. If I don't, Naruto replied, simple, you lose her as a friend kit. Nothing more, nothing less. Kurama closed his eye, resting his head on his paws. Matabi looked to Kurama. It was cruel for him to say that to Naruto. It was highly unlikely that Lucy wouldn't want to be friends with him anymore. It would just put a big strain on their friendship, but it was Kurama's way of pushing Naruto. Naruto had a nervous smile appear on his face. Naruto gestured for Lucy to follow him. Come with me. I want to show you my place. Naruto began to walk once again towards the forest which led to the outskirts of Magnolia. Lucy followed silently behind Naruto, unsure of what else to say. Naruto knew she was nervous and anxious herself. He could tell she was even hating the fact she asked. The two walked in silence until they reached a place where it was covered by trees and bushes. Naruto turned to Lucy, who seemingly looked at him confused. Naruto snapped his fingers as the shrubs and trees soon disappeared. Lucy looked in awe as she saw a house in its clearing. It was a rather comfortable 3-story house. Well, here's my place. I keep it hidden so people can't try to squat or anything. Come on in, we'll talk there. Naruto continued onwards into the house as Lucy followed through the front door. Once the two made their way into the family room, Lucy looked around at all the decorations and furniture in the house. Wow, it's nice. It's almost as if a girl decorated the place. Lucy walked over to the fireplace and found pictures. Whoa, wait, are these your? Lucy looked to Naruto as he nodded his head to her, answering her question. Wow, your mother is so pretty. Her hair is as red as Erza's. Your father, you look just like him. Lucy panned to another picture of a kid Naruto and a girl who seemed to be about his age. She had the same blonde hair and blue eyes as Naruto. Lucy looked to Naruto. I knew you had a family, but you never really said anything until Becky told her story. Naruto chuckled as he said, yeah, I don't like to mention them too much. Just, a lot happened with them. Just wish they were here, ya know? Naruto looked to the left and up the stairs. Lucy's eyes grew 2 sizes as 2 footsteps came walking down. Matabi came walking down the stairs in her kimono. Well, welcome to our humble abode, Lucy Nya. Matabi smiled happily as she came over to the couch. Matabi gestured to the couches. Please sit, Nya. All will be explained, Nya. Naruto smiled and said, well, first introductions I think are needed. Naruto gestured to Matabi. Hello, Lucy Nya. My name is Matabi. I'm the 2 Tails Hellcat. Matabi added as 2 blue tails appeared behind her. Then 2 blue fur ears lifted in the air. If you're wondering, no, I am not a human. I'm just a being construct made from chakra Nya. Lucy looked at Matabi like she was crazy. Real subtle, Matabi, real subtle. Why don't you tell her Naruto is from another dimension and is over 300 years old? Kurama joked as Matabi mentally hissed at him, and her cheeks turned red. Naruto seemingly facepalmed as Lucy looked at Naruto in confusion, shock, and more confusion. What? Well, that is after all the most appropriate response. Naruto chuckled as he said, yeah, I don't like to mention them too much. A lot happened with them. Just wish they were here, ya know? Naruto looked to the left and up the stairs. Lucy's eyes grew 2 sizes as 2 footsteps came walking down. Matabi came walking down the stairs in her kimono. Well, welcome to our humble abode, Lucy Nya. Matabi smiled happily as she came over to the couch. Matabi gestured to the couches. Please sit, Nya. All will be explained, Nya. Naruto smiled and said, well, first introductions I think are needed. Naruto gestured to Matabi. Hello, Lucy Nya. My name is Matabi. I'm the Two Tails Hell Cat. Matabi added as 2 blue tails appeared behind her. Then 2 blue fur ears lifted in the air. If you're wondering, no, I am not a human. I'm just a being construct made from chakra Nya. Lucy looked at Matabi like she was crazy. Real subtle, Matabi, real subtle. Why don't you tell her Naruto is from another dimension and is over 300 years old? Kurama joked as Matabi mentally hissed at him, and her cheeks turned red. Naruto seemingly facepalmed as Lucy looked at Naruto in confusion, shock, and well, more confusion. What? Well, that is after all the most appropriate response. Backquote, 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 this chapter Naruto's house with 1 explanation later. Wait, so you're telling me, this entire time you can use 2 different energy sources? Lucy looked at Naruto with a raised eyebrow. Yeah, that's chakra for ya. All living beings have it, just this world's people only have enough to survive. No one can access it since everyone constantly relies on magic. Naruto was doing his best to explain it. Remember how Natsu said he was a dragon slayer? I was taught by a dragon. I was taught magic and chakra by these guys who were companions of Rose. So, I learned how to not only utilize the Aethernano floating in the air, as well as harness my chakra within me. Naruto took a moment to sigh a breath of relief. Even if he wasn't able to explain everything, he could explain what he has now to at least satiate Lucy's concern and curiosity. I see, having an ability like that would give you an edge above others. Lucy smiled at that and nodded her head, but then she narrowed her eyes at him. That still doesn't explain your ability to stop someone from dying, as well as give someone their legs back in sight. How does that work? Kurama and Matabi had to admit, Lucy was a very understanding woman. Though, she has a very sharp mind, and the little things she doesn't let slip. Naruto scratched his cheek. He was unsure of how to put this. The only way I can explain it, is this mark. Naruto raised it as a sun mark appeared on it. It holds power that my body is learning to produce on its own. The only thing I can describe it as, restoring a person's body to the way it was before. There are no drawbacks or anything, but if word were to spread about it. Lucy then understood quickly as she placed a hand over her mouth. I see, so that's what that it does. Lucy smiled as she looked at Naruto. Though Lucy noticed something, I'll accept the information you've given me now. Lucy smiled at Naruto as he looked at her rather surprised. Lucy smirked. Don't think you can get past me with that, mister. I know you far better than you think, but I get it. There is just some information that you don't want out. Even if you don't trust me, you don't trust the people around me. Before you know it, there are lines of people wanting answers. Then people who would want that for themselves target the people you care about. Is that right? Naruto looked at Matabi, who was also surprised at this as well. Well, yeah, actually, that's exactly it. Lucy giggled proudly as she happily tapped her shoes on the ground. Ha! I know Naruto better than that Mira girl and the others. Naruto is mine. So, back off. Lucy screamed victoriously in her head. Great. I'm glad we're all on the same page. Matabi let out a purr and said, well, now that we got everything figured out. Matabi looked to Lucy with an evil glare in her eye. Have you told Naruto that? Before Matabi could finish, Lucy got up from her seat and slapped her hand over her mouth. Okay. Well, I think it's about time I head out then. Lucy's face began to turn red as she looked towards Naruto. Lucy released Matabi and stood back up. Thanks for the explanation, Naruto. Just feels good to get something out of all this. So, thank you. Naruto nodded his head and smiled. Anytime, Lucy. Why don't I walk you back to your apartment? Naruto stood up and turned to Matabi. Please try to have more tact around people we don't know. Aye aye, sir. Matabi gave Naruto a salute that eerily resembled happy. Naruto and Lucy soon made their way out of the house and outside. It was still dark out as the two continued to walk. It was quiet between the two until Lucy grabbed onto Naruto's arm. She pulled it into her chest as she rested her head on his shoulder. This is something that Lucy would only ever want to do with Naruto. She trusted no one else to be like this with her. After all, it's kind of hard to hide that she does like him. Even if Naruto is a little oblivious to her advances. At least, that's what she thinks. Naruto didn't say anything when she did that. He just let it happen. Naruto was used to this. He never had a girlfriend, but he knew one liked him. Though, was this something he wanted? If anything, he was unsure if he could want a relationship. After all, he cannot die of old age, and dying straight up to an enemy isn't the best idea nor that easy. Naruto and Lucy walked back together until they got to her apartment. Lucy walked over and opened the door. Before she went in, she turned to Naruto with a smile on her face. If there is ever anything that you ever want to talk about, please don't hesitate to do so. I'm your friend, we have been for many years. So, don't forget that. Naruto smiled as he nodded his head. You got it, Lucy. When the time comes, and the time is right, you'll be the first to know. Naruto took a step forward, hugging the young blonde, to which Lucy greatly appreciated it. Lucy understood there was more to Naruto, but that was an explanation she wanted for a while. Naruto didn't blame her for it. This was the second time she had seen him perform this ability. Backquote, 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 backquote. Next day, Fairy Tail Guild. Naruto entered the guild hall, finding Mira at the bar cleaning some mugs. Naruto walked over, and Mira looked up and waved. Oh, Naruto. Good morning. Mira seemed to almost glow seeing Naruto enter into the guild. Many onlookers looked at Naruto with jealousy and tears in their eyes. Wakaba whispered, lucky bastard. Naruto walked up and sat down. Morning Mira, good to see you. How have things been? Pretty good. Have some orders to make. Can I get you anything to eat? Mira asked curiously, wondering what Naruto might like to eat. You wouldn't happen to have ramen here, would you? Naruto raised an eyebrow, but he heard Kurama groaning within him. Oh, normally no, not something I'd eat for breakfast. But I can make it for you if you'd like. Mira had a tint of pink stain her cheeks thinking about it. She hoped he'd like her cooking. Naruto thought for a moment and said, well, maybe another time. Anything you think that might be good, shoot for it. Mira nodded her head and went into the back. Hey Lee-sana, let's get on those orders. Got it, Nei-chan. Lee-sana cheered out. Naruto waited at the bar until he looked to his left. Lucy sat next to him. Hey, morning Naruto. Did ya sleep well last night? Lucy thought back to when she held his arm and rested her head on his shoulder. She had a tint of pink stain on her cheeks. Yeah, I did. Do you want to go out on a mission, Alter? Maybe Mira and Levi can join later. Naruto smiled at the idea, to which Lucy hid her frown. Hide it she did well. Though, Jet and Droy were biting their shirts shouting, bastard. Levi, who overheard this, left the two at the table and trotted over. Yeah. If you guys are willing to. That way Droy and Jet will have enough money when done with their job. That way they can pay rent. Jet slammed his face into the table. My Levi, no, don't go. My Levi, no. Droy had tears running down his cheeks watching his Levi go over to Naruto. Naruto kind of felt bad, but it was in the end up to Levi on what she wanted. Naruto nonetheless welcomes her. Of course, if you want to join, you're more than welcome. Got any ideas on what mission you're interested in? Levi looked at Naruto curiously and then panned over towards the mission board. Unsure. Maybe we could all tackle an S-class. I think we could all do it. Naruto thought about it, and Lucy and Levi seemed relatively unsure about it. Mira came out with some food. I know. How about I tag along? Though, I can't leave the bar unattended. Mira placed Naruto's food down with an upset tone in her voice. Just then Lee-sana said, I can look after it, Nei-chan. Mira looked over to Lee-sana as she gave her a thumbs up while winking at the same time. Go get him, Mira. Nei. Lee-sana was cheering for Mira internally. Alright, it's set then. Naruto smiled. Let me eat real quick and we can head out. Naruto turned around and clapped his hands together. Itadakimasu. Naruto then took his chopsticks and dug into Mira's omurice. Mira leaned on the bar with the palm of her hands on her chin, staring at Naruto intently. Naruto, tasting her food, was quite happy with it. Hey, Mira, this is great. Really? Mira stood up, placing the pads of her fingers together with a bright smile on her face. That's wonderful. Mira smiled happily as she looked over to Lucy and Levi. Lucy saw that and took it as a threat. Meanwhile, Levi chuckled nervously. Oh ho ho, she is on. Lucy screamed internally. I may have lost the battle now, but the war isn't over. Levi quickly shook her head. It's not like I like Naruto like that, I hardly know him. I've only gone on a couple of jobs with him. Besides, not like he would ever look at me like that. Levi looked down at her chest, and then back up at Lucy and then to Mira. She saw their chests as they bounced. Levi then looked behind Lucy to see her rear end, it stuck out and was firm. Levi then looked at Mira, but she was wearing a dress that hid it. Levi looked at herself placing her hand on her chest. It comically went, puff, which she then looked over at her butt. She saw how rather flat his butt looked. Yeah, no way he ever would. Levi shook her head trying to not think of such things. Just then the doors opened, and everyone turned their heads to see Erza come walking in. Good morning, everyone. Some replied, others didn't, though some were scared replies. Naruto swallowed some food. Morning Erza, what you got planned for today? Erza placed a hand on her hip, going to see if people want to go on a mission. It seems Natsu and Gray aren't here yet. Lisan, are you free? Sorry Erza, filling in for Mirane today. Why don't you also take Elfman too? Lisana smiled, gesturing to Elfman who was sitting at a table with food in front of him. Yeah, I'm down. We can be real men. Elfman threw his arms up, flexing his muscles. However, he forgot he had food on his fork, which went flying off his fork. Before he knew it, it hit someone. One thing led to another as food was thrown back at him. He shouted, not throwing food back isn't being a real man. Before everyone else realized it, an all-out brawl broke out in the guild. Erza looked at Naruto and wondered, what about you Naruto? Interested? Naruto shook his head, no thanks, but thanks. I'm going to be going on one with the girls here soon, just finishing up eating right now. I see, oh well, doesn't hurt to ask. Erza went and took a seat next to Naruto on his right. Lucy and Levi eventually found their seats to the left of Naruto. Just then the doors of the guild opened up again with Gray and Natsu already butting heads. Stupid ice princess. Matchstick. Stripper. Flame brain. Elsa. Boys. The two froze as they heard Erza yell out to them, that's what I thought, sit down, we're going on a mission later. Erza didn't even turn around from the bar. Yes ma'am. Gray shouted, giving Erza a salute while wrapping an arm around Natsu's shoulder. Aye. Natsu did the same thing as Gray. Just then a voice from up above spoke up, TCH. Pathetic. Everyone looked up along with Naruto as a head raised from below. All fighting and arguing like children. Hey, I heard about your fight with Erza. Naruto recognized him, it was Laxus, Laxus, come down and fight me, Natsu screamed out. Ha, as if. Laxus smirked, but he then looked to Naruto, oi, Whiskers, I heard you beat Erza. I must congratulate you at least being S-class material, but don't let that go to your head, beating Erza isn't much of an accomplishment. Naruto said nothing, but Natsu shouted back, come on Laxus. I'll show you just how strong I am. I'll beat you. A flame erupted from Natsu's hand, wanting to punch Laxus in the face. Peeved. Weakling, you aren't even able to take up an S-class mission. So don't even bother. Most of the people in this guild are weak. When I'm guild master, you can all say goodbye to this place. Laxus smirked as he looked down at Erza and Naruto. Of course, your guys' strength still isn't anything to scoff at. As long as you two and Mystogen swear allegiance to me, I'll let you stay around. Don't go getting too far ahead of yourself, Laxus. Like they always say, leaders don't force people to follow. They invite their followers onto their journey. So, if I were you, if you are trying to be a leader. Naruto smirked, otherwise you won't have anything to lead. Makarov, who was sitting off to the side, also said, Naruto is right Laxus, you should be more considerate of your fellow guildmates. TCH. Laxus laid back down, placing his hands behind his head. He decided not to further push the. Makarov turned to Naruto, I'm sorry about that, he can be rather brash, and not to think as much. Makarov shook his head, hopefully he turns over a new leaf, I'm sure he will. Naruto waved it off, don't think too much about it, the time will come when he decides to act. When he does, it depends on how he acts. Naruto turned to his team, well girls, I'm all done eating, you all ready to head out? Yeah, let's get going. Lucy added as she placed a hand on her hip. I'm sure we'll just fine now that we have two S-class mages going. Levi said with a relaxed feeling going throughout her body. It's not that she didn't trust Naruto or think he couldn't help her when she needed it. But now more people are stronger and could help her out if she slows them down. Though, she still doesn't like that she relies so much on others. I'll go get the mission. Mira ran up the stairs to the second floor and overlooked the job. Let's see. I know this one. Mira grabbed it and came running back down. I'll approve this mission for us. Lisanna, you take care of the rest. Got it, Mira neighed. Lisanna gave her a thumbs up. Team 7 went outside of the guild and Naruto asked. Alright, what's the mission? Where we off to? It's a mission over at Port Hargadon. There's problems with some sea creatures. Some boats were attacked by some sea beasts. Some almost died. It says to take out some sharks and even some arapaima. Oh. Those large missile-like fish. The ones that are almost the size of a magic four-wheeler. Levi's eyes widen at hearing arapaimas. They're quite dangerous. Yeah, sharks are easy, but these guys are tough. Mira looked at the mission details. They have tough scales, and fishing makes it difficult. Then again, I don't recommend fishing to get them. Lucy smiled. Well, I got Aquarius. She'll do great to help out since we're gonna be by water. Yes. No scolding from her. I can summon her without her washing me away in a giant wave. Well, I don't think she is out on a date right now with Scorpio. Lucy decided to think about that later as she shrugged her shoulder. Those arapaimas could seriously injure someone because they swim so fast, they can launch themselves out of the water. Levi heard about the rumors of the fish. It must be their spawning season for them. That's why they're so close to the ports. Naruto was confused. I understand. But why is this an S class? Because it's asking us to try to move their spawning grounds to a new place. Mira added, which made everyone realize why it was a S rank. That won't be easy, moving a creature's spawning place. Especially these arapaima are quite aggressive. Levi thought about what they could do. When mating and more, they make it difficult, and fishing for them won't work. Well, the best thing we could do is trap them in a giant water bubble and then move them. Naruto smiled thinking about the idea. That would be almost impossible. Levi's eyes widen at Naruto's idea. To control water and use it as an attack is practical and makes sense. Holding some water to pour or fill something is easy, but we're talking about four-wheeler-sized arapaima. It's way too much magic to be moving them. Lucy smiled, lifting a finger. Why don't we use Aquarius? She has a giant wave attack that will create a current forcing them to leave. We'll just have to see. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Just then the doors from the guild opened and Naruto and his team turned to see Team Erza. Oh, you guys strategizing? Erza looked at Naruto curiously. Yeah. Just thinking how to handle these arapaima causing problems for Harjin Port. Though I think we'll figure it out when we get there. Naruto looked to Erza, but he saw Elfman flexing while Gray and Natsu did their best to act like friends. You guys heading out on a mission? Yes. We're taking an S class. It's something to do with destroying the moon. Erza looked at the quest while raising her eyebrow. Don't know how this will work, but I'm sure we'll do alright. Naruto nodded his head. Well, good luck. Thanks, you too as well. Erza smiled looking at Naruto and then said, do you want to see who can get their mission done quicker? Naruto raised an eyebrow and smirked. Are you trying to start a competition against me? A little friendly competition won't hurt anything. Whoever can get it done first wins. Erza crossed her arms over her chest as a grin appeared on her face. Why don't we make it interesting? The loser pays 25% of their reward. Of course, just the share you earn. Naruto raised an eyebrow seeing if Erza was willing to take the bait. Erza took a moment to think and nodded her head. Okay, I'll bite. Let's do it. Erza stuck her right hand out. May the best leader win. Naruto shook her hand agreeing on the best. Just so you know, I got some insane luck. You can still back out if you want. Ha. I like the confidence in you. How about we spice it up even more? The winner also gets one request from someone. Erza raised an eyebrow wanting to add in more. Naruto deadpanned. Why the hell not? Naruto nodded his head. Sure, let's do it. I bet she'll ask you to bend her over and spank her. Kurama laughed from within the seal, but Naruto just ignored Kurama's response. Mira looked over at Erza as she sent her a look, to which Erza and her met eyes. Though quickly Erza smiled. Mira, how have you been? Mira, realizing that Erza was not competition, smiled back. Doing well. It'll be interesting to see how Lucy and Levi do on their first S rank. Well, with you and Naruto there, I'm sure you'll be alright. Erza smiled at Naruto and his team. Oh ho. So, you think you guys handle your S-class mission? Mira smirked looking at Erza. Well, I'm not surprised when your group destroys everything. Hey. I don't destroy. Natsu stopped mid-sentence as Mira smiled sweetly at Natsu, causing him to freeze up and shut up. Gray, seeing this, even looked away, not wanting to interfere with Erza's and Mira's rivalry. Anyways, do your best on the mission. Mira smiled and began to walk towards the port. Come on everyone, we need to rent a four-wheeler. Naruto silently followed, not wanting to get in between their rivalry. Just then Mira looked back to Erza as she said, "Don't worry, I'm sure you and everyone will do just fine." Erza nods her head. Don't let Mira's intimidation work on ya. She was called the She-Devil for a reason, ya know. Erza placed a hand on her hip, watching Naruto and the others walk away. Backquote, 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 Port of Harjin. Naruto and everyone made their way down towards the port. They arrived at the docks and parked the four-wheeler off to the side. We need to look for deckhand leader Hank. Apparently he was the one who requested the mission. It says here he works for Hank's Ports and Company, so it should be around here. Mira looked around until she noticed the men looking at her. Mira placed a hand on her cheek. Oh my, I must be attracting quite the attention. Lucy and Levi began to notice it too. They could feel the men's stares at them and Mira. Though Naruto deadpanned, they're not looking at just you guys. They're looking at all of us and sending me dirty glares. That's because a single dude is with 3 cute girls. You got that right, Naruto-kun. Those girls with you are ever so beautiful. Naruto heard Matabi's purring at the scene he was in. Hey, I'd say just take them and make them yours. It's clear the blonde girl likes you. Kurama just rolled his eyes. Human, and their thing when it comes to romance and UAL partners. Naruto ignored his fellow tenants and turned to the men working on the docks. Hey, where we might find Hank? We're from FAIRYTAIL and here on a mission about Arapaima and a shark. Just then a gruffy-looking old man came walking up. He was quite a burly and was just a bit shorter than Naruto. Ah, welcome to my port, you must be FAIRYTAIL. Glad you could make it. Hank looks to his workers. Imagine this, full-grown men afraid of some fish. But boss, these are gigantic fish we're talking about here. Hank sent a glare back. I ain't pay ya to be scared like little schoolgirls. Man up and fight back. Naruto deadpanned. Well, it is serious when not everyone is trained to use magic. So, leave it to us. Hank nodded his head. Yes, at least some of these people have more of a backbone than a starfish. Hank looks to his workers again. Wimps. Naruto shook his head. Mira smiled and turned to Lucy and Levi. Since we'll be working in the water, let's get changed into some swimsuits. Lucy felt a little embarrassed, and Levi was even more so. Naruto deadpanned, wasn't sure if it was necessary, but he'd have to make do with what they wanted to do. Naruto and the girls went into some changing rooms, and Naruto put on a pair of black and orange swim trunks. Though, when Naruto waited for the girls to return, he closed his eyes and leaned up against the wall and waited with his arms crossed over his chest. Just then a voice spoke up. Hey, Naruto, we're done. Naruto looked up to hear Mira sing the last part. Naruto looked at the girls and smiled. Well, don't you three look pretty in your swimsuits? Mira winked and smiled, placing both hands behind her head. Thanks, I figured you'd like my swimsuit. Mira was wearing a white frilly swimsuit top with a white-black bottom part of her swimsuit. The men around them all stared at Mira and the girls from where they stood. Lucy was rather nervous but kept both hands to the side. I'm glad you like it. Lucy blushed, ignoring the men around them. She cared more about what Naruto thought. Lucy was wearing a violet-purple two-piece swimsuit. Levi blushed as her eyes darted between Mira and Lucy, and then to Naruto. Levi had a rather hard time not looking at Naruto's body. It was rather hard to not look at. Thank you. Levi replied as she blushed further. She was wearing a blue and purple two-piece that was mixed in a flower-like pattern. The background color of the swimsuit was blue, and the flowers were purple. Mira smiled, taking in Naruto's body, unlike how unsure Levi was, and Lucy was also rather reserved. Though, not as much as Levi was. Well, let's get going. Are any of you able to create water bubbles to help us breathe while in the water? Mira raised her hand. I can. I see. Naruto thought for a moment. Well, we'll do what we need to when we get in. Naruto gestured for everyone to follow him. Come on, let's get going. Naruto and the girls went towards the docks. Naruto ignored the men's glares at him, and the girls ignored the glares from the females. Men were jealous of Naruto for having 3 beauties with him, and the women were jealous of Levi, Lucy, and Mira for having someone like Naruto with them. Not only that, but Naruto is shredded too. Alright, so we need to move the Arapaimas to a new spawning ground. Let's take them to a delta where there is a river. Mira thought about that. I think it is helpful to move. I see, I'll summon Aquarius to keep the fish at bay. While me and Levi move the eggs. Lucy suggested, and everyone nodded their heads. Levi likes that idea. I can use the solid script to create currents to keep the ones who get too close away. Levi knew she had this one. Naruto nodded his head. I'll keep the ones I can off, and see about those sharks once we move the Arapaimas away. Naruto smirked. Well, I think we're ready, so let's go. Naruto squatted down and jumped as he vaulted over the railing and into the water. Well, let's go. Mira ran after Naruto, jumping into the water. Lucy and Levi nodded at one another as they both jumped into the water. Once everyone resurfaced, Naruto raised his hand and snapped his finger as a water bubble formed around everyone's head. This should provide all of us with about a couple hours of air. Of course, using it sparingly, but I think we should be fine. Well, let's get to it. Naruto was cut off as everyone quickly dodged an Arapaima that jumped out of the water. The giant fish was wide and long. It was a very large creature. Go now. Everyone quickly dived underwater. Everyone saw what they had to do. The girls saw the eggs being laid, and Naruto saw some sharks along with the male Arapaimas defending their eggs. Lucy held out her celestial key for Aquarius. Open. Gate of the Waterbearer. Aquarius. Backquote. 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 An hour later. Naruto kicked a shark up and out of the water, which landed on the docks up above. Naruto looked left and right and turned around to see that the girls had swum off. Naruto began to swim after them as the Aquarius, thankfully wasn't on a date with Scorpio, made a current that kept the upset Arapaimas from attacking the girls as they moved the eggs. The sharks have backed off since Naruto kept punching and kicking them away. The mission also stated that Hank wanted them to get a couple of the sharks for them too. It was after all shark season for the fishermen. Naruto arrived where the girls were as they placed the eggs in their new spawning area. Once they were done, they swam to Naruto, leaving the eggs alone. Some continued to try to attack them, but Aquarius kept them away. That or she would redirect them towards their eggs, which many of the female Arapaima did. Naruto gestured for everyone to follow him as they swam back towards the docks. The delta was only 20 minutes from the docks but was a good distance away. Hopefully, there won't be any more attacks on ships and cargo boats coming and leaving. They soon arrived and surfaced with Naruto dropping the water bubble. Mira didn't end up having to do it at all thanks to Naruto. He wanted to make sure if need be that someone else could do it. Hey, great job everyone, mission accomplished. Mira smiled happily. Yeah, we all did great, thanks to Aquarius and Naruto keeping them all off of us. We were able to get all the eggs and move them without an issue. Yeah. Thanks a lot for the assistance, Aquarius. Lucy looked at her longtime friend with a smile on her face. Aquarius just looked the other way as she crossed her arms over her chest. Well, I only helped because I needed to get this done quick. I have a date with Scorpio soon. I'm leaving. Aquarius then disappeared in a bright light, returning to the spirit world. She had a rather interesting tsundere side to her. Well, let's go. Naruto stated as he reached up and out of the water. Mira, Levi, and Lucy's eyes widened as Naruto's hands touched the surface of the water. It was as if Naruto was using it to get on a platform. Naruto then lifted the rest of his body out and stood on the top of the water. Matabi laid in the mindscape, raising an eyebrow. You berated me about not having tact. How is Naruto going to explain standing on water and walking? Magic, Matabi, magic. Kurama rolled his eyes. How are you doing that? Levi looked at Naruto in bewilderment. Mira placed a hand on her lip, trying to think. I don't ever recall there being a spell for water, allowing you to walk on water. Naruto chuckled, rubbing the back of his head. Well, easier said than done. Naruto began to use his chakra to cause the water beneath his feet to spin. I manipulate the water beneath me using water magic. I make the water steady itself and make the water molecules stick together and not allow them to move around. That way it creates footholds that I can stand on. Wow. Levi looked amazed at Naruto. He was really smart, and not many other members of Fairy Tail are like her. Levi looked at Naruto, staring at him in awe, which caused her to blush while looking at him. Wow. Well, if you ever get a chance, you should teach that to me. Mira looked to Naruto, hoping he'd take the time to teach her. Lucy looked at Mira with an annoyed look. She was just trying to get Naruto alone with her. I want to try to learn too. I've been wanting to learn how to use other magics. Naruto nodded his head. Sure, I don't mind. Come on, let's go and let our client know we're done. Naruto extended his hand out. I'll get you guys up to the docks. Mira went first, taking his hand, which Naruto scooped up. Naruto held Mira like a princess, which Levi and Lucy in surprise. Mira smiled as she wrapped her arms around Naruto's neck. Naruto looked to make sure she was comfortable. Alright, let's go. Naruto jumped up from the water and landed on the docks with a quiet thud. Naruto gently let Mira down. There ya go. Mira giggled. Thank you. Not a problem. Naruto nodded at him and then jumped back down to get Lucy and Levi. Naruto did the same for Lucy as he scooped her up like a princess and jumped up onto the docks. Lucy blushed as felt Naruto's chest. Naruto jumped up and landed on the docks. Lucy was then let down. Thanks, Naruto. Not a problem, Luce. Naruto then jumped back down to get Levi. Naruto gently scooped her up with Levi also blushing, but before they went up, Levi asked curiously, Hey Naruto, I got a question for ya. Naruto looked down wondering what it was. Yeah, what's up, Levi? I was just curious. I haven't met anyone else in the guild besides Master or Porlyuzuka who are as smart as you. Levi looked up to Naruto, finding herself looking at his eyes. Who taught you so much? Naruto smiled looking down at Levi. She was a great mentor. Her name was Rose. She taught me all I know. She was a dragon, a sage dragon, so you can imagine that she was brilliant. Matabi purred within Naruto's mindscape. Oh my goodness, this little one is so adorable. Naruto, are you gonna try dating or even marrying this one? I can just see the little cute and adorable blonde-haired and brown-eyed kittens running around. Matabi. I don't even know her like that. Besides, I doubt she likes me like that. Naruto was internally embarrassed and he quickly cut the connection. Naruto? You? Okay. Levi looked at Naruto confused. He was quiet for a moment while looking at her. Oh. Yeah. I am. Sorry, just wondering where she is now. She did disappear as Igneel did for Natsu. Naruto had a small smile on his face, to which Levi also could tell that her disappearance hurt Naruto. Sorry. I was just really curious, that's all. Come on, let's get going. Levi smiled at Naruto, hoping he wouldn't take it too personally. Hey, don't worry about it so much. I appreciate you asking. Levi was surprised to hear Naruto say that to her. The reason being is you're just trying to get to know me, no? Levi nodded her head with an embarrassed blush on her face. See, no harm done. I appreciate it more than anything. Naruto then jumped up to the docks. Team 7 soon made their way towards their client, finding him by the docks. Stop lazing around. You never know when they're going to be done. I want everyone to get back to work whenever we get a chance. Hank looked up to see Team 7 return. Ah. Great to see you guys back. Please tell me we got some good news. Yeah, they've been relocated. Mira gave a happy salute, even caught some sharks to make up for some of your losses. Thank you. Guys, a bunch. Now my men won't get hurt during our fishing. Hank smirked as he nodded his head. There are always plenty of sharks out there, so that's never a worry. Hank went towards the side and picked up an envelope. Here's your guys' rewards, and a little more extra for doing it quickly and for the sharks. Lucy walked up and took the money. Thank guys, glad we could help. The group soon left and went to change and take a quick shower. Once they were done, the group decided to stay in Harjin, seeing as they had an entire other day before having to return. So, they decided to stay at a hotel.
The group walked into the hotel and Naruto asked, Hello, I was hoping to see if there are any rooms open.
The nice old lady looked over to see 3 girls with Naruto. She had a gentle smile on her face, but Matabi, Lucy, Levi, and Mira saw something Naruto and Kurama didn't. The old lady went over to a roster and looked over it. It seems we have a room available, but besides that, everything else is booked up. A room with 2 beds is available, is that okay? Naruto scratched the back of his head. I could always go somewhere else to sleep. You girls can have the room. Naruto looked to the others to see what they thought. Lucy was a little unnerved thinking about sharing a room with Naruto. It's not that bad, I mean, we could. One of us could just share a bed with Naruto. Mira added as she placed a hand on her hip. Levi blushed. Wait, sharing a bed with Naruto? Naruto's sweat dropped. I can just sleep on the floor or a chair. It's fine, I'd rather not make you all uncomfortable. Lucy's cheeks flushed red and said, well, I'm your childhood friend. We've slept together before, so there's no issue. Naruto was a little nervous and went to argue. Lucy, that's not necessary, besides we haven't done that since. Naruto was cut off by Lucy. You and I can sleep in a bed. It's fine. We've done it before. Lucy argued as she took the key from Mira and opened the door. Levi, Mira, let's change real quick. Lucy pulled Levi in and then Mira slowly walked in. Just wait here until we're done changing. Lucy then shut the door as Naruto stood by the door. This is going to be a long night. Naruto mentally sighed as he rubbed the back of his head. Not going to lie, she almost reminded me of Ka-san. Naruto chuckled thinking back to his mother. She was rather pushy when needed to be. The Lucy girl has your mother's personality in some way. Though she knows what she wants. Kurama nodded his head in some respect for Lucy, not letting the other girls get a chance to get at Naruto. Soon the door opened, and Naruto saw Lucy wearing a light blue top and bottoms. Okay, we're done, you can come in. Naruto came inside the room and saw the beds were at least queen size. Naruto saw Mira and Levi in a purple top and bottom, and Levi in a sunlight yellow top and bottom. Are you guys sure about this? I can just sleep somewhere. No, we all talked about it. You did a lot during our mission. You deserve to at least sleep in a bed. Levi looked to Naruto with a light smile on her face. Besides, if we all weren't comfortable to form and join you on your team, then we shouldn't be so concerned about sleeping arrangements if something like this were to happen. Levi is right. We don't mind who sleeps with who. We're all part of a guild, and we all should put some trust in one another. Mira placed a hand on her hip. So, we decided to leave it up to you. Who do you want to sleep with in the bed? Lucy blushed at the blunt way Mira put it. What Mira should have said was, which one of us are you more comfortable with? Naruto looked at the three with an unsure look on his face. Crap. Geez, if I have to pick, I guess it be. Backquote. 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 Morning. Naruto slowly woke up as the sun's rays fell upon his face. Naruto squinted his eyes as he held his left arm up. He used it to block the sunlight and slowly sit up. Naruto let a yawn out as he stretched both arms up into the air. Naruto then looked to his left. In another bed, he saw Mira and Levi sleeping peacefully. Naruto looked down to see Lucy asleep, but she was currently sleeping on his lap. She must move a lot in her sleep. Naruto said to himself as Lucy was drooling a bit onto the sheets. Okay, that's something I did not expect, hee. Naruto had to admit was a little funny. Naruto sighed as he gently lifted her off his lap and onto the pillow to his right. Then he covered her up with a blanket. I wonder, why me, of all the people, Lucy? You end up liking me. How could I break it to you that I'm not as old as you think? That I'm from another world. I'm sure she would look at you no different. A lot of people would accept you in Fairy Tail. No one would understand where you came from unless you told them. Matabi added, to which Naruto understood her reasoning. Well, why don't we get everyone up and get ready to head back to the guild? Backquote. 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 Back to Fairy Tail. Naruto and his team soon made it back to their guild, but to find it completely changed. Large metal rods stuck in the building with various spots. Well, this isn't good. Who could have done this? Levi looked at the damage done to her home, vastly upset. Mira looked stern at the sight. There's no doubt on who that was. This is the work from Phantom Lord. Phantom Lord? Lucy looked to Mira along with Naruto. Lucy wanted to know who they were. Long story short, they're our rival. I know they don't like us. Especially their guild master. Mira had her right hand over her chest. We should make our way into the guild to see what master wants. Team 7 went into the guild to find a rather pissed off and angry Natsu. Along with many other pissed and angry guild members. Come on, Gramps. We need to get revenge for what they did to our guild. No. We are to do nothing. They attacked, but they attacked when no one was in the guild. Meaning no one was hurt, meaning there is no reason to attack back. Makarov sat on the counter as he drank some ale from a mug. A guild can be rebuilt, but its members cannot be. But Gramps. Natsu punched his fist into his other hand, causing fire to fly off his fists. Natsu, listen to the master. Retaliating isn't going to solve anything. For now, they haven't proved anything. They only proved they can attack a building at night. Naruto walked over and sat next to Makarov. Mira informed me who could do this. Naruto looked up at the rods, they won't be hard to remove. Naruto jumped up and landed on the rods. Makarov looked up at Naruto with shock as he landed on the rods. Naruto sent chakra to his feet and walked to the ceiling where the wood was. Naruto extended his sealing mark on his wrist, sealing the rods away. Then I can repair the roof. Naruto made a ram hand seal. Everyone watched as the floorboards moved to the side. They watched as a tree grew and moved the floorboards it picked up and moved to the side. The tree grew to the top and filled the holes with wood that matched the color around it. Naruto hopped on a branch of the tree, and it then began to shrink, going back into the ground. Then it moved the floorboards back into their original place. There now, we don't have to worry about it. As if nothing ever happened. Everyone looked onwards at Naruto in shock. Tree magic, one of the many magics I've learned. Naruto shrugged his shoulder, gaining everyone's shock. Geez, having a dragon slayer magic, all the other elements, and great tree magic too. That has to be unfair. Macau crossed his arms over his chest. Geez, you're something else. Thank you, my boy, that puts the cost for repairs down to nothing. Makarov cheered, not having to pay for the damages. Erza was surprised. Every time we meet, I find something new about you every time, Naruto. Erza placed a hand on her hip and smirked. I expect nothing less than from my rival. Geez, just how many magics do you know? Just who was this Rose? Levi looked to Naruto, amazed he knew this many different types of magics. It was unnatural. Some special, but that's all I can say. Naruto smiled, thinking back to her. Makarov placed a finger on his chin. For now, I suggest everyone partner up tonight. Just in case something happens. Okay. We don't know what Phantom Lord could do. That way there is safety in numbers. Understood, Master. Everyone answered loudly as Makarov nodded his head happily. Naruto looked to Lucy. Think you'll be good, or would you want to spend the night at my place? Lucy blushed, but she nodded her head. Yeah, I'll be fine, but I won't turn down the invitation. Erza smiled. Oh, Naruto, you have a place of your own. Erza was interested in what Naruto's place looked like. Well, yeah. I can have a couple of people stay at my place. Naruto chuckled as he scratched his cheek, which Erza smiled at. Sure. I'll come over. I think it'll be fun to have a sleepover. Erza turned to leave. Let me go get some of my sleeping stuff. Naruto turned to Levi and Mira. Will you two be alright? Yeah. I'm with Lisanna and Elfman, so we should be good. Mira gave Naruto a wink. Thanks for thinking of me though. I'll protect Mira, Nay, and Lisanna. Because I'm a real man. Elfman shouted as he flexed his biceps while holding his arms up. My place is near Jet and Droy, so we should be alright. Thanks for the offer, Naruto. Levi sent Naruto a thankful smile, but Jet and Droy were making gestures for Naruto to die. Of course, Naruto simply flipped them off once Levi turned her back to Naruto. With that said and announced, everyone headed home with partners and friends to make sure they got home safe. Backquote, 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 Naruto's house. Lucy and Erza got their chance to go to Naruto's house, to which Erza's surprise was quite big. It wasn't too large, but it was just the right size house. They went inside and Naruto said, well, if you girls want, make yourself at home. You girls can go bathe while I prepare dinner. Lucy looked to Naruto thankfully. Thanks, Naruto, I'll take you up on that offer. Thanks, Naruto. Sure, we'll take a bath. Come, Lucy. We'll take on together. Erza placed her bags down and summoned her bathing supplies. Then used to Requip to change into a towel. Would you like to join us so we could wash your back when you're done preparing for dinner? Wait, what? Lucy looked at Erza like she was crazy. Well, of course, he was the one who allowed us to come here. Not only that, but is also cooking us dinner. Erza looked to Naruto with a smile on her face. Come on, it'd be fun. Naruto chuckled and said, no thanks, but I'll take one after you guys are done. Just enjoy yourselves. Naruto had to avert his eyes away from Erza. He had to admit, she had a really great figure. Naruto continued to make dinner for the next 45 minutes. He prepared pasta linguine, with garlic bread, and minestrone. Afterward, they came to the table and ate dinner. Thanks again for letting us stay the night, I appreciate it. Lucy sent Naruto a smile of gratitude. Yes, thank you, and the food is amazing, Naruto. Who knew you could cook this well? Erza smiled as she ate up Naruto's cooking. Yeah. I can thank Lucy's mother and Uncle Jarvis. Naruto made sure to keep Lucy's last name and family hidden. So, no one knew they were. They knew it would be good for me to learn how to cook. At least until I went out on my own to train. Interesting. I am curious though, it's almost like I have so many armors. You have so many magics. Erza chuckled at the idea as she took another bite of the garlic bread. Yeah, you're right about that. Rose was quite stern with me, she wanted me to learn everything. It came from basic magic to the Sage Dragon Slayer magic, to water, fire, wind, and more. That even included enchantment magic as well. Naruto smiled as he thought back to her. You even remind me of her, she had red hair. Just like my Ka-san. Oh, she had red hair too. Erza lifted her hair with a free hand. I do enjoy the color of my hair. Though Erza had an interested look on her face, though I do wonder who my Ka-san was too, ya know. Never met her, so there isn't much to remember. Naruto nodded his head. I may not know what it's like to never have had a Ka-san. But I do know what it's like to lose one. Naruto had a soft smile appear on her face. Of course, my condolences. Erza nodded her head thankful for the comment. Thank you, but I don't remember her. Though I always thought that she loved me, of course, my family is now Fairy Tail. You two are a part of it, for that I am grateful for and happy where I am at now. Lucy smiled. That's a great way to think of things, Erza. Glad we can be a part of your family. Lucy took a bite of Naruto's cooking. The three continued to talk and eat, and soon their dinner came to an end where they all bid one another a good night. Naruto made his way to his room as he made his way to his bed. Naruto sat on the edge ready to head to bed. Naruto felt his entire body pulsate as he felt his heart skip a beat. Naruto felt pain throughout his entire body that caused him to fall on the bed. Naruto. Naruto. Stay with us. Kurama shouted from within the seal, and he quickly appeared outside in his dog form size. Naruto. What is going on? Just then from within the seal Kurama heard Matabi. Kurama. It's what Gramps had. That disease that he got when all the tailed beasts were removed from him. I remember the way his body reacted. This isn't good. Damn it. How do we contact him? Kurama quickly placed Naruto completely on the bed and quickly went back into the seal. Thankfully, Kurama and Matabi pulled Naruto's consciousness into the seal. However, Naruto was still out cold, and the two looked down at him. What do we do now? He's out cold, we need to let him know. He needs to find that meteorite. That's if the meteorites here have those polar particles. Is it even the same here? Kurama growled out in annoyance, unsure of what to do for his friend. Naruto made his way to his room as he made his way to his bed. Naruto sat on the edge ready to head to bed. Naruto felt his entire body pulsate as he felt his heart skip a beat. Naruto felt pain throughout his entire body that caused him to fall on the bed. Naruto. Naruto. Stay with us. Kurama shouted from within the seal, and he quickly appeared outside in his dog form size. Naruto. What is going on? Just then from within the seal Kurama heard Matabi. Kurama. It's what Gramps had. That disease that he got when all the tailed beasts were removed from him. I remember the way his body reacted. This isn't good. Damn it. How do we contact him? Kurama quickly placed Naruto completely on the bed and quickly went back into the seal. Thankfully, Kurama and Matabi pulled Naruto's consciousness into the seal. However, Naruto was still out cold, and the two looked down at him. What do we do now? He's out cold, we need to let him know. He needs to find that meteorite. That's if the meteorites here have those polar particles. Is it even the same here? Kurama growled out in annoyance, unsure of what to do for his friend. Backquote. 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 This chapter Fairy Tail Guild Makarov's office. Naruto stood there in the office as a woman looked over him. She is a slim and tall elderly woman with pink hair, tied in a bun on the back of her head by two large pins with crescent moon-shaped edges, and with two bangs of hair left framing her face. She has reddish eyes, and a beauty mark located below her mouth, on the left side of her face. Her attire consists of a dark green blouse with a tie around the collar, paired with a long matching skirt and simple shoes. Over this, she sports a crimson-colored cape, with a wide collar decorated by massive dragon horn-like decorations protruding outwards, and edges adorned by white, arch-like motifs. What do you think, poor Lyuzuka? Think you know what's wrong with Naruto? Makarov sat there with a worried look on his face. Poor Lyuzuka did a full-body health checkup and exam on Naruto. She scratched her head unsure of what was going on. This was something completely brand new to her. The hell was even chakra? This was the first time she ever heard of this. Poor Lyuzuka narrowed her eyes trying to get the most generalization from Naruto. Even talking and conversing with Kurama and Matabi trying to get the whole story from them. Naruto felt bad having to drag another person into his situation. The last thing he wanted to do was inconvenience anyone else. Poor Lyuzuka looked to Makarov and nodded her head. I think I got the general idea of what was going on with Naruto. Poor Lyuzuka pulled down a chart from the side to show a scale of the human body. Poor Lyuzuka pointed to the picture. From my understanding of chakra, I have figured out that not only do you possess a ridiculous amount of it. From the story that Kurama-san and Matabi-san explained from Hagoromo going through a similar issue. Poor Lyuzuka narrowed her eyes and then said, I have not a single clue on how to heal you. Naruto and Makarov looked onwards at poor Lyuzuka with worry, and it was mainly Makarov who had that look of concern. Poor Lyuzuka said, I don't fully understand the chakra system myself, not only that. He isn't here to just explain to us what was going on with him. Kurama-san and Matabi-san said this man only talked about the chakra illness. They explained that Hagoromo needed something from a meteorite that had polar particles. I have very little understanding of the world you came from. Of course, your history there is not the same as here, so whatever your world had for this issue. The chances of that being here is about 0.01% of that being here. Makarov sighed as he looked downwards at the ground. I see. I at least appreciate the offer of you looking into this. Naruto, what do you plan to do? Makarov finished by turning to Naruto to see what he wanted to do. Naruto chuckled as he looked at his hand for the moment. Before, I didn't want to live another long life, and now I don't want to die so early. Naruto closes his eyes. It feels like the world's biggest conundrum, but there is little I can even do. But I can send shadow clones out to see what they can find. The chances of finding such meteorite that has anything to do with this for polar particles. I will have to start trying harder, and of course, I'll try to contact Super 6 Sage Gramps for help. Naruto looked to poor Lyuzuka and Makarov. I appreciate you two at least looking into this for me. Makarov thought back to the others in the guild. I understand you just joined the guild and it'd be a lot for you to ask them. But I'm sure some members of the guild would be willing to search for this meteorite. Naruto thought for a moment. It made sense to ask for help. It's definitely like searching a needle in space. Of course, Naruto being Naruto, and having only need to rely on himself for so many years. Naruto just shook his head. Maybe I can inform Mystogen, but I'd rather not inconvenience others in my own issues. Makarov sighed and nodded his head. All right, if that's what you want, I'll go along with it. Doesn't mean we have to agree with it. Poor Lyuzuka looked to Naruto with a curious look on her face and looked at him curiously. Naruto, you're a dragon slayer, right? Naruto looked to the dragon doctor and he nodded his head. I just caught a smell of it, but I can smell many different elements on you. Naruto chuckled, grinning from ear to ear. Well, it's simple because I can use any and all other dragon slayer magics, depending on the most recent element I devour. Of course, my default magic is actually fire, but I'm eligible to use and eat all other magics, regardless of the element. Poor Lyuzuka was impressed. So, can you use any Sky Dragon Slayer magic? Naruto nodded his head. In fact I can, thanks to a teen girl named Wendy. She's a Sky Dragon Slayer and she trained me to use special healing and support magic. I taught her some on the attacks and offensive moves, but I don't know all of them. I only know the roar and claw attack. Naruto sheepishly chuckled, sticking his tongue out to the side. Poor Lyuzuka sighed, looking at Naruto, and chuckled the way Naruto acted. I must admit, for someone knowing their life is at stake, being able to smile and still joke about things astounds me. I thought you'd be more concerned. Makarov nodded his head, but it made sense why Naruto had this persona. He wasn't going to let this problem affect his relationship with the members of Fairy Tail. Naruto then said, well, I probably should get started then. Naruto turned to walk outside, to which Makarov and poor Lyuzuka followed him outside. Very intrigued by these shadow clones Naruto talked about. Naruto walked outside as he snapped his fingers. Makarov's and poor Lyuzuka's eyes widened when the area was filled to the brim of copies of Naruto. Naruto stood there as there was another large cloud of smoke filled the area as all the clones hanged into various civilians Naruto remember back in Konoha. Some into people he cared about, which he had to admit was nice to see again. You all know your goals. Find anything about a meteorite. Hi. They all shouted, to which they all shot off from their spots and dashed off towards the distance. Naruto remained there, turned back to the old couple. Well, that's settled. A little over 1,000 versions of me will go see what they can find. Oh, and if they find Mystogen, they'll inform him. Makarov just shook his head. Just make sure to find that meteorite, my boy. I don't want anyone kicking the bucket before this old man. Makarov smiled and gestured Naruto to follow him. Come on, let's head back to the guild. Backquote, 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 backquote. Few days later. Some days passed as Naruto had thousands of clones out searching for what he could on a meteorite. Mystogen said he was more than happy to help out and went about his own business. Naruto currently was making his way towards the Fairy Tail Guild. Today, Lucy was heading back home for a couple days to visit her parents. Naruto promised he'd stop by tomorrow only because today he promised a certain blue hair girl with some training. Naruto promised earlier when he first met Levi that he'd help her train. Only due to her own desire to get stronger after seeing Naruto's amazing feats. Not only that, but when he battled Erza, watching him cast multiple spells simultaneously was amazing. Naruto arrived in a clearing where he asked Levi to meet him. Though Naruto was also met by Jet and Droi who wanted to join in. Of course, Naruto assumed that they asked her to join them on a mission. She probably said that she had training with Naruto. Morning, Levi. It seems we have a couple of people who decided to join us. Levi smiled to Naruto with a bigger grin adorning her face. Jet and Droi looked at Levi with betrayal and tears in their eyes. Of course, they then both glared at Naruto, causing him to chuckle nervously. Today was going to be a long day with them. Naruto scratched his head looking at the two. Well, I know what Levi has been wanting to work on. Is there anything you two are looking at wanting to improve? Jet and Droi looked at one another and thought for a moment. Really, they were there just to show up Naruto and show Levi that they were better. Of course, that was the last thing Naruto had on his mind. Jet rubs the back of his head. Oh well, I have speed magic, so, I don't think there is much else I can work on. Droi looked to Jet and said, I got plant magic. I usually attack using secret seeds to attack. Droi held his hand up with seed in his hand. Naruto thought that Jet's magic would be great, but it wouldn't mean much if he lacks any sort of fighting style. Naruto looked to Levi. How about this, since I knew where you are when it comes to your magic. You lack physical hand-to-hand in case of emergency, which is what I want you to work on. Naruto looked to Jet and Droi. Do you two do a lot of physical exercise or any sort of hand-to-hand combat? Jet and Droi both shook their head, no, which basically gave Naruto his answer. Naruto lifted his hand into a fighting stance. I want to get a better gauge at your guys' abilities. Levi, Jet, and Droi all flinched seeing Naruto getting serious. I want you three to come at me with everything you got. Don't hold back. Levi looked at Naruto worriedly, even though she knows he's strong and could hold his own to Erza. Still, going 3 versus 1 for anyone would be difficult. Oh, who is she kidding? They're all probably going to get their asses handed to them. Okay. Levi looked to Jet and Droi hoping they were ready, and Jet and Droi had their own. So, you three want to talk this out? Naruto walked away and waved to them. I'll give you guys a moment to come up with a strategy. Naruto made sure to give them some space until they were ready. Naruto sat off a good ways onto a tree. Interesting, you going to treat them as that one-eyed sensei of yours? Kurama asked with his head on his paws as he opened a single eye. Nya. I don't like those two. Those two boys nag that girl too much. Naruto is a much better fit for her. Naruto only deadpanned at Matabi's statement. It's not like that, Matabi. Levi is just a good friend. It's clear those two like her. But it's not bad having her in your group, is it not? Kurama, looking down at Naruto within the seal, said with a rather cocky smirk on his face. Nya, I second that. Matabi purred out, to which Naruto only rolled his eyes. Soon Naruto was snapped from his musing as he felt a tap on his shoulder. Naruto opened his eyes, but not before feeling a cool breeze brush across his face. Naruto looked to see a pair of light brown eyes staring at him. Naruto looked up to see the sun rays seemingly warp around Levi's face. Naruto watched as the wind blew into her face, causing some strands of her hair brush against her face. Watching her stop the strands of hair to prevent her from seeing Naruto. Naruto snapped himself out of his musings, and so did Levi.
Naruto noted that Levi was even looking at Naruto the way he was at her. It seems the wind interrupted her gaze into Naruto's sky blue eyes. Naruto. Naruto could see a clear blush on her face. Levi might have the ample chest like many of the other members of Fairy Tail. Naruto had to admit she made up for having rather alluring eyes and a curious look on her face. She always seemed willing to do things for others, and always happy to be with others.
You ready? Naruto finished, to which Levi nodded her head smiling. Naruto stood up and nodded his head as Levi went trotting back over to Jet and Droy. The three all nodded their heads and Naruto got into Lee's and Guy's fighting stance. This earned many confused looks from Team Shadowgear. Of course, that was because Naruto hasn't shown them strong fist. Of course, he won't actually break their bones or anything. Naruto watched in anticipation. Jet ran towards him. Levi at the same time held up her finger and wrote the word for fire. Droy stayed behind as Jet ran around Naruto in circles trying to keep him distracted, occupied. Naruto watched over to Levi to see that her fire spell was ready as she was just finishing up with her water spell. Droy then soon threw some seeds at him, while Naruto heard Levi call out, "Solid script. Fire. Solid script. Water. Solid script. Wind." Naruto watched as she made a steam cloud that used the wind to push it over Naruto. Naruto felt Jet dash off to the side as Droy held his hand up chain plant. Naruto stood there as the plants wrapped around him, keeping him in place. Soon the steam was pushed away as Team Shadowgear looked onwards at Naruto. They were all surprised that their attack landed and he was stuck. "We did it," Jet cheered out happily. "Heck yay. S-class my ass," Droy shouted as the two quickly high-fived one another. Levi, looking onward, knew Naruto wasn't trying and swallowed hard. "Sup. Hey, that's what she said. Literally. I'm such a child even though I'm an adult, lol. Guys, I'd hate to." Levi tried to get out. "Yes. We win. Who the man?" Jet began to flex his non-existent biceps. Droy began doing quad stomps as Naruto looked at them with a deadpanned expression. Naruto now understands why Levi has no romantic interest in them. Naruto sighed as he lifted his hand up and snapped his fingers. Droy and Jet, who were dancing, Droy stopped as he felt his connection to the plants disconnect. Meanwhile, Jet kept dancing around like an idiot. The vines around Naruto unraveled around him as he looked to Droy. "Impressive. But you guys are going to have to try far harder than that." Droy watched in awe as the vines began to move and listened to Naruto rather than he. Droy stood there and said, "Jet." Jet kept dancing. "Jet." Jet began to do a new dance, to which my readers know as the electric shuffle. Jet. "Huh. What is? Oh my Kami-sama." Jet finally turned to the sage magician as Naruto summoned trees around him and more vines. Before Jet knew it, a bunch of vines were wrapped around him and he was stuck on the ground. "Aw crap. I knew it was too easy, and of course he has plant magic. What the hell? This isn't fair." Naruto deadpanned, looking at Jet laying on the ground. Naruto looked to Levi and Droy, both seemingly having lost the will to fight. Naruto placed his hand back to his side with a sigh on his face. "Oh well. Nothing I can do now. Why don't we go ahead and end this little spar now? I can see where you all lack in. Some are stronger than others." Levi chuckled and said, "Well, no need to be so modest. Tell us what we have to work on." Jet and Droy growled, upset as Naruto came walking up to them. Naruto looked to Jet and Droy. "4 things, your hand-to-hand, speed, strength, and agility, and that's me being vague. Droy, you specifically should have had more backup plans. You all seemingly knew you were outmatched and tried to work together. All that much, but you all have a lot of work to do. The only one even closest to close-range fighter is you, Jet. How are you going to take the enemies down if you proclaim to be the fastest? You also celebrate too early. You always make sure your enemy is down." Naruto looked to Droy. "You should have continued too, instead of dancing off." Naruto facepalmed, looking at the two. "I'll speak more to you two in a bit. I want to finish up with Levi." Levi seemingly flinched under Naruto's gaze. "I understand you're not close range, but you're going to have to learn to gain distance from enemies. So being able to block parry, and learning to take hits will help if you aren't going to be close. You'll have to work on your speed, agility, and your timing to block. As well as increase your casting speed, if this is how you're going to fight. I suggest working on those." Levi nodded her head, understanding Naruto's serious tone with his lessons. He was blunt and straight to the point about it. Maybe this is what Droy and Jet also needed as well. "Thanks, Naruto. I will do my best so I can help my teams." Naruto nodded his head. "There's still some daylight. We'll continue in a moment, but I need to talk to Droy and Jet privately." Naruto turned to them and gestured them to follow him away from Levi's prying ears and eyes. Once the group made a good distance away where trees blocked Levi's view, Naruto crossed his arms over his chest. I hope you two realize you're pathetic and weak. EHY. What do you mean by? Jet shouted until he felt a root wrap around his leg as he looked to Droy. Droy had the same thing and shook his head, showing it wasn't him. Exactly what I mean by it, you two have good magics, you just need to learn to use it properly. Naruto looked to Jet. You have potential for great speed, and using the force of your speed for your punches could be powerful. That or simply enhancing your overall reflexes and abilities, instead of simply just running. That will get you nowhere if you can't even take down your enemy. Droy. You need to expand your abilities, just like Jet here, but yours rely on seeds. Go collect other seeds or learn to create new ones, or ones without seeds. Just like I can. Naruto showed Droy. I understand it's not something you're familiar with, but it can make you powerful. How else are you two going to defend Levi? So far, I could easily scoop her up and kidnap her and you two couldn't do a damn thing about it. Naruto said dangerously, causing the two to go on edge. Well. We wouldn't let ya. Mister. Naruto only glared at Jet, which got him to clamp up as he easily was goaded by Naruto's words. Foolish the both of you. I understand Levi is someone you deeply care for. That I understand completely. Be behind. Naruto relaxed his serious nature and smiled. There are people I care about and desire to protect. So, that desire has pushed me to become as strong as I have been. But you two only care about one thing. Getting Levi to fall in love with one of you. Naruto was reminded easily of Ino and Sakura back in the academy. It was quite sad to see that two men were doing this for one woman. Droy looked to Naruto with a rather unsure look on his face. But Levi and we have always been together, it's not that simple for us. Yeah. Levi has been there with us since day one. Jet began to get upset along with Droy until Naruto looked at them with a rather disappointed look on his face. Just because you're childhood friends don't mean it'll work out. Naruto placed his hands on his hips looking towards them. Even still, this is the reason why I am talking to you guys. You need to understand, from what I've seen, Levi is just trying to get stronger, and she wanted you guys to get stronger. That way she could go on higher paying missions. That's also due to both of your own faults. I understand some are just stronger than others, but that doesn't mean you can't train to get stronger. That's what Levi is trying to get you two to do without actually saying it. Droy and Jet looked to Naruto, realizing that Naruto was speaking sincerely to them. Not on the level of what they thought he was. They originally thought Naruto was some sort of playboy. Not only was he childhood friends with one of the newest member, Lucy. He was quick to take Mira in curiosity and make quick rival with Erza. That was definitely one of the more important parts that stuck out about Naruto to everyone in the guild. Oh, Droy seemed to calm down along with Jet as they both nodded their heads. I see, so you think by us getting stronger that Levi would like us? Jet looked to Naruto, as did Droy, when they began to have eager looks come up on their faces. Well, it's not entirely possible for her to end up liking one of you guys. I can't guarantee it, but it would make others look at you in a better light. Naruto crossed his arms over his chest and sighed. I'm not the best when it comes to women, merely I just anger older women who don't act their age. Naruto chuckled, mentally thinking back to Tsunade, but of course, he was the biggest walking talking hypocrite as he was over 300 years old. Tsunade would be laughing in her grave if she could see Naruto right now, but it could make others start to notice you. Naruto smiled, placing his hands on his hips. Oh, I see. Well, thanks a bunch for that. Droy rubbed the back of his head and smiled. Maybe it is time we took our training a bit more seriously. Yeah. Jet shouted as he raised his fist into the air. Let's do this. Naruto smirked proudly as he nodded his head. All right then, Foxtrot, Jet, and Bushweed, Droy. I'm going to make man out of you. Naruto's face went from a funny smiling look to an evil and conniving look, which caused the two to begin sweating. Backquote. 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 Next day asterisk. Naruto stood at the front of his house as he let a long yawn out. Naruto stretched his hands into the air and then relaxed. Naruto then smacked his lips as he stretched once more and then opened his eyes. Naruto held a hand above his eyes to block out the sun. Man, can't believe today is where I see the Heartfilia family once again. Naruto turned towards the direction of Lucy's house and began to walk. There was a puff of smoke as a dog-sized Kurama appeared with a droll look on his face said, "You're walking? Why?" Kurama looked to Naruto annoyed as his 9 tails swayed behind him. Naruto looked to him and smirked, "I don't know, there's no real rush to get there. I can speed up once we get near the train station." Matabi then appeared next to Naruto and Kurama the size of a normal house cat. Though she made sure to make her fur blue but kept the 2 tails she normally has. "Who cares Kurama, Naruto is going to get to see Lucy and Eric." Naruto chuckled as he shook his head, "Yeah it will be, hopefully. Layla doesn't kick my ass for not showing up." Naruto looked up at the sky with a nervous smile on his face, she's almost as scary as Ka-chan. Naruto soon arrived at Fairy Tail and faced north. Naruto knew Lucis placed on the opposite of the mountain from Magnolia. Naruto looked left and right as he summoned wind magic beneath him as he began to levitate and fly upwards. Naruto soon eventually began to fly across the sky going towards Lucis' house. Of course, unbeknown to Naruto, Mira, and Levi who saw Naruto fly off stood in front of the Fairy Tail Guild surprised. Nothing should surprise me about our new blonde S-class mage. Yet, I keep finding myself having more and more questions about him. Levi tilted her head to the side letting a chuckle out as she crossed her arms across her chest. "Yeah, same here, just once you thought you had him figured out," Mira said placing a hand on her hip. Backquote, 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 hour later. After flying for a while Naruto traveled and soon saw the Heartfilia mansion. Though Naruto did also see Mangrove Village, it was on the way. It has been a week or so since he was last there. "Lucy and everyone would be okay, if I stopped by, right?" Naruto chuckled. "I think you'll be fine." Kurama noted that he still fully understands human interaction. Whether you chose over a mate's family, or kids he literally just made friends with. It would be nice to see the kids and Miyuki. Matabi giggled within the seal listening to Naruto. Naruto smiled as he began to fly towards Mangrove Village, deciding to pay the kids a visit. Naruto soon landed in the front of the village before Naruto knew it the people of the town began to wave to him. Of course, many of them were adults going around and working. Naruto waved back to them as he made his way towards the orphanage. Backquote, 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 later that night 7 p.m. Naruto chuckled as he stood outside with some magic wind twirling around him, sorry to come unannounced, but it was on the way. Naruto watched as the kids surrounded him. "It was great to have you with us for the evening." Miyuki smiled grateful for Naruto showing up and playing with the kids enjoyed you being here. Becky who ran up to Naruto was gently lifted up by his tornado spell. She wrapped her arms around Naruto, "Thanks for coming Naruto-ni-sama." The other kids began to join, Mark, Melissa, Michelle, Miguel, Mitch, Patricia, and Tomo. Naruto released the spell quickly so all the kids could give him a hug. "Make sure to come back soon. Bring Mira. Levi and Lucy too. They were fun. Pretty as well. I can't wait for you to come back." Naruto chuckled as rubbed each of their heads and hugged the kids. "I promise I will, even teach you a bit more magic. It was great to see how far you've all come in magic. Please take care." Naruto let them go and began to float upwards to the sky as he waved bye to the kids. Naruto soon took high to the sky and flew over the mountains. It took another 20 or so minutes until he came up to the Heartfilia estate. Naruto flew over and soon landed at the estate, however Naruto noticed something wrong. Naruto saw that it was quiet, too quiet. Naruto quickly ran up towards the front doors and took to stealth quickly. Naruto slowly opened the door and took a peek inside, and Naruto also sent a pulse of chakra out. Naruto felt one person within the estate and ran towards the room. Naruto quickly opened the door. "Eric. It's me. Naruto."
As if on K, Naruto saw a flash of blonde hair shoot from the nearby closet and run into Naruto. Naruto had his arms around the 11-year-old Heartfilia youngest. Naruto looked down as he looked at Eric. "Hey, it's okay Eric, I'm here." Naruto looked down at Eric with an upset look on his face.
Eric slowly looked up with tears in his eyes. Eric stood about 5 foot with blonde hair like Lelia and brown eyes just like her. He had tears running down his cheeks. They took away to-san, Okawa-chan, and Oni-chan. He then placed his face into Naruto's stomach crying, "I couldn't do anything." "It's okay champ, I got you." Naruto knelt to Eric's height placing a hand on her head, "But it's important Eric, I need to know who did this. Eric stood there as he wiped his tears trying to calm down. It took a moment, but he eventually calmed down. I didn't see what happened. Oni-chan made me run and hide. I don't think the people who kidnapped them knew I was here. Naruto thought for a moment until Matabi spoke up. Naruto, I think there's a good chance because you changed the timeline. The people who kidnapped the Heartphilias only knew of the three. They don't even know they had a son. Makes sense. After all, I think she was supposed to die that day. After all, the magic sickness isn't curable by normal means. Kurama added, to which Naruto nodded his head in agreement within the seal. Naruto smiled to Eric. It's okay, I'm going to take you back to my house so you can rest up. We'll figure out what happened to them after I do some investigation around here. Naruto created a bunch of shadow clones, which they made sure not to appear with puffs of smoke. Naruto and his clones found many of the maids and butlers of the Heartphilia staff safe within a panic room. Of course, the main heads of the house were unable to make it there. Jarvis was there as well, but upset and sad he could not protect the Heartphilia family. He was hurt, but is merely knocked out with a bruise on his head. Naruto healed him and told the others he was going to take Eric where he would be safe. They all happily wished Naruto to do so, and Naruto promised to get everyone else back no matter what it took. On the inside, Naruto wasn't showing it, he was visibly angry. Matabi and Kurama within the seal could feel Naruto's anger from within. The last time they saw Naruto this angry, at least Kurama, it was back when Naruto fought during the 4th grade ninja war when Neji died. Matabi has never seen Naruto this upset either. That was the same only memory she had with Naruto. Even if she was in the 10 Tails at the time. Naruto went outside with Eric. They took to the skies flying back to his home. Matabi, appear in the house so you can look over Eric. Use all means to protect him if someone tries anything. Matabi gave a sure thing. Naruto and Eric soon arrived at his house where he dropped Eric off. Matabi was already waiting for them as she took him inside. Once they went inside, Naruto turned to see a familiar person with white gravity-defying hair. Report. The said person poofed back to Naruto's clones and stood up. I haven't found anything in the manor. They were quite thorough and did their best to not leave anything that could relay it was them. So, them, who are they? Naruto narrowed his eyes angrily, wanting to know who it was. The clone then poofed away as Naruto went through the memories. Naruto turned to move eastward with a glare in his eye. Naruto began to walk away growling with anger. Just then another clone landed in front of Naruto, confusing him. He was sure all clones had dispersed, and that clone soon poofed away. Before Naruto could register everything, he took off towards FAIRYTAIL. Naruto made his way towards Magnolia's southern park entrance. Naruto dashed there and quickly landed to find Levi, Jet, and Droy strung up, beaten half to death. Jet and Droy more so than Levi, but nonetheless seeing his fellow guildmates beaten up. They were strung up with metal clasps around their arms, like up on a cross. Naruto even saw the Phantom Lord's guild mark drawn on Levi's stomach. Naruto quickly ran up the tree to get them down. Naruto could sense the Iron Dragon Slayer. He could go now and beat him up. But it would mean more if he were to beat him up when at the guild. Naruto ripped the clasps off of their hands, and got them down. Naruto quickly Hiraishined them to the guild into the infirmary room. Naruto found the guild empty for the first time. Did anyone know what Phantom Lord was trying to do? This was a personal attack on Naruto for kidnapping the Heartphilia family. The attack on Jet, Droy, and Levi were to rile up FAIRYTAIL. Once on the bed, Naruto quickly did medical scans on Jet, Droy, and Levi. Naruto found bruises all over their bodies. Broken ribs and femurs, worst of all Levi's stomach shown to have a blade that was dragged across her stomach. The emblem etched into her stomach was done with a blade and then painted over. Naruto began to use medical ninjutsu to heal them. Within due time they will be fine. It would take them a couple days of bed rest before being back on their feet. Naruto can heal such wounds and even scars. After all, Tsunade left him great notes to follow. Once they were in the clear and safe, Naruto had to undress them and discard their bloodied and torn clothing. As much as he didn't want to, he changed Levi out of her torn clothing. He asked Matabi to borrow a kimono of hers for Levi to wear. Meanwhile, he let Droy and Jet borrow some of his clothing back at the house. Once done, Naruto prepared to leave until a voice spoke up. And Naruto, is that you? Naruto turned his head to see Levi slowly sitting up. Naruto smiled as he turned to her. Yeah, I'm fine. But more importantly, how are you feeling, Levi? Levi looked down to see that the mark on her stomach was gone. She was also in new clothing, to which she blushed. Thank you for the clothing and for saving us. Levi looked down. I know it was only recent, but even with our training, we didn't hold a candle to Gajeel. Naruto walked over and placed a gentle hand on Levi's head. Levi looked up to see the moonlight gently landing on Naruto's face as he smiled. Hey. Don't worry about it so much. You guys are trying to get stronger and improve. You did your best and that's what matters, now get some rest. I need to have a few words with Phantom Lord's Guildmaster. Levi looked to Naruto worriedly. Wait. Naruto. You can't go alone. At least wait until Master is here to let everyone else know. Even if you are in S class you can't. Naruto gave her a bright smile and said, Levi, just focus on healing up for now, Master and the others can give me an earful later. Naruto's face then turned to a frown. Trust me Levi, I'm far stronger than you could ever imagine. Usually I am good at controlling my emotions. But I've already been tested twice tonight by Phantom Lord, and they deserve what's about to come to them. Naruto turned to walk away until a hand reached out and grabbed his. Wait. Naruto turned his head to see Levi with both hands on his. I do not agree with what you're doing. I cannot stop you, but please be careful. I'm grateful for what you did for me, Jet and Droy. They're like brothers to me. Naruto flinched mentally, for that would crush Jet and Droy if they ever heard her say that. But, if something like what happened to us to you, there was a way to prevent it, I could not bear to see it. So, please, tell me you won't be too reckless. For some reason, I need to say that to you. Naruto smiled and chuckled as he looked at Levi. I have not had many people, at least two recently, say that they were worried about me. It is good to know that more do care about me, it makes me happy. Naruto gave her a bright smile which caused her to blush. Say, how about this? If I come back unscathed, without an injury, torn clothes don't count. You owe me, say, a favor, if I lose the bet. How about you get a favor from me? Deal. Levi smiled back at Naruto with a sigh as she shook her head. Yeah, no. That's totally reckless and idiotic, Naruto. That caused Naruto to note when she said that it's been a while since anyone ever really told him he was being reckless, or the fact of an idiot. Alright, fine then. The two then shook their heads, sealing the bet. But I'm just warning ya. Unlike Tsunade Ba-chan, Naruto smirked looking at her. I don't have her horrible luck when it comes to gambling. Naruto turned and began to walk out of the guild as he stuck his hand up and waved to Levi without looking back. Levi watched as he left. As a frown appeared on her face. You better come back, safely, you idiot. I'd better lose that bet. As Naruto walked out of the guild and began to walk westward, Naruto's face was covered by his hair as he began to walk towards the guild that was foolish enough to mess with Naruto's precious people. Naruto called to Kurama. Oi, Kurama, go for a walk. The beast from within Naruto laid in darkness as an eye opened. The said eye was a blood crimson red with a black slit in the middle. The beast known as Kurama chuckled. Oh ho ho ho. You were the last person I'd ever expect those words to come out of your mouth. Kurama knew this wasn't a wish, suggestion, or even a question. It was a command. Those who dare harm our friends shall feel the wrath of the Kyuubi no Yuko. Backquote, 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 just outside of Phantom Lord. Naruto soon arrived just outside of the guild as he stood upon a power line. He squatted downwards as he watched over the guild. He used his sense and could hear the guild member from within cheering and drinking. Many people were praising Gajeel for his attack on the three members he attacked. Then another person named Saul for aiding along with Arya in kidnapping the Heartfilia family. Naruto still squatting on the power line top with his fists gripping the top. Naruto then said, Kurama, I grant you the chance to destroy the guild, not full size of course. Just then red chakra came out from Naruto's stomach as a horse-sized Kurama appeared on the ground. With 9 tails swaying back and forth, Kurama smiled, quite happy to get some exercise. Kurama began to walk towards the doors as Naruto continued to watch from afar. See how you like your home wrecked. Kurama smirked as he got to the doors as he knocked on it with his tail. The door soon was opened by a grunt and asked, Who the hell is? The guild member looked at Kurama with their eyes widened in surprise. Kurama smirked and said, Knock knock. Before the man could reply, Kurama threw his tails forward, bashing the doors in and sending the grunt flying inwards. We're under attack. Kurama jumped into the guild and let a roar out as he began his assault. Alert the Elemental Four. Someone get Jose-sama. Stop the beast. Come on. Get it. Naruto watched onwards with an impassive look on his face. Naruto allowed them to be mauled and disfigured. Naruto could care less, but killing them would not look good if done so. Is he proud of it? No. But it's what deserved for messing with the people he cares about. He'll most likely get a tongue lashing from Makarov. But it'll be worth it in the end. Naruto continued to watch as grunts are thrown out windows. Holes made in the walls from magical attacks. Naruto asked Kurama to refrain from using any sort of ninjutsu, but Kurama did not care. He said it was always much more fun when he could do it by tooth and claw. Eventually, as the massacre continued, Naruto felt Kurama was up against 4 rather strong figures. Naruto mentally connected back to Kurama. Any of them have Lucis family's scent on them. As well as Jet, Droy, or Levi. The stupid-looking one with a monocle, and the one who looks like a punk. Good, it's time to switch. Like that, Kurama smirked at the Elemental 4 as he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Hey, just when things were getting interesting. I didn't even have a proper warm-up. Naruto soon shushined to the front of the door, his hair still covering his eyes. The grunts of Phantom Lord slowly stood back up, some of them not even moving. Naruto saw many with broken bones, lacerations across their bodies. Many bruises on the face and across their bodies as well. Clothes torn everywhere, holes in the walls, destroyed tables, and more. Naruto looked around and smirked. Damn. What the hell happened in here? I heard screaming and saw fighting. Did the members of Phantom Lord get their asses kicked? The Elemental 4 looked on edge, looking at Naruto, unable to discern if he was the one who sent the 9-tailed fox. Gajeel spoke up quite angrily. Was that your pet? Did you send that thing in here? Naruto looked to Gajeel with an impassive look in his eyes. I don't know what you're talking about. But what I do know, is you took some people that are important to me. Juvia stood there looking at Naruto with an impassive look on her face as well. Saul glared at Naruto. So you did send that beast after us. I didn't know the Heartfilia family had a son. He's not their son, you idiot. Gajeel spoke up, taking a step forward to challenge Naruto. I know who he is, he's part of Fairy Tail. Saul chuckled evilly with a smile. Oh ho ho ho. So Fairy Tail decided to retaliate, how fun. I hope you enjoy getting your rank and guild shut down. We'll burn ya to your nothing but mere ashes. Totemaru shouted, ready to attack Naruto. Naruto smirked and said, Ha, you think Fairy Tail wouldn't retaliate? You attacked Droy, Jet, and Levi. I think anyone within Fairy Tail would be mad. I know if they were found later, all of Fairy Tail would be here. Naruto lifted his head a bit, now revealing his angry and glaring blue eyes. Naruto pointed at Gajeel and then at Saul. You too. I'm going to make you wish you never messed with Fairy Tail. No, messed with me. Naruto began to leak out killing intent towards Saul and Gajeel, causing the two to take a step back. Saul stood there with his eyes wide with shock. Monsieur, why you're quite scary. Saul's face felt cold as he felt Naruto's gaze onto him. He could see it. He could see his own death from Naruto just staring at him. Not just his death, his torture. Naruto was going to torture him. Saul took another step back until he fell onto his butt, scared shitless. The surrounding grunts then saw Gajeel flinching in fear as he said, I am possible. Aye. Gajeel held up his shaking hands, causing Juvia, Totemaru, and Arya look to Gajeel surprised. Aye, my instincts. They are going wild. T telling me to get away. Gajeel began to see Naruto towering over him as images of Naruto killing him came into his mind. I've never felt like this before. J. Jose Sama. Has only ever made me feel this way. Gajeel even took another step back as his fellow guildmates looked at Naruto in terror. Naruto took a step forward as he said, You made 2 grave mistakes, Phantom Lord. Naruto's eyes began to glow as he said, one was kidnapping Lucy and her family. Naruto squatted downwards as flames erupted around him. 2 was attacking my guildmates. Naruto charged forward at Saul as he did a dive bomb kick him in his face. This sent Saul flying through a wall and out the other side. Naruto landed on his 2 feet as Arya ran up to Naruto with his fist raised up. Naruto tilted his body slightly to the side as Totemaru missed his punch. Naruto then shot his right arm up, which smacked the back end of his fist into Totemaru's face, breaking his nose. This sent Arya flying off into the staircase in Phantom Lord, creating a large crater in the guild hall. Naruto looked to Juvia and looked at her. Get out of here, and if you wish to join in. I got no issues hitting you. Naruto stood there as Gajeel simply looked at Naruto, unsure of what to do. Just then Gajeel shouted, "And no. I won't be intimidated by a mere fairy fly." Gajeel broke out of his own stupor, charging at Naruto. Iron Dragon's Club. He shot out an iron club from his hand at Naruto. Naruto held his hand up, catching Gajeel's attack, without even making an effort to look at him. Naruto flexed his hand to make a fist, crushing Gajeel's attack, revealing his hand that was used to transform into iron. Naruto spun around, doing a roundhouse kick to Gajeel's face, sending him into the wall. Totemaru backed up and fired a fireball at Naruto, to whom Naruto simply opened his mouth and ate his attack. What? He's a dragon slayer. Naruto simply did a backflip and gained some space. He puffed his chest out and fired off a breath attack, Fire Sage Dragon Roar. A large torrent of flames charged towards Arya and Totemaru, and Juvia made sure to gain a great distance away from Naruto. Naruto watched as the explosion went off, but before Naruto could react, Arya appeared next to him and Gajeel was back as he turned his arms into malleable iron rounds and bounded Naruto. "This is what you get for messin' with Phantom Lord. Have it, Arya," Gajeel shouted. Arya, who had his palms faced Naruto, got closer to Naruto and shouted out, "Metsu." Naruto's eyes widened in shock as he felt all the magic within him drain as a large bubble of magic shot out of him. Naruto felt his entire rack with pain, but of course, it was nothing that he hadn't dealt with before. "That attack. He drained you all of your magic. That giant sphere is all of your magic," Kurama shouted from within the cella, surprising Naruto. Naruto quickly regained himself as purely through strength broke Gajeel's hold. "What? Impossible." Gajeel stumbled back after Naruto broke his grasp. Arya was surprised as he was met with a right hook from Naruto at the side of his left temple. This sent Arya careening through the guild wall. Gajeel, Juvia, and some other members of Phantom Lord look at Naruto in shock and awe. How the hell is he still standing? He should at least be on the ground or even near death. This can't be possible. Gajeel shouted in his mind while looking at Naruto. Everyone also witnessed the massive ball of what was Naruto's magic container floating before them. "Naruto-san is irregular. He shouldn't be standing. It can't be possible." Juvia looked to Naruto, feeling somewhat hard-pressed and weak compared to Naruto. Naruto turned to his magic and stuck his hand out, using Sage Chakra. Naruto began to use it as his magic bubble was returned to him. Naruto felt his entire storage of magic replenish. Interesting, I must admit. A spell that can force out someone's magic. It hurt, but that was nothing compared to having the equivalent of having your circulatory network ripped from your body. Naruto was referring to when Kurama was ripped from his body. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he glared at Gajeel and Totemaru, who stood back up from being knocked down by Naruto. Saul came walking back and stood next to Gajeel and Totemaru. Naruto turned his head to see Arya come walking back. Of course, he was looking worse for wear. "TCH. Do you really think that Master Jose will take this sitting down?" Naruto frowned, looking at them. "Honestly, I don't give two shits about your master. He's just as guilty, since I'm sure he told you guys to do what to do." Naruto looked to them as he began to gather magic around his body. "I am going to knock you all out, and I am going straight over to Jose and taking him out." Naruto held his hands up as more magic began to gather around his hands. Sage Dragon's Secret Art. Magic Circuit. The ball of magic in Naruto's hands shot out thin laser beams of magic towards the Elemental Four and Gajeel. The group began to dodge and move away from Naruto's attack. Saul and Totemaru were one of the slower members of the group and were hit by the attacks, while Juvia, Arya, and Gajeel were moving and dodging. When the two were hit with the laser-like attack, Saul flinched in pain as they watched Naruto's attack change to the element of sand and earth magic. The magic that hit Saul increased in power as Saul screamed out in greater pain. They watched as he fell to the ground. Totemaru, who got hit by Naruto's attack, the magic laser that hit him turned to rainbow fire. Then the attack grew stronger, just like it did on Saul, to which the attack back to cause greater damage to Totemaru, to which he fell to the ground charred and passed out.
Naruto soon stopped as he watched Juvia, Gajeel, and Arya continued to avoid his attack.
Not wanting to waste magic, not that he worried about it, it wasn't worth the continued use. Naruto narrowed his eyes and dashed forward towards Arya. This time Naruto enhanced his fist with chakra, unbeknown to the others. Naruto moved too fast for them to see. Naruto slammed his fist across Arya's face. Once Naruto's fist collided with Arya's face, a loud crack rang out as Arya was sent flying into the ceiling. Without anyone even seeing Naruto move, he jumped above Arya with his foot up, heavenly foot of pain. Naruto raised his right leg, doing an axe kick straight onto Arya's head, sending him careening into the ground. Once Naruto landed, Naruto stood above a knocked-out Arya, to which Naruto, satisfied, stepped onto his chest and walked over him. Naruto glared at the remaining two. I grow tired of this. Tell me where the Heartfilia family are. I might just let you all walk away with some broken bones. Naruto stated coldly as Gajeel and Juvia took a step back from Naruto's threat. Juvia looked to Naruto rather frightened as she looked to Gajeel. Gajeel shook his head angrily and charged forward. I won't be intimidated by you. I'll take you down. Gajeel took a couple of steps and puffed his chest up. Iron Dragon's roar. A large tornado of iron shrapnel fired towards Naruto at powerful and high speeds. Naruto was engulfed by the attack as Gajeel continued his attack, wanting to finish Naruto. That was until Gajeel's eyes widened as he heard footsteps. Grunting out annoyed, he continued to pour more magic into his attack, increasing the attack. Suddenly a hand reached out from Gajeel's attack and grabbed onto his face. Everyone in the guild stood still, along with Juvia standing there in shock as Naruto stopped Gajeel's roar. Naruto, having his hand around his mouth, lifted Gajeel off his feet. Pathetic. Naruto then flicked his wrist upwards, causing Gajeel's body to fly up, to which Naruto then threw his hand downward, slamming Gajeel into the ground. Gajeel let a muffled, pained roar out as Naruto then lifted his knee up and slammed it onto his stomach. Gajeel's eyes widened in pain, but his screams of pain were muffled by Naruto's hand. Naruto looked at Gajeel annoyed and pissed off. Last time. Where is the Heatfilia family? Naruto held his right hand up. A magic ball formed in his hand. It took shape like Naruto's Rasengan, to which he added wind magic to it, creating a miniature Rasen Shuriken. Juvia, seeing that her guildmate's life was in danger, she said, "Okay, wait." Naruto turned to her, not moving away from Gajeel. "I'll go get them." "Why, you made your point." Juvia quickly ran towards the room to go get them. Naruto stood there keeping Gajeel pinned. After 2 minutes of waiting, Juvia came walking back. Naruto saw Layla, Jude, and Lucy come walking out unharmed. Layla and Lucy had magic cuffs on their hands. Naruto looked down towards Gajeel and released his magic attack, but Naruto lifted his foot from Gajeel's chest. Then slammed his knee onto Gajeel's face, knocking him out cold. Naruto walked up to the Heartfilia family as he cut their cuffs free. Layla, Jude, and Lucy said nothing as Naruto walked up to them. He sent them a reassuring smile and stuck his hand out. "We're leaving." Naruto gestured to them to place a hand on him, to which they did. Naruto stood there and looked to Juvia and the rest of Phantom Lord. "Tell your coward of a master that I am coming from him. Damn what the council says and what Makarov says. He will feel my wrath for kidnapping the people I care for, as well as harming Levi, Droy, and Jet. Thus, why I made sure to put 3 of his own into the same state you forced them into." Lucy, hearing this, looked to Phantom Lord, angry and upset hearing this. Naruto looking to Juvia again, he frowned. "Juvia, you're a smart girl. I suggest you leave this guild, otherwise, when I see you all again, I won't be as merciful as I have been here." Naruto then disappeared in a flash of yellow lighting, which made everyone in the Phantom Lord Guild stare at the spot Naruto once was. Fairy Tail. Naruto arrived back to his house first to get Eric, and then bring the Heartfilia to Fairy Tail. Naruto knew Makarov was going to give him an earful, didn't care what he did. All he knew is he protected the people he cared of. Once Naruto went to Fairy Tail, he found the lights on and Naruto walked through the doors of the guild. Naruto found Makarov sitting over by the bar with all of the other members of Fairy Tail there. Jet, Droy, and Levi were sitting at a table to looks like where they had something to eat and drink. Naruto, having Heartfilia follow him, walked through the doors and went up to Makarov. Even with the height difference, Naruto could feel the anger coming off of Makarov. There was nothing but silence in the guild hall. After what seemed like hours, to what was only 2 minutes, Makarov spoke. "Tell me, did you make it even?" "Yes, with telling them more to come if they do something foolish." "Did you call for Jose?" "I did. I will beat him into the ground." Makarov looked to Naruto as he let a sigh out and nodded his head. "For if he comes, make sure you show him no mercy." Makarov decided to let Naruto handle this situation by him and only him. Makarov was already happy Naruto defended Fairy Tail's own. He certainly was willing to do whatever it took to protect the people he cared about. Makarov turned to the Heartfilia family. As the master of the Fairy Tail Guild, I am taking Lucy and her family under our protection. Makarov turned to the other members. Because of Jose's actions against us, we will defend them with our lives. If they come to attack, this will mean war. Hell yeah. Everyone in the guild shouted out in rage and anger at what Phantom Lord did. Everyone was ready to go to war. Thanks.